Part I of Hippias Major. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Hippias Major by Plato. Translated by George Burgess. Part I. Persons of the Dialogue. Socrates and Hippias. Socrates. O thou, the handsome and clever Hippias, after how long a time hast thou now again arrived at Athens? Hippias. I have had no leisure time, Socrates; for when Elis wants to transact any business with any other state, she always comes to me the first, selecting me as an ambassador from the citizens, from her conceiving that I am the most competent to be a judge of the arguments urged by each of the states, and to report upon them. Hence I have often gone to other cities as an ambassador, but most frequently, and on points the most in number, and of greatest importance, to Lacedaemon. Hence it is why, as regards your question, I do not often come to these parts. Socrates. This it is, Hippias, to be a person truly wise and accomplished. For as a private individual you are able to obtain no little money from young men, and to impart more benefit than you receive; and as a public man are able to do your own state good service, as he should do, who would not be held in contempt, but be in good repute with the many. But, Hippias, what is the reason why those men of the olden time, whose names are so renowned for wisdom, Pittacus, and Bias, and Thales of Miletus, and his disciples, and those who come after, down to Anaxagoras, appear all or most of them to have kept aloof from public affairs? Hippias. What else, Socrates, can you suppose than that they were unable or not sufficiently fit to reach by their intellect to both subjects, public and private? Socrates. Shall we then by Zeus affirm that as the other arts have improved, and the operatives of former times were of no mark as compared with those of the present, so the art of you, sophists, has improved likewise, and that those of the ancients who were engaged in the study of wisdom were persons of no mark in comparison with you? Hippias. You speak perfectly correctly. Socrates. If then Hippias were Bias to come now to life again, he would be exposed to ridicule as compared with you, just as our modern statuaries assert that Daedalus, were he alive to execute such works as those from which he gained his great name, would become ridiculous? Hippias. It is as you say, Socrates. I am, however, accustomed myself to praise highly the men of the olden time, or even our immediate predecessors before, and, more than the moderns, acting with a feeling of caution as regards the envy of the living, and of fear as regards the anger of the dead. Socrates. Correctly, Hippias, as it seems to me, are you thinking upon and considering the matter; and I too can testify that you are speaking the truth, and that your art has in reality improved in enabling you to transact public affairs conjointly with private. For Gorgias, the great sophist of Leontium, came hither on an embassy from his country, as being the man most competent among the Leontines to transact public affairs, and was thought to speak the best before the people here; and at the same time, by making a display of his powers in private, and associating with young men, he gained and carried away great sums of money from this city. Or, if you wish for another instance, our friend Prodicus himself has frequently come hither in a public capacity from elsewhere; but on arriving the last time, not long since, publicly from Chaos, and speaking before the Counsel, he was held in high repute, and by making a display of his powers in private, and associating with young men, he gained a wonderful heap of money. But of those ancient sages, not one ever thought proper to demand money by way of a fee for making a display of their wisdom before persons of all climes. Such simpletons were they, and so completely did it escape them that money was a thing of great value; whereas each of the preceding made more money from his wisdom than has any operative in whatever trade you will, and even prior to these did Protagoras. Hippias. You know nothing, Socrates, about these beautiful things, for if you knew how much money I have made, you would be amazed. The other instances I pass by. But having gone once to Sicily, while Protagoras was residing there in high repute, and rather advanced in years, I did, although much younger, gain in a very short time more than 150 mina. Nay, from Inucum, a very small town, I took above 20. This, when I arrived home, I carried and gave to my father, so that it struck him and the rest of the citizens with wonder and astonishment. And I almost think I have made more money than any two sophists together, whom you choose to name. Socrates. You bring forward, Hippias, truly a good and great proof, both of your own wisdom and of the men of the present day, how superior they are as compared with those of the olden time. For of your predecessors, down to Anaxagoras, great is proclaimed the folly, according to your statement. For to Anaxagoras, they say, happened the very opposite to what has befallen you. For of the great wealth left him he took no care, and lost it all. In so silly a manner did he act the sophist. And of the other ancient sages, other stories of a similar kind are told. You seem then to produce this as a good proof of the wisdom of the moderns as compared with the ancients. And many indeed agree with you, that the wise man should be wise for himself especially, and of such a person this is the one definition: he who can make the most money. Let this then suffice. And now tell me from which of the cities whither you went did you gain the greatest money? Is it not plain it was from Sparta, whither you went the oftenest? Hippias. Not by Zeus from thence, Socrates. Socrates. How say you? The least then? Hippias. Never anything at all. Socrates. A monstrous and marvelous account you are giving, Hippias. But tell me, has not that wisdom of yours the power to make those who associate with you and learn it better as regards virtue? Hippias. Yes, very much so, Socrates. Socrates. Were you then able to make the sons of the Enusians better, but unable to make the sons of the Spartans? Hippias. Far from it. Socrates. Are the Siceliots desirous of becoming better, but the Spartans not? Hippias. The Lacedaemonians are, Socrates, very desirous. Socrates. Was it then from their want of money that they shunned your society? Hippias. By no means, for they have enough of it. Socrates. What then could it be? That although they were desirous of virtue, and had money, and you were able to benefit them to the greatest extent, they did not send you away loaded with wealth? Was it that the Lacedaemonians can educate their sons better than you? Shall we say this? And do you concede it is so? Hippias. By no manner of means. Socrates. Were you then unable to persuade the young men at Lacedaemon that by associating with you they would make a greater progress in virtue than by associating with their own people? Or were you unable to persuade their fathers that they ought to hand over their children to you rather than take that care upon themselves, if they had any regard for their children? For surely they did not grudge their sons becoming as virtuous as possible. Hippias. I do not think they felt any grudge. Socrates. In good truth, Lacedaemon is a well-regulated city. Hippias. How not? Socrates. Now, in well-regulated cities, virtue is most highly prized. Hippias. Certainly. Socrates. And to impart this to another, you know the best of all men. Hippias. By much so, Socrates. Socrates. Now, would not the man who could best impart the art of horsemanship be the most honored, and acquire the most wealth in Thessaly, or wherever else in Greece this art is cultivated the most? Hippias. It is likely. Socrates. Will he then, who can impart instruction of the greatest value with respect to virtue, be honored the most, and make the most money if he wishes it, not at Lacedaemon and any other of the well-regulated states in Greece, but in Sicily rather, as you think, my friend, or at Inucum? Shall we, Hippias, give credit to this? For if you command, I must do so. Hippias. It is not, Socrates, the custom of the country for the Lacedaemonians to disturb their laws, nor to educate their children contrary to established usages. Socrates. How say you? Think you that it is the custom of the country for the Lacedaemonians not to act correctly, but to do wrong? Hippias. I would not say so, Socrates. Socrates. Would they not do right then to educate their sons in the better way, and not in the worse? Hippias. They would do right, but it is not lawful for them to give a foreign education; since, rest assured, that if any one else ever took away money from thence by teaching, I should have taken by much the most; for they delight greatly in listening to me, and give me praise. But what I am saying is not law. Socrates. Say you, Hippias, that the law is an injury or a benefit to a state? Hippias. It is enacted, I presume, for a benefit; but sometimes the law, when improperly enacted, does an injury. Socrates. What then? Do not they who enact a law lay it down as the greatest good to a state? For without law it is impossible to live in a state of good government. Hippias. You speak the truth. Socrates. When, therefore, they who undertake to frame laws fail in procuring a good, they have missed what is lawful and law? Or how say you? Hippias. Accurately speaking, Socrates, such is the case; but men are not used to give that name. Socrates. Do you mean, Hippias, those who know the truth, or who do not know it? Hippias. I mean the many. Socrates. Are the many then those who know the truth? Hippias. Certainly not. Socrates. But surely they who do know it do in reality conceive that what is to all men more beneficial is more agreeable to law than what is less beneficial. Or do not you grant this? Hippias. I grant that they do hold so in reality. Socrates. Do not things exist, and are in the state, as those who are knowing conceive? Hippias. Undoubtedly. Socrates. Now it is, as you assert, more beneficial for the Lacedaemonians to receive a foreign education under yourself, than after the system of their own country. Hippias. And I assert the truth. Socrates. Because what is more beneficial is more conformable to law? And this, Hippias, do you say? Hippias. I have so said. Socrates. According then to your reasoning, it is more conformable to law for the sons of the Lacedaemonians to be instructed by Hippias, and less so by their fathers, if perchance they shall in reality be more benefited under you. Hippias. And benefited they would be, Socrates. Socrates. The Lacedaemonians then act contrary to law, in not giving you their gold, and committing their sons to your care. Hippias. In this I agree with you, for you seem to produce an argument in my favor, and there is no need for me to oppose it. Socrates. We find then, my friend, the Lacedaemonians to act contrary to law, and this too in matters of the greatest moment; they who are thought to be most observant of law. And yet, by the gods, did they praise you, and were delighted at hearing, what? Or is it not evident that the subjects were those which you know the best, relating to the stars and celestial events? Hippias. Not at all; such subjects they cannot endure. Socrates. But they delight in hearing something about geometry. Hippias. Not at all; for many of them know not, so to say, even how to reckon. Socrates. They are then far from enduring you while making a display on the keeping of accounts? Hippias. Very far indeed, by Zeus. Socrates. But the subjects then were those in which you can the most accurately of all men draw distinctions, respecting the powers of letters and syllables, and rhythms and harmonies. Hippias. What harmonies or letters, my good man? Socrates. What then are the subjects which they gladly hear from you and commend? Tell me yourself, since I cannot find them. Hippias. Respecting the genealogy, Socrates, of their heroes and men, and settlements of tribes, and how cities were founded of old; and, in a word, to everything relating to archaeology, they listen with the greatest pleasure; so that I was forced to learn my lesson myself thoroughly for their sakes, and to practice myself well on those points. Socrates. By Zeus, Hippias, you are fortunate in that the Lacedaemonians did not take a delight in hearing a man who could reckon up our archons from the time of Solon, for otherwise you would have had some trouble in learning the list. Hippias. How so, Socrates? Upon hearing 50 names only once, I can repeat them from memory. Socrates. You speak the truth, but I did not bear in mind that you had a system of mnemonics, so that I understand why, reasonably enough, the Lacedaemonians are pleased with you as being a person who knows many things, and they make use of you, as children do of old women, to tell them pretty stories. Hippias. And by Zeus, Socrates, I was lately in high repute there, by going through a lecture upon the honorable pursuits to which a young person should devote himself. For I have by me a very beautiful discourse upon that subject, well put together in other respects, and in the words. The form and commencement of the discourse is something of this kind. After Troy was taken, the story goes, that Neoptolemus inquired of Nestor what were the honorable pursuits a young man should follow to gain a good name. Upon this, Nestor is the speaker, and suggests a great many and very excellent precepts laid down by law. Of this dissertation I made a display there, and on the 3rd day hence I intend to display it here, and several other pieces of mine, worth the hearing, in the school of Philostratus. For so has Eutychus the son of Epimantus requested. See then that you are present yourself, and bring with you others, who on hearing will be competent to decide upon what is then said. Socrates. This, if a God is willing, Hippias, shall be. But at present answer me a short question relating to it, for you have opportunely put me in mind of it. A certain person has, thou best of men, very lately, during some conversations, thrown me into a difficulty, when I was finding fault with some things as being ugly, and praising others as being beautiful, by asking me, in a very saucy manner, From whence do you, Socrates, know, said he, what things are beautiful, and what ugly? Come then, tell me, if you can say a word, what is the beautiful? And I, through my want of wit, was at a loss, and had it not in my power to answer him with propriety. So, quitting his company, I grew angry with, and vented reproaches upon myself, and threatened that the first time I met with any of you wise men, I would hear his opinion and learn it, and after studying it thoroughly, that I would return to my questioner, and fight out again the matter with him. Now, therefore, as I said, you are come opportunely, and do you instruct me sufficiently what is beauty in the abstract, and endeavor to give me, as accurately as possible, your answers, in order that I may not be confuted a second time, and pay the penalty of a laugh against myself. For assuredly you know it quite clearly, and it would be but a mite of the learning with which you are conversant on so many points. Hippias. By Zeus, a mite indeed, Socrates, and, so to say, of no value at all. Socrates. Easily then shall I learn it, and no one will hereafter confute me. Hippias. Not one indeed, for otherwise mean would be my profession, and suited to a common person. Socrates. By Juno, Hippias, you speak bravely, if we shall get the man into our clutches. But shall I be any hindrance by imitating him, if I lay hold of your arguments, while answering me, in order that you may exercise me the most? For I am nearly skilful in laying hold of arguments. If then it makes no difference to you, I am willing to lay hold of them, in order that I may learn with greater strength. Hippias. Take hold then, for as I said just now, the question is not a great one, and I will teach you to answer questions much more difficult than this, so that not a single person will be ever able to confute you. Socrates. Ye gods, how bravely you talk! But come, since you bid me, I will become him, and as well as I can, try to question you. Now, if you shall give the lecture you mention upon beautiful pursuits, he will, after hearing it, when you have ceased speaking, inquire about nothing else except about the beautiful, for such a habit he has, and he will say, Art not, say, thou stranger from Elis, the just through justness? Answer now, Hippias, as if he were questioning you. Hippias, I answer through justness. Socrates. There is then such a thing as justness? Hippias. Clearly so. Socrates. Are not then the wise wise through wisdom, and all that is good good through goodness? Hippias. How not? Socrates. By those things existing really, for it is not surely by their non-existing. Hippias. By their existing really. Socrates. Are not all things that are beautiful, beautiful through beauty? Hippias. Yes, through beauty. Socrates. By such a thing existing? Hippias. By its existing, for what should it be? Socrates. Tell me now, stranger, he will say, what is this beauty? Hippias. Does he who asks this question want to know what is a beautiful thing? Socrates. I think not, Hippias. But what is beauty? Hippias. How does this differ from that? Socrates. Seems there to you no difference? Hippias. There is not any difference. Socrates. But, however it is evident that you know better, consider, however, good sir, the question well. For he asks you, not what is a beautiful thing, but what is beauty? Hippias. I understand you, good sir, and I will answer his question, what is beauty? Nor shall I ever be confuted. For rest assured, Socrates, if the truth must be told, that a beautiful maiden is a beautiful thing. Socrates. By the dog, you have answered, Hippias, beautifully and gloriously. Shall I then, when I answer thus, have answered the question correctly, and shall I never be refuted? Hippias. For how could you be refuted, Socrates, on that point, which seems correct to all the world, and where all who hear you will testify in your favor that you are speaking properly? Socrates. Be it so then, by all means. But come, Hippias, let me consider again with myself what you are saying, for the man will question me in some such manner as this. Come, Socrates, answer me. If beauty exists in the abstract, all those things which you say are beautiful, would these be beautiful? And I will then say that, if a beautiful maiden be a beautiful thing, through which the things would be beautiful. Hippias. Think you then that he will still attempt to confute you by asserting that what you say is beautiful is not so, or that, should he attempt it, he will not be laughed down? Socrates. That he will, thou wondrous man, I am well assured. But whether, after making the attempt, he will be laughed down, the thing itself will show. However, I wish to tell you what he will say. Hippias. Tell it then. Socrates. What a sweet creature, Socrates, he will say you are. Is not a beautiful mare, which even a god has praised in an oracle, a beautiful thing? What shall we answer, Hippias? Shall we say aught else than that the mare is beautiful? At least the beautiful. For how should we dare to deny that a beautiful thing is beautiful? Hippias. You speak, Socrates, what is true, especially since the god rightly said it, for with us there are mares very beautiful. Socrates. Be it so, he will say. But what, is not a beautiful lyre a beautiful thing? Shall we allow it, Hippias? Hippias. Yes. Socrates. And after this he will say, as, guessing from his usual manner, I nearly know full well, my excellent fellow, is not a beautiful soup dish a beautiful thing? Hippias. Who is this man, Socrates? What an uneducated fellow, who thus presumes to express himself in words so low in an affair so solemn? Socrates. Such is the fellow, Hippias, not a fine gentleman, but a man of the mob, who cares for nothing but truth. He must, however, have an answer, and I appear speaking for him. If the soup dish be made by a skilful potter, smooth and round, and well baked, like some of the beautiful soup dishes with 2 handles, containing 6 cous, very beautiful, if he inquires about such a soup dish, we must confess it to be beautiful. For how could we say that what is beautiful is not beautiful? Hippias. Not at all, Socrates. Socrates. Is not a beautiful soup dish then, he will say, a beautiful thing? Answer. Hippias. But, Socrates, the case is, I think, this. Even such a vessel, when beautifully made, is a beautiful thing. But this taken as a whole does not deserve to be considered as beautiful as compared with a mare and a maiden and the other things of beauty. Soc. Be it so. I understand you, Hippias, that we must thus reply to the person who puts such a question. You are ignorant, my man, that correct is the saying of Heraclitus, that the most beautiful ape as compared with another kind is ugly, and that the most beautiful of soup dishes is ugly as compared with the maiden kind, as says Hippias the wise. Is it not so, Hippias? Hippias, you have answered Socrates quite correctly. Socrates, hear then, for I know well he will say after this. What then, Socrates? Should any one compare maidenkind with godkind, would he not be in the same case as when the maidenkind was compared to the soup dish kind? Would not the most beautiful maiden appear ugly? Or does not Heraclitus, whom you bring forward, say this very same thing, that the wisest of men, when compared with a god, appears an ape in wisdom and beauty, and everything else? Shall we confess, Hippias, the most beautiful maiden is ugly as compared with the god kind? Hippias. Yes, for who, Socrates, would gainsay this at least? Socrates. Should, however, we confess this, he will laugh and say, do you then remember, Socrates, what you were asked? I shall reply, I do. It was this: what is beauty in the abstract? Whereupon he will rejoin, when you are asked about beauty in the abstract, you answer by mentioning that which happens to be, as you say yourself, not more beautiful than ugly. So it seems, I shall say. Or what else, my friend, do you advise me to say? Hippias. This I advise you, for that the human kind, as compared with the gods, is not beautiful, he will say the truth. Socrates. If I had asked you at the outset, he will say, what is a thing beautiful and ugly? Had you answered me as you have done just now, would you not have answered correctly? And still, does it seem to you that the beautiful itself, by which everything else is decorated and looks beautiful, whenever that species of beauty is present to it, is a maiden, or a mare, or a lyre? Hippias. If this, Socrates, he is seeking, it is of all things the easiest for me to tell him in answer what is that beauty by which all other things are decorated, and by which, being present, they appear beautiful. The man is the greatest simpleton, and knows nothing about beautiful chattels. For if you tell him in answer that the beautiful about which he is inquiring is nothing else than gold, he will be in a difficulty, and not attempt to confute you. For we all surely know that wherever gold is present to a thing, how ugly soever it may have seemed before, it will appear beautiful when it is decorated at least with gold. Socrates. You have no experience of the man, Hippias, how difficult he is, and admitting nothing easily. Hippias. What matters it, Socrates? For what is correctly asserted he must admit, or, not admitting it, be laughed at. Socrates. And yet he will not only not admit this answer, thou best of men, but he will treat me with derision, and say, O thou, puffed up with conceit, thinkest thou that Phidias was a bad workman? And I shall reply, I think so by no manner of means. Hippias. And you will answer rightly, Socrates. Socrates. Rightly indeed. Hereupon, when I have confessed that Phidias was a good workman, he will say, do you imagine then that Phidias was ignorant of that which you call the beautiful? Why say you this especially? I shall reply. Because, he will rejoin, if Phidias has made the eyes of Athene not of gold, nor yet the rest of her face, nor the feet, nor even the hands, since a thing of gold would have looked the most beautiful, but not of ivory, it is evident that he erred in this through ignorance, not knowing that gold is that which makes all things beautiful, wherever it is present. When he says this, what answer, Hippias, shall we give him? Hippias. The answer is not difficult, for we will say that he acted rightly, for ivory is, I presume, beautiful likewise. Socrates. Why then, he will rejoin, did he not make the middle part of the eyes of ivory, but of stone, having found in the stone a similarity as great as was possible to ivory? Or is a beautiful stone a beautiful thing? Shall we say so, Hippias? Hippias. We will say so, if it is becoming. Socrates. But where it is unbecoming, it is ugly. Shall I confess it or not? Hippias. Confess. At least when it, the stone, is not becoming. Socrates. What then he will say? Do not ivory and gold, thou wiseacre, when they are becoming, cause things to appear beautiful, but when not, ugly? Shall we deny this, or acknowledge the man to be in the right? Hippias. We must acknowledge this at least, that whatever is becoming to any individual thing causes it to appear beautiful. Socrates. When then he will say some one shall have cooked the beautiful soup dish, of which we have been speaking, full of beautiful porridge, whether does a ladle of gold become it, or one of fig tree wood? Hippias. By Hercules, of what kind of fellow, Socrates, are you speaking? Will you not tell me who he is? Socrates. No, for you would not know him, should I tell you his name. Hippias. But I know already that he is some ignorant fellow. Socrates. He is a man of much thought, Hippias. But, however, what shall we say? Which of the two ladles becomes the porridge and the soup dish? Or is it clearly the one of fig tree wood? For this makes the porridge of a pleasanter flavor, and at the same time, my friend, it would not by breaking the soup dish let the porridge run out, and extinguish the fire, and cause the guests just about to feast on it to be without a very noble dish. But all this the one of gold would do, so that it seems to me we ought to say that the one of fig tree wood is more becoming than the one of gold, unless indeed you say otherwise. Hippias. It is indeed, Socrates, more becoming, but for my part I would not converse with a fellow who asked such questions as these. Socrates. And rightly so, my friend, for it would not become you to be polluted with such dirty words, you in a dress so beautiful, and with such beautiful sandals, and in such high repute amongst all the Greeks for wisdom. But for me it is nothing to mix myself up with the dirt of the man. Teach me then beforehand, and for my sake give a reply, for the man will say, if the ladle of fig tree wood be indeed more becoming than the one of gold, is it not more beautiful, especially since you have confessed that the becoming is more beautiful than the unbecoming? Shall we confess that the ladle of fig tree wood is more beautiful than the one of gold? Hippias. Do you wish me, Socrates, to say that, by saying which, I think, you will free yourself from his much talking? Socrates. By all means, but not before you tell me which of the two ladles that we have been speaking of is the more becoming and more beautiful. Hippias. Well then, if you will, tell him in answer that it is the one made from the fig tree. Socrates. Now say what you were just about to say, for in this answer, by which I assert that gold is the beautiful, gold will not, as it seems to me, appear to be at all a thing more beautiful than fig tree wood. But what do you now say is the beautiful? Hippias. I will tell you, for you seem to me to seek to answer a question of this kind. What is that beauty which at no time and in no place will appear ugly to any one? Socrates. By all means, Hippias, and now you understand me perfectly well. Hippias. Listen then, for rest assured that if any man has anything to say against this, I will say that I know nothing whatever. Socrates. By the gods, then, tell it as quickly as possible. Hippias. I assert then that it is at all times, and to all persons, and in all places, the most beautiful thing for a man in wealth, health, and in honor amongst the Greeks, and having reached old age, and having laid his deceased parents handsomely in the grave, to be buried himself by his own children in a handsome and splendid manner. Socrates. Capital, Hippias! How wondrous well and gorgeously, and how worthy of yourself have you spoken! And by Juno, I am delighted with you, for the good will with which, as far as you can, you assist me. But we do not as yet reach the man's mind. But he will laugh the most at us, rest assured. Hippias. Truly a silly laugh, Socrates. For when he shall have nothing to say against this, and merely laugh, he will laugh at himself, and be the laughing-stock of all who are present. Socrates. Such perhaps will be the case. Perhaps, however, after such an answer, there will be a danger, as I prophesy, of his not merely laughing at me. Hippias. What then? Socrates, that should he happen to have a staff in his hand, unless I escape from him by flight, he will endeavor to reach me with a smart blow. Hippias, how say you? Is the man a master of yours? And will he not, for having done so, be brought to trial, and pay damages? Or is your state not under the laws of justice, and permits the citizens to beat each other unjustly? Socrates, by no manner of means does it permit them. Hippias, will he then not suffer punishment for striking you unjustly? Socrates, I think not, Hippias, not at all, if I gave such an answer, but justly, as it seems to me. Hippias, it seems then so to me, Socrates, especially since you are of that opinion yourself. Socrates, shall I then state why I think I should be justly beaten on giving such an answer? Or will you too beat me without a trial? Or will you receive a reason? Hippias, it would be hard indeed, Socrates, if I did not receive it. But how say you? Socrates, I will speak to you in the same manner as I did just now, when imitating that person, in order that I may not say to you what he will to me, words both harsh and producing an angry feeling. For rest assured, he will say, tell me, Socrates, do you think a person would receive blows unjustly, who should chaunt such a long rigmarole, little in unison with, and far distant from, the question proposed? How so? I shall reply. How? You will rejoin. Cannot you remember that I asked you, what is the beauty that enables everything to which it is present to become beautiful, be it stone, or wood, or man, or God, or any act, or any science? For I am asking, man, what is beauty in the abstract, and yet I am no more able to bawl anything into you than if you were lying by my side a stone, and this too a millstone, without ears and brains. Now, Hippias, would not you be annoyed if I in a fright were to say after this abuse, nay, it was Hippias who said that this was the beautiful, although I asked him, as you do me, what is the beautiful to all persons and things, and at all times? What say you? Will you not be annoyed if I say so? Hippias, I am quite certain, Socrates, that what I said is the beautiful in every case will appear so. Socrates, but will it be so? He will say, for surely the beautiful must always be beautiful. Hippias, certainly. Socrates, and always was so, he will say. Hippias, it was. Socrates, did the Elean stranger assert, he will say, that it was a beautiful thing for Achilles to be buried after his progenitors, and for his grandfather Aeacus, and the others born of the gods, and even the gods themselves? Hippias, what is this? Hurl him to the blessed land. Such questions as these of the fellow Socrates are not to be spoken even, as being of ill omen. Socrates, how so? It is surely no very ill-omened speech, when one person asks a question for the other to say. Such is the fact. Hippias, perhaps so. Socrates, perhaps then you are the man, he will say, who asserts that it is a beautiful thing for every person, and at all times to be buried by his descendants, and to bury his parents. Now, was not Hercules one of the all? And those two whom we have just now mentioned. Hippias, but I did not say it was so for the gods. Socrates, nor for the heroes, as it seems. Hippias, nor for such as were children of the gods. Socrates, but for such only as were not. Hippias, certainly. Socrates, according to your reasoning, then, it seems that amongst the heroes it was a grievous and unholy thing for Tantalus, and Dardanus, and Zethus, but to Pelops, and to the others so born, it was a beautiful thing. Hippias, so it seems to me. Socrates, it seems then to you, he will say, what you have lately denied, that to some persons, and at some times, it is not a beautiful thing after burying their progenitors to be buried by their progeny; and further, as it seems, that this cannot take place to all, and be a beautiful thing; so that this very thing is in the same case as those before, namely the maiden and the soup dish; and still more ridiculously, to some it is a beautiful thing, but to others it is not beautiful. And even today, he will say, you are unable, Socrates, to answer the question touching the beautiful, what it is. In these or such like terms will he reproach me justly, should I answer him in this manner. For very nearly after this fashion, Hippias, does he for the most part converse. Sometimes, however, as if in pity for my want of skill and learning, he proposes a problem, and asks if such a thing as this seems to be the beautiful; or he talks upon any other subject which he happens to have heard, and about which there is a talk. Hippias. How say you, Socrates, this? End of Part I. of Hippias Major. Part II. of Hippias Major by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Socrates. I will tell you, thou godlike Socrates, says he, do cease to give such answers and on such grounds, for they are very silly, and easily confuted. But consider now, whether the beautiful be something of that kind which we just now touched upon in the answer, when we said of gold, that where it is becoming it is beautiful, but where not it is not so, and of all the rest likewise, to which the becoming may be present. On the becoming then itself, and on its nature, do you reflect becomingly, whether this happens to be the beautiful? Now, I am accustomed in such matters to assent on every occasion, for I know not what to object. But does it seem to you that the becoming is the beautiful? Hippias. Assuredly, completely so, Socrates. Socrates. Let us reflect, lest we be cheated like children merely. Hippias. It is meet to reflect. Socrates. Observe then, do we call the becoming that which by its presence causes each of those things to which it may be present to appear beautiful, or that which causes them to be so really, or neither of these? Hippias. It appears so to me. Socrates. Whether that which causes things to appear beautiful? As when a person puts on clothes or shoes which fit him, he looks more beautiful, although he is a laughing-stock. Now, if the becoming causes things to appear more beautiful than they really are, the becoming must be a deception with regard to the beautiful, and it would not be that which we are seeking, Hippias. For we are in search of that by which all things beautiful are beautiful, as in the case of the surpassing by which all things are great. For by this all things are great, and though they may not appear so, yet if they do surpass, they must of necessity be great. So we say of the beautiful, by which all things are beautiful, whether they appear to be so or not. Now, this cannot be the becoming, for the becoming causes things to appear more beautiful than they really are, as your reasoning says, and does not suffer them to appear as they are. But, as I said just now, that which causes them to be really beautiful, whether they appear so or not, this we must endeavor to tell what it is, for this we are seeking, if we are seeking the beautiful. Hippias. But the becoming, Socrates, causes by its presence things both to be and to appear beautiful. Socrates. It is impossible then for things really beautiful not to appear to be beautiful, at least when that is present which causes them to appear so. Hippias. It is impossible. Socrates. Shall we then, Hippias, confess that all things really beautiful, both institutions and pursuits truly beautiful, are reputed to be beautiful, and appear so always to all men? Or must we say, quite the contrary, that they are unknown, and that dissension and contest take place respecting these points most of all, both amongst individuals privately, and publicly amongst states? Hippias. In this way rather, Socrates, that they are unknown. Socrates. This would not have been unknown, if the appearing to be beautiful had been added to the reality, and added it would have been, had the becoming been the beautiful, and had caused things not only to be beautiful, but to appear so likewise, so that the becoming, if it were that which causes things to be beautiful, would be that beauty in the abstract, of which we are in search, and not which causes things to appear beautiful. But if, on the other hand, the becoming merely causes things to appear only beautiful, it cannot be the beautiful of which we are in search, for this causes them to be so really. Now, to cause things to appear to be beautiful, and to be really so, is not in the power of the same thing, nor of anything else whatever. Let us then choose, whether you think the becoming causes things to appear beautiful, or to be so really. Hippias. I think, Socrates, to appear so. Socrates. Alas! Gone and fled away from us Hippias has the knowledge of what the beautiful is, especially since the becoming has been seen to be a thing different from the beautiful. Hippias. So by Zeus it has, Socrates, and to me at least very unexpectedly. Socrates. But let us not, my friend, give up seeking for it, for I have still some hope that what the beautiful is will appear again. Hippias. Altogether assuredly, Socrates, for it is not difficult to find. At least, I know well that, were I to retire into solitude for a little time, and commune with myself, I should describe it to you more accurately than accuracy itself. Socrates. Hold! Hippias, talk not so big. You see what trouble it has given us already, lest it should grow angry with us, and run away still further than before. And yet I am saying nothing to the purpose, for you will, I think, easily find it out when you come to be alone, and do, by the gods, find it out in my presence. But if you are willing, seek it as now with me. And if we find it, it will be the best of all. But if we do not, I shall be content, I think, with my misfortune, while you going away will find it easily. But if we find it now, depend upon it, I shall not trouble you by inquiring what that was which you had discovered by yourself. For the present, consider it, if it seems to you to be the beautiful. I say that it is, but keep your eye on me, and give me all your attention, that I may not say anything silly. Let then that which is useful be for us the beautiful, and this I say from thinking on these points. The eyes, we say, are beautiful, not when they seem to be such, but are unable to see, but when they are able and useful for seeing. Is it not so? Hippias. It is. Socrates. Say we not then of the whole body thus, that one part of it is beautiful for running, another for wrestling, and further that all the animal kind, as a beautiful horse, and a cock, and a quail, and all utensils and vehicles for land and sea, ships and triremes, and all instruments both for music and the other arts, and pursuits and laws, and nearly everything we call beautiful, are in the same position, and looking to each of them, in what way it has been born, made, or laid down, we speak of a thing which is useful as being beautiful in what it is useful, and for what it is useful, and when it is useful. But another thing, which is entirely useless, we call not beautiful. Does it not so seem to you, Hippias? Hippias. To me it does. Socrates. Correctly then do we now say that the useful happens to be more than all beautiful. Hippias. Correctly, Socrates. Socrates. Now is not each thing which is able to effect anything useful, so far as it is able, but that which is unable useless? Hippias. Entirely so. Socrates. Power then is beautiful, and want of power is not beautiful? Hippias. Very much so. And the rest of things, Socrates, testify in our favor that such is the case, but particularly as regards matters of state. For of all things it is the most beautiful for a person to be powerful in state affairs, and in his own city, but to be powerless the least so. Socrates. You say well. By the gods then, Hippias, is not wisdom on this account the most beautiful of all things, and ignorance the least so? Hippias. What else do you think, Socrates? Socrates. Softly, my dear friend, since I have a fear about what I am saying. Hippias. What do you fear, Socrates? For your reasoning has proceeded very beautifully at present. Socrates. I wish it had. But do you consider this with me? Could a person do anything of which he knows nothing, and for which he has no power? Hippias. By no means. For how could he do that for which he has no power? Socrates. Are then they who err and act wrong, and do a thing unwillingly, other than those who would not have so acted unless they had possessed the power? Hippias. It is evident. Socrates. But, however, they who are powerful through power, for assuredly it is not through want of power. Hippias. Certainly not. Socrates. All then who do anything are able to do what they do? Hippias. Yes. Socrates. And all men, beginning from boyhood, do many more evil things than good, and err unwillingly? Hippias. The fact is so. Socrates. What then? Shall we say that this power and these means, however useful they may be for the doing evil, are beautiful, or do they want much of being so? Hippias. They want much, in my opinion, Socrates. Socrates. The powerful, then, and the useful, Hippias, are not, it seems, the beautiful. Hippias. If indeed, Socrates, it has power to do good, or is useful for things of that kind. Socrates. Away then has fled that thing, at once the powerful and the useful, as being, without exception, beautiful. Now, this was that very thing, Hippias, which our soul meant to say, that the beautiful consists in utility, and the power to produce some good. Hippias. So it seems to me. Socrates. Now, this is the advantageous, is it not? Hippias. It is. Socrates. Thus then, beautiful bodies, and beautiful institutions, and wisdom, and all these things we just now mentioned are beautiful because advantageous. Hippias. Evidently so. Socrates. The advantageous then appears to be, Hippias, to us the beautiful. Hippias. Entirely so, Socrates. Socrates. But the advantageous is that which effects a good. Hippias. It is. Socrates. Now, that which effects is nothing else than a cause, is it not? Hippias. It is so. Socrates. The beautiful, therefore, is a cause of the good. Hippias. It is so. Socrates. Now the cause, Hippias, and that of which it is the cause are different, for the cause cannot surely be a cause of a cause. Consider it in this way. Did not the cause appear to be a maker? Hippias. Clearly. Socrates. That which is made by the maker is nothing else but the produced, but is not itself the maker. Hippias. Such is the fact. Socrates. The produced then is one thing, and the producer is another? Hippias. Yes. Socrates. The producer then is not the cause of itself, but of that which is produced by it. Hippias. Entirely so. Socrates. If then the beautiful is the cause of a good, such a good must be produced by the beautiful, and for this reason, as it seems, we attend to intelligence and all other beautiful things, because their work and issue are worthy of attention, as being the good. And from what we are discovering, the beautiful is near to being in the form, as it were, of a father to the good. Hippias. Entirely so, for you speak beautifully, Socrates. Socrates. Say I not this too beautifully, that neither is the father the son, nor is the son the father? Hippias. Beautifully indeed. Socrates. Nor is the cause the thing produced, nor is, on the other hand, the thing produced the cause. Hippias. You say what is true. Socrates. By Zeus, then, thou best of men, neither is the beautiful the good, nor is the good the beautiful. Or does it seem to you, from what has been said, that it is possible? Hippias. By Zeus, it appears to me not possible. Socrates. Does it then please us, and are we willing to assert, that the beautiful is not good, nor the good beautiful. Hippias. By Zeus, it does not please me at all. Socrates. And by Zeus, Hippias, to me too it pleases the least of all the assertions we have made. Hippias. And reasonably so. Socrates. The assertion, then, which just now appeared the most correct of all, that the advantageous and the useful and the powerful to do some good was the beautiful, runs the risk of not being so, but if possible of being more ridiculous than the first mentioned, in which we conceived the maiden and each of the things before mentioned to be the beautiful. Hippias. It seems so, indeed. Socrates. And I too, Hippias, have no longer where to turn myself, but am at a loss. Have you anything to say? Hippias. Not at least for the present, but, as I said just now, I know well that on reflection I shall find it out. Socrates. But through my eagerness to know, I seem to myself unable to wait your delay. For, after being somewhat in doubt, I think I have just now found out a way. For consider, if we call that beautiful which causes us to be delighted. I do not mean all pleasures, but that which arises through the hearing and the sight. How and for what could we contend? For surely beautiful men, Hippias, and embroidery of all kinds, and pictures of animals, and earthenware, do, when they are beautiful, delight us, while we look upon them, and so likewise do beautiful sounds, and music in general, and conversations, and story-telling produce the very same effect. So that should we say, in reply to that swaggering fellow, my man of metal, the beautiful is that which produces pleasure through the hearing and the sight, think you that we should restrain him from his swaggering? Hippias. What the beautiful is seems, Socrates, to me at least, to be well defined. Socrates. What then shall we say, Hippias? That pursuits and institutions being pleasant through the hearing or through the sight are beautiful? Or have they some other kind of beauty? Hippias. These beautiful things will, perhaps, Socrates, lie hid from the man. Socrates. But by the dog, not from the person, Hippias, before whom I should be the most ashamed to trifle, and to pretend to say something to the purpose, when I was saying nothing. Hippias. Who is he? Socrates. The son of Sophroniscus, who would no more suffer me to say off-hand what has not been investigated, than to speak as if I knew what I did not know. Hippias. To myself too it appears, since you have mentioned it, that the case is different as regards institutions. Socrates. Softly, Hippias, for we have fallen into the very same difficulty respecting the beautiful as we were in just now, and we are in danger of conceiving ourselves to be in a pretty easy road. Hippias. How say you so, Socrates? Socrates. I will state what to me appears to be beautiful, if indeed I am saying any to the purpose. That which relates to institutions and pursuits would perhaps appear to be not removed from the sensations which arise through the hearing and sight. But let us abide a while by the definition, that what is through those senses pleasant is beautiful, without bringing before us the question relating to institutions. Now, should the man I mentioned, or any one else ask us, why have ye, Hippias and Socrates, separated from the pleasant in general that species of it in which ye say consists the beautiful, and yet deny that what relates to the other sensations connected with food and drink and sexual intercourse, and all the rest of such a kind, are beautiful? Or do ye assert that these are not pleasant, and that there are no pleasures at all in such sensations, nor in anything else except seeing and hearing? What shall we say, Hippias? Hippias. We will say, by all means, Socrates, that in the other things likewise there are very great pleasures. Socrates. Why then, he will say, do ye take away from these pleasures, really existing no less than those, their very name, and deprive them of the property of being beautiful? Because, we will say, there is not one who would not laugh at us were we to say that to eat is not a pleasant but a beautiful thing, and to smell sweet not a pleasant thing but beautiful. But with regard to sexual intercourse, all would surely admit that it is to us a thing the most pleasant, But it is meet so to carry it on, if a person will do it, as that no one see him, since it is a deed the most disgraceful to behold. On our saying this, Hippias, he will perhaps remark, I now perceive that you have been of old ashamed to say that these pleasures are beautiful, because they do not seem so to men. Now, I did not ask what seems to be beautiful to the multitude, but what is so in reality. Whereupon we shall, I presume, state in reply, that we asserted that this part of the pleasant, arising from the sight and hearing, was a beautiful thing. But have you it in your power to use the reasoning for anything? Or shall we, Hippias, say anything else? Hippias. Against what has been urged, Socrates, it is necessary to say no other than this. Socrates. Truly, do ye say well, he will reply. If then the pleasure, coming through the sight and hearing, be a beautiful thing, that which does not happen to be a part of such pleasant sensations, it is clear, cannot be beautiful. Shall we confess it? Hippias. Yes. Socrates. Is then that which is pleasurable, he will say, through the sight, pleasurable through the sight and hearing conjointly? Or that which is pleasurable through the hearing, pleasurable through the hearing and the sight conjointly? By no means, we shall answer, would that which exists through either exist through both. For this you seem to us to say, whereas we assert that each of these pleasurable things would be beautiful, taken by themselves, and both together. Should we not answer thus? Hippias. By all means. Socrates. Does then, he will say, any pleasure whatever differ from any other pleasure whatever in this, namely, in being a pleasure? For I ask not whether any pleasure is greater or less, or more or less, but whether any one differs by this very thing, in one of the pleasures being a pleasure, but the other not a pleasure. Does it not seem so to us? Hippias. For it does not seem so. Socrates. For some other reason then, he will say, than because they are pleasures, have ye selected these from all the rest? And having some such view with regard to both, that they differ in some respect from the rest, did ye not, looking to this, say that they are beautiful? For seeing is surely not a beautiful thing on this account, that it is through seeing. For if this were the reason of its being beautiful, the other pleasure, that through hearing, would not be beautiful, as not partaking of that which is peculiar to the sense of seeing. Shall we say you speak the truth? Hippias. We will. Socrates. Nor, on the other hand, is the pleasure through the hearing beautiful on this account, that it is through hearing. For, then, that through seeing would not be beautiful, as not partaking of that which is peculiar to the sense of hearing. Shall we say, Hippias, that the man, in speaking so, speaks correctly? Hippias. Yes, correctly. Socrates. But both, he will rejoin, are beautiful, as you assert. For so we say? Hippias. We do. Socrates. They have then something in common, and the same which causes them to be beautiful, and which belongs to both conjointly and severally to each. For otherwise they would not be beautiful conjointly and severally. Give to me a reply, as if to him. Hippias. I answer that it appears to me as you say. Socrates. If then these pleasures taken conjointly are affected by any circumstance, but not so if taken separately, they could not, at least under that circumstance, be beautiful. Hippias. How could it be possible, Socrates, that when neither are affected by any circumstance whatever, that both should be affected by that by which neither is affected? Socrates. You think it is impossible? Hippias. Yes. For a great want of acquaintance with the nature of those things would possess me, and of speaking the present speeches. Socrates. You speak pleasantly, Hippias. For I am in danger equally of fancying I see something so circumstanced as you aver to be impossible, but yet I see nothing clearly. Hippias. You are in no danger, Socrates, but you very readily look aside. Socrates. And yet many things of such a kind appear to me before my soul, but I distrust them, because they do not present themselves to you, who have made the most money of all now famed for wisdom, but only to myself, who have never made any. And I have an idea, my friend, that you are playing with me, and are willingly deceiving me. Such strong, and so many. Hippias. No one will know better than yourself, Socrates, whether I am playing with you or not, if you will only endeavor to tell me what are those things that have presented themselves to you. For you will be seen to say nothing to the purpose. For you will never find that both of us have been affected by circumstances together, by which neither you nor I have been separately. Socrates. How say you, Hippias? But perhaps you are speaking something to the purpose, and I do not understand it. Do you then hear from me what I wish to state more clearly? For it appears to me that what neither I have been under the circumstance of being, nor am, nor, on the other hand, what you are under such a circumstance, it is possible for both to be; and, on the other hand, that other things, which both of us are under the circumstance of being, neither of us are. Hippias. You appear to me, Socrates, to exhibit in your answers again still greater wonders than when you answered before. For just consider, if both of us were just, would not each of us be so? Or if each unjust, would not both be so? If both were in health, would not each be so? Or if each were wearied, or wounded, or struck, or were affected in any other way whatever, would not both of us be affected in the same way? Still further, if both of us happen to be made of gold, or silver, or ivory, or, if you will, well born, or wise, or held in honor, or old, or young, or in any state you will, incident to man, is there not a great necessity for each to be so? Socrates. Most assuredly. Hippias. But neither do you, Socrates, consider things as wholes, nor do they, with whom you are wont to converse. For, taking separately the beautiful, and each of things existing, you discuss it in your discourses, cutting it into fractions, and hence things of great size, and of continuous length, escape your observation. And to such an extent have they escaped you now, that you conceive there is something, either circumstance or being, which, as regards two things taken jointly, does exist, but does not as regards them taken singly; or, on the other hand, does exist as regards each taken singly, but not as regards both taken jointly. So illogically, and inconsiderately, and sillily, and unreflectingly do you conduct yourselves. Socrates. Such is our condition, Hippias. It is not what a man wishes, say the persons using everywhere the proverb, but what he can. But you are always assisting us with your admonitions, since even now, before I had been thus admonished by you how sillily we conduct ourselves, shall I give you still a plainer proof by stating what were our thoughts upon those points, or shall I not? Hippias. You will speak to one who knows already, Socrates, for I am conversant with each one of those who are engaged in disputations, and how they are situated. Still, if it is more agreeable to yourself, say on. Socrates. To me indeed it will be more agreeable. For we were, thou best of men, so silly before you said so of us, as to conceive, with regard to myself and you, that each of us was one person, and that both could not be what each was, for we are not one, but two persons. Such a simpleton was I. But now we have been taught the contrary, that if both together are two persons, each of us also is of necessity two, and that if each of us be one, it is necessary for both of us to be one. For by a continuous argument respecting being, it is not possible, according to Hippias, for it to be otherwise. But now, having been persuaded by you that whatever both of two things are, this too each of them is, I sit down here. But first remind me, Hippias, whether you and I are one, you and I together, or you are two, and I two. Hippias. What mean you, Socrates? Socrates. What I say. For I am afraid to speak plainly to you, because you are harsh with me whenever you seem to yourself to speak something to the purpose. But, however, tell me, is not each of us one, and so affected as to be one? Hippias. Certainly. Socrates, if then each of us be one, each of us must be also odd. Or think you that one is not an odd number? Hippias, I think it is. Socrates, are we then both odd, being two? Hippias, this, Socrates, could not be. Socrates, but both together are even, is it not so? Hippias, certainly. Socrates, now because both together are even, is each of us on this account even? Hippias, certainly not. Socrates, it is not then necessary, as you said just now, that what we both are together we should be singly, and that what each is we should both be. Hippias, not in these cases, but in those I spoke of before. Socrates, these are sufficient, Hippias, for we must be content with these, since it appears that some things are so, but others not. For I stated, if you remember, at the point from whence this conversation diverged, that the pleasures through the sight and through hearing cannot be beautiful in that by which each happened to be affected singly, and not both jointly, or both jointly, and not each singly, but by what they were affected jointly and singly. And hence you admitted that both together and each singly were beautiful. On this account, then, I conceived that, by the existence which follows upon both, they ought, if both were beautiful, to be themselves beautiful, but not by the existence wanting to the other. And I think so still. But tell me, as if at the beginning of our inquiry, if the pleasure through the sight and that through hearing are beautiful, both jointly and each singly, does not that which makes them so follow on both jointly and each singly? Hippias, certainly. Socrates, is it then because each singly is a pleasure, and both two jointly, that they are beautiful? Or on this account alone, because all the other pleasures would be in no respect less beautiful? For, if you remember, the latter were shown to be pleasures no less than the former. Hippias, I remember it well. Socrates, but because these are through the sight and hearing, on that account it was asserted they were beautiful? Hippias, it was so asserted. Socrates, see now whether I speak the truth. It was stated, as my memory serves me, not that the pleasurable of every kind was beautiful, but such as was through the sight and hearing. Hippias, it is true. Socrates, does not this circumstance then attend on both taken together, but not on each taken singly? For by no means does each of them, as was said before, exist through both, but both through both, and each not. Is it so? Hippias, it is. Socrates, each of them is not beautiful through that which does not attend each, for the both does not attend upon the either, so that we can by the hypothesis call both beautiful, but we cannot call either so. Or how say we? Is it not of necessity so? Hippias, so it appears. Socrates, shall we then say that both are beautiful, but deny that each is so? Hippias, what is to prevent it? Socrates, this seems to me, my friend, to prevent it, because there were to us some things so appertaining to each, that if they appertained to both, they would appertain likewise to each, and if to each, to both likewise. All such you went through, is it not so? Hippias, yes. Socrates, but what I went through were not so, of which was itself the each and the both. Is it so? Hippias, it is. Socrates, of what kind then, Hippias, does the beautiful seem to you, whether, as you asserted, that if I and you are strong, both are so, and if I and you are just, both are so, and if both, so too is each, and similarly, if I and you are beautiful, both are so, and if both, so too is each? Or is there nothing to prevent it, as in the case of numbers, where some things taken together being even may be, when taken singly, odd, and perhaps even, or when each, being taken separately, is perhaps irrational, but taken both together may be rational, or perhaps irrational? And there are other things of this kind, infinite in number, which I said presented themselves to me. Now, on which side do you place the beautiful? On that, as it appears to me, or to yourself? For it appears to me a great absurdity for both of us to be beautiful, yet each of us not so; or for each to be beautiful, yet both not so; or as regards any other thing whatever of such a kind. Do you choose to say in this way or that? Hippias. In this way, Socrates. Socrates. And you do wisely, Hippias, in order that we may be freed from a further search. For if any of these things is the beautiful, the pleasurable which comes through the sight and hearing would no longer be the beautiful. For the pleasurable that comes through the sight and hearing causes both taken together to be beautiful, but not either singly. This, however, cannot be, as I and you, Hippias, have agreed. Hippias. We have agreed. Socrates. It is impossible then for that which is pleasurable through the sight and hearing to be the beautiful, since a thing being produced as beautiful exhibits something of the impossible. Hippias. Such is the case. Socrates. Say then again from the beginning, he will say, since you have erred in this. What, say you, is that beauty which attends upon both these pleasures, for the sake of which you honored them before the others, and called them beautiful? To me, Hippias, there seems a necessity to say that these are of all pleasures the most harmless, and the best, taken together and singly. Or have you to state anything else by which they are different from other pleasures? Hippias. By no means, for they are in reality the best. Socrates. This then, he will say, do you now assert the beautiful to be, namely, pleasure that is advantageous? So it seems, I shall answer. But what you? Hippias. I too the same. Socrates. Is not then, he will say, the advantageous that which is the efficient of good? Now, the efficient, as shown lately, is a thing different from the effect, and the reasoning has now come to you to the former reasoning. For neither would the good be a beautiful thing, nor would the beautiful be a good thing, since each of these is something else. This we shall more than all assert if, Hippias, we are of sound mind. For it is surely not just not to agree with him who speaks correctly. Hippias. But what, Socrates, do you conceive to be all this taken together? They are the parings and snippings, as I said just now, of reasonings separated into little bits. But that is a thing both beautiful and of great worth, to be able to put together well and beautifully a speech before a court of justice, or the council hall, or any other official tribunal, before whom the speech may be addressed, and, after producing conviction, to depart, carrying off, not the least, but the greatest of prizes, in the preservation of oneself, and one's own property, and that of one's friends. These, then, you ought to lay hold of, and to bid adieu to such petty disputes, in order that you may not seem to be a simpleton by taking, as just now, trifles and inanities in hand. Socrates. You, my dear Hippias, are a happy man, for you know what pursuits a simpleton should follow, and have followed them, as you say, sufficiently. But the misfortune of an evil genius, as it seems, lays hold of me, who am wandering continually, and in doubt. For when I make a display of my doubts before you wise men, I am ever bespattered with dirt by you when I make a display. For ye tell me what you tell me now, that I busy myself about matters foolish, trivial, and worthless. But when, on the other hand, convinced by you, I say as ye do, that it is by far the best thing to be able to put together well and beautifully a speech, and to go through it before a court of justice, or any other concourse of people, I hear myself ill spoken of in all ways, both by some others here, but especially from that person who is always confuting me, for he happens to be my nearest of kin, and lives in the same house. Whenever then I enter my dwelling at home, and he hears me talking in this way, he asks me if I do not feel a shame in presuming to converse about beautiful pursuits, after I have been so clearly convicted that on the subject of the beautiful I do not know what it is in the abstract. And how then, says he, will you know who has put together a beautiful speech or not, or done any other beautiful act, while knowing nothing of the beautiful? And when you are in such a situation, think you it is better for you to live than to die? Thus it has happened, as I told you, for me to hear myself ill spoken of, and reproached by you, and to be abused by him. But perhaps I must endure all this, for nothing is out of place, if only I am benefited, and benefited, Hippias, I think I am, by my intercourse with both of you. For I seem to myself to understand what the proverb means, difficult are the beautiful. End of Hippias Major. Second Alcibiades by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Persons of the dialogue: Socrates, Alcibiades. Socrates: Are you going, Alcibiades, to pray to the god? Alcibiades: Just so, Socrates. Socrates: You appear to have a serious look, and to be directing your eyes to the ground, as if thinking upon something. Alcibiades: Of what should a person be thinking, Socrates? Socrates: Of things, Alcibiades, of the greatest moment, as it seems to myself at least. For, come, by Zeus, do you not think, when we happen to pray either in private or in public, that the gods themselves sometimes grant some of those prayers, and some not, and to some persons they not assent, but to some not? Alcibiades: Very much so. Socrates: Does it not seem then to you that there is need of much forethought in order that a person may not unconsciously pray for great evils for himself, while thinking he is praying for good, and that the gods may not happen to be in such a disposition as to grant whatever he happens to be praying for? Just as they say Oedipus did in praying that his sons might divide their patrimony by the sword, and when he might have prayed for his then present evils to be averted, he uttered a curse that others might be superadded, and thereupon both these were brought to pass, and after these others too, many and terrible, of which what need is there to speak singly? Alcibiades: But, Socrates, you have spoken of a man who was mad. For who, think you, of sound mind would venture to make such a prayer? Socrates: Does it seem to you that to be mad is at all the contrary to being in one's senses? Alcibiades: Perfectly so. Socrates: Do not men seem to you to be senseless and sensible? Alcibiades: Yes, to be so. Socrates: Come then, let us consider who these are. For that there are men senseless and sensible you have admitted, and others who are mad. Alcibiades: It has been admitted. Socrates: Moreover, there are some men in a sound state of health? Alcibiades: There are. Socrates: And are there not others in a bad state of health? Alcibiades: Certainly. Socrates: These are not the same with those? Alcibiades: They are not. Socrates: Are there not others who are in neither of those states? Alcibiades: Certainly not. Socrates: For every man must of necessity be either in a diseased state or not? Alcibiades: It seems so to myself at least. Socrates: What then, with respect to intellect and non-intellect, have you the same opinion? Alcibiades: How say you? Socrates: Does it seem to you to be necessary for a man to be sensible or senseless? Or is there some third and middle state which causes a man to be neither sensible nor senseless? Alcibiades: There certainly is not. Socrates: It is necessary then for him to be in the one or in the other of those states? Alcibiades: So it seems, to me at least. Socrates: Do you not remember that you admitted this, that insanity is contrary to being in one's senses? Alcibiades: I do. Socrates: and that there is no middle or third state which causes a man to be neither sensible nor senseless? Alcibiades. I admitted this too. Socrates. But how can two different things be contrary to one thing? Alcibiades. By no means. Socrates. To be senseless, then, and to be mad seem to be nearly the same thing? Alcibiades. They seem so. Socrates. If then we should pronounce that all fools were madmen, we should pronounce rightly, Alcibiades. For example, if some of your equals in age happen to be senseless, as indeed they are, and some of your elders likewise, come, by Jove, do you not think that in this city there are few sensible men, but the majority senseless, whom you call madmen? Alcibiades. Yes, I do. Socrates. Think you, then, that living under the same state with so many madmen, we should be delighted, or that we should not be buffeted and pelted, and have long since suffered punishment for such acts as madmen are wont to commit? But consider, thou blessed man, whether this be the case. Alcibiades. What then could it be, Socrates? For it appears nearly to be not what I just now fancied. Socrates. Neither does it appear so to myself. But let us look at the matter in some such way as this. Alcibiades. In what way do you mean? Socrates. I will tell you. We understand that some men are in bad health, do we not? Alcibiades. Certainly. Socrates. Does it seem to you necessary for every man in bad health to have the gout, or a fever, or ophthalmia? Or does it not seem to you that a man, without suffering at all in this way, may be ill in some other disorder? For diseases, we suppose, are of many various kinds, and not these alone. Alcibiades. I suppose there are. Socrates. Does not every ophthalmia seem to be a disease? Alcibiades. Yes. Socrates. But is every disease ophthalmia? Alcibiades. Certainly not, it seems to me. Yet still I am at a loss about your meaning. Socrates. If, however, you will give me your attention by considering the matter, both of us together will peradventure discover it. Alcibiades. I am giving you, Socrates, all attention to the best of my power. Socrates. Was it not agreed upon by us that every ophthalmia was a disease, but every disease was not an ophthalmia? Alcibiades. It was agreed so. Socrates. And it seems to me to have been correctly agreed. For all persons in a fever have a disease, but not all, however, who have a disease are in a fever. Neither have they all, I think, the gout, nor ophthalmia. Everything indeed of this kind is a disease, and they whom we call physicians say that diseases produce different effects. For all diseases are not alike, nor do they all act similarly, but each according to its own peculiar power, and yet they are all diseases, just as we understand there are in the case of workmen, do we not? Alcibiades. Certainly. Socrates. Such as shoemakers, carpenters, statuaries, and very many others, whom why need one mention in detail? All these have divided amongst them portions of handicraftship, and yet all are handicraftsmen. They are not, however, carpenters, nor shoemakers, nor statuaries taken altogether. Alcibiades. Certainly not. Socrates. Just so have men divided folly amongst them, and those who have the largest share we call madmen, but those who have a less, silly and thunderstruck. But if we choose to speak of such in good omened language, some call them high-spirited, but others simpletons, and others again harmless and inexperienced, and speechless. You will also find, upon inquiry, many other names, but they all mean non-intellect, although they differ, just as one art has been shown by us to differ from another, and one disease from another. Or how does it seem to you? Alcibiades. To me, in this way. Socrates. To the point, then, from whence we digressed, let us return back again. For it was proposed, I think, in the beginning of our conversation, to consider who are the senseless and sensible. for it was agreed that some such existed, was it not? Alcibiades. Yes, it was so agreed. Socrates. Whether then do you understand by the sensible those who know how to do and say what they ought? Alcibiades. I do. Socrates. And whom do you understand by the senseless? Are they not such as know neither of those things? Alcibiades. Those very persons. Socrates. Will not those persons, then, who know neither of those things, unconsciously say and do what they ought? Alcibiades. It appears so. Socrates. Now, of these very persons, Alcibiades, Oedipus, I said, was one; and you will find many of those living even now, who, though not influenced by anger, as he was, pray for things hurtful to themselves, not fancying them to be so, but good rather. He, indeed, as he did not pray for good, so neither did he fancy he was doing so; but some others there are, who have suffered the very contrary to this. For I think that you, if the God to whom you happen to be going should appear to you, and, before you had uttered a prayer, first ask you, "Will it suffice for you to become a despotic king of Athens?" And if you thought this a trifle, and no great thing should add, "And over all the Greeks?" And if he should see that you fancied you would still have too little, unless he were to appoint you king of the whole of Europe, and should undertake not this alone, but that on this very day, according to your wish, all should perceive that Alcibiades, the son of Cleinias, is their autocrat, I think you would walk away exceedingly delighted, as if you had met with the greatest good. Alcibiades. I fancy, Socrates, that any one else whatever would do so likewise, if such things were to happen to him. Socrates. You would not, however, be willing that the country of, and absolute dominion over, all the Greeks and barbarians should be yours in exchange for your life. Alcibiades. I suppose not; for why should I, when I was about to make no use of them? Socrates. What then, if you were about to make a bad and detrimental use of them? You would not be willing even in such a case? Alcibiades. Certainly not. Socrates. You see then that it is not safe to accept at random gifts when offered, nor for a person to pray that things may take place if he is about to be injured through them, or be totally released from life. Many too we could mention, who, after having longed for absolute power, and labored to obtain it, as if about to enjoy some mighty good, have, on account of their tyranny, been plotted against, and lost their lives. I think too that some events which happened, as it were, but yesterday, have come to your ears. How that a favorite of Archelaus, tyrant of Macedonia, murdered his admirer, through his being as fond of absolute power as the tyrant was of him, and with the view of becoming the tyrant himself, and a happy man; but that, possessing the power for 3 or 4 days, he was in turn plotted against by some of his friends, and destroyed. You see too of our fellow citizens, for this we have not heard from others, but know by being present ourselves, that such as have longed for, and obtained, the command of an army, some are even now exiles from the city, and others have ended their lives; and such as seemed to have fared the best have passed through many trying dangers and terrors during the campaign itself, and when they have returned to their own country, have suffered from informers a siege not at all inferior to that which they have endured from foreign foes; so that some of them prayed they had never been at the head of an army, rather than to have borne a command. Now, if the dangers and toils had tended to their benefit, it would have had some reason; but now it is quite the reverse. And, with respect to children, you will find, in the very same manner, how that some persons, after having prayed for them to be born, have, when they are born, come into the greatest calamities and sorrows. For some, whose children have been thoroughly wicked, have passed the whole of their lives in sorrow; and some whose children were well behaved, have met with the misfortune to be deprived of them, and have come into calamities in no respect less than the others, and, like them, have wished rather that their children had been never born. And yet, although these, and many other instances of the like kind, are so very evident to persons, it is rare to find a man who would refuse what is offered, or who, if he is about to obtain it by prayer, would cease to pray for it. Nor would the majority refrain from absolute power if offered them, or the command of an army, or many other things, which, when present, do more harm than good; but they would, on the contrary, pray for their possession, should such things happen not to be present to any one. And yet, after waiting a little time, they sometimes recant, and pray the reverse of what they prayed before. I have, therefore, my doubts that men do in reality accuse the gods unjustly, in saying that their evils come from them; for either by their own crimes or follies we should say, they griefs endure beyond their fated share. And that poet Alcibiades was near to being a sensible person, who, when connected with some friends void of understanding, and observing them to do and pray for things which it were better for them not to have, but which appeared to them to be good, thought proper to use in common a prayer which he expresses somehow to this effect: O Zeus, our king, whate'er is good vouchsafe to us, if prayers we offer or do not; but evil, when we pray thee to avert, do thou ordain. To me indeed the poet appears to speak correctly and safely; but if you have aught in your mind against this sentiment, do not hold your tongue. Alcibiades. It is a difficult matter, Socrates, to speak against anything which is said correctly. But I am thinking on that point of how many evils to man is ignorance the cause; since, as it seems, through it we are unconsciously doing to ourselves the greatest mischiefs, and, what is the worst, even praying for them, a fact which no one would fancy, but every one would conceive this rather, that he is competent to pray for things the best for himself, and not the worst; for this would in reality be like a curse, and not a prayer. Socrates. But perhaps, O best of men, some one who happens to be wiser than you or I would say that we do not speak correctly in blaming thus at random ignorance, unless we add that of some things and to some persons, and under certain circumstances, ignorance is a good, as it is to them an evil. Alcibiades. How say you? Is there anything whatever, of which it is better for any person whatever, under any circumstances whatever, to be ignorant than to know? Socrates. So it seems to me at least. And does it not to you? Alcibiades. No, by Zeus. Socrates. I will not bring a verdict against you on the point of your being willing to do to your own mother what they say Orestes and Alcmaeon did, or whoever else may have happened to act in the same manner as they did. Alcibiades. Speak, by Zeus, words of good omen, Socrates. Socrates. There is no need, Alcibiades, of your bidding that person to speak words of good omen, who says that you would not be willing to do such a deed, but much rather him who says the contrary. But since the deed appears to you to be so dreadful that it ought not to be mentioned so easily, do you think that Orestes, if he had been a sensible person, and known what it was best for him to do, would have dared to commit any such act? Alcibiades. By no means. Socrates. Nor would, I think, any other man. Alcibiades. Certainly not. Socrates. The ignorance, therefore, of what is best is an evil, and to be ignorant of the best? Alcibiades. So it appears, at least to me. Socrates. And to him, and to all other men. Alcibiades. So I say. Socrates. Let us consider further this too. If it occurred to you on this very instant to think it were a better thing for you to take a dagger, and, going to the house of Pericles, your guardian and your friend, to ask, Is he within, with the intention of killing only him, and no other person, and that the servants should say, He is within. I do not assert that you have an inclination to do any of these things, but if, as I think, it shall seem good to you, which surely nothing prevents, that to him who is ignorant of what is the best, an opinion has at some time occurred, so that what is even the worst has been thought at some time to be the best? Or does it not seem to you it would be? Alcibiades. Certainly so. Soc. If then, upon going within, you should see himself there, but not knowing him, should think he was some other person, would you still venture to kill him? Alcibiades. No, by Zeus, I do not think I should. Soc. For you would not kill any person who happened to meet you, but only that very person whom you wish to kill. Is it not so? Alcibiades. Yes. Soc. And if you made frequent attempts, but were always ignorant of his being Pericles, whenever you were about to do the deed, you never would make an attack upon him. Alcibiades. Certainly not. Soc. What then? Do you think that Orestes would ever have made an attack upon his mother, if in like manner he had not known her? Alcibiades. I think he would not. Soc. For he too had it not in his mind to kill any woman who might meet him, nor the mother of any person whatever, but his own mother. Alcibiades. Such is the fact. Soc. To persons then so situated, and having such fancies, it is better not to know such things. Alcibiades. It appears so. Soc. Do you then perceive that of some things, and to some persons, and under some circumstances, ignorance is a good, and not, as it seemed to you just now, an evil? Alcibiades. It is probable. Soc. Further still, if you are willing to consider what is after this, it would perhaps appear to you to be absurd. Alcibiades. What especially, Socrates? Soc. That the possession of all other sciences, so to speak, is, unless a person possesses the science of what is best, very near to being seldom a benefit, but generally hurtful to the person possessing it. And consider in this way: does it not seem to you necessary that, when we are about to do or say anything, we ought to know, or previously fancy we know, or know in reality, what we are about to say or do rather readily? Alcibiades. To me at least it seems so. Soc. Do not then our public speakers, either knowing how to counsel, or fancying they know, give us their counsel on the instant on every occasion, some about war and peace, others about the building of walls, or furnishing harbors, and in one word, whatever one state does to another state, or itself by itself, all takes place from the advice of the orators? Alcibiades. You speak the truth. Soc. See then what is after this. Alcibiades. If I am able. Soc. You surely call persons sensible and senseless? Alcibiades. I do. Soc. Do you not call the many senseless, but the few sensible? Alcibiades. Just so. Soc. And you call both so, with an eye to something? Alcibiades. Yes. Soc. Would you call that man sensible who knows how to give advice, but without knowing whether a thing is better, and in what it is better? Alcibiades. Certainly not. Soc. Nor him, I think, who knows war abstractedly, but without knowing when it is better, or for how long a time it is better. Is it not so? Alcibiades. It is. Soc. Nor if a person knows how to murder another, or to take away his property, or to cause him to be an exile from his country, without knowing when it is better, or to whom it is better to do so. Alcibiades. Certainly not. Soc. The man, therefore, who possesses any knowledge of such a kind, unless the knowledge also of what is best follows at his side, now this is surely the same as the knowledge of what is beneficial. Is it not so? Alcibiades. Certainly it is. Soc. Shall we say that he is a sensible and a competent counsellor, both for the state and himself, but that the man who does not do so is the contrary of these? Or how seems it to you? Alcibiades. To me in this way. Soc. What then? Should a person who knows how to ride, or shoot with a bow, or wrestle, or box, or engage in any other kind of combat, or in anything else which we know by art, by what name will you call him who knows what takes place the better according to each art? Will you not call him who knows according to the equestrian art an equestrian? Alcibiades. Yes. Socrates. And him who knows according to the boxing art a boxer? But him according to the hautboy playing art a hautboy player? And in the rest of cases surely analogously to these, or how otherwise? Alcibiades. Not otherwise than in this way. Socrates. Does it then seem to you necessary that the person knowing any of these is a sensible man? Or shall we say that he wants much of being so? Alcibiades. Much indeed, by Zeus. Socrates. What kind of a commonwealth do you think there would be composed of good bowmen and hautboy players, and still more of athletes, and other artists, and of those mixed with such as we have just now mentioned, who know how to war in the abstract, and to murder in the abstract, and moreover of orators puffed up with the statesman's swell, but all devoid of the knowledge of what is best, and of that which knows when it is better to make use of each one of those things, and against whom? Alcibiades. A bad one, Socrates, I think. Socrates. And you would say, I think, when you saw each one of these men full of ambition, and giving the greatest share he has in the commonwealth to that point, where he may happen to be best himself. I mean that which becomes best according to his own art, but of that which is the best for the state, and himself for himself having missed for the most part, as having, I think, trusted without intellect to opinion. Since then such is the case, should we not speak correctly in saying that such a commonwealth was full of great disorder and of lawlessness? Alcibiades. Right indeed, by Zeus. Socrates. Did it not seem to us to be necessary that we ought previously to fancy we know, or to know in reality, what we are about to say or do readily? Alcibiades. It seems so. Socrates. Should then a person do what he knows or thinks he knows, and there follow that we have ourselves beneficially and profitably, both to the state and himself to himself, is not? Alcibiades. How not? Socrates. But if he does, I think the contrary of these, there will be a benefit neither to the public nor himself. Alcibiades. Certainly not. Socrates. What then does it seem to you now? In the like manner, or somehow otherwise? Alcibiades. Not otherwise than this. Socrates. Did you not say that you called the many senseless, but the few sensible? Alcibiades. I did. Socrates. And do we not say again that the many have missed of what is the best, by having generally, I think, trusted to opinion without intellect? Alcibiades. We say it. Socrates. It is for the interest then of the many, neither to know anything, nor to fancy they know, if they shall be more ready to do what they know, or fancy they know, and by doing so are about to be still more injured than benefited. Alcibiades. You say what is most true. Socrates. Do you see then that when I said that the possession of the other sciences is, unless a person possesses the science of what is best, very near to being seldom beneficial, and generally hurtful to the person possessing it, did I not appear to be speaking in reality correctly? Alcibiades. If not then, yet now it seems so, Socrates. Socrates. It is requisite then for a state and a soul that is about to live correctly, to cling to this science, just as a person in sickness does to a physician, or a person about to sail in safety does to a steersman, by so much as the soul may not previously have a favorable wind, either respecting the possession of property, or the strength of body, or anything else of such a kind. By so much the greater errors is it necessary, it seems, to arise from them. And he who possesses what is called much learning and much art, but is destitute of this very science, and is carried along by each of the others, will he not in reality justly encounter a violent storm, inasmuch as he is, I think, continuing at sea without a steersman, a time not long life of gods; so that it seems to me that here too suits the sentiment of the poet, which he expresses while he is bringing a charge against some one that trades many knew he, but knew badly all. Alcibiades. But how, Socrates, does the verse of this poet suit here? For to me it seems to say nothing to the purpose. Soc. Nay, it is very much to the purpose. But this poet writes enigmatically, and so do nearly all the others. For the whole of poetry is naturally enigmatical, and it is not for a person who is to be met with anywhere to understand it. And in addition to its being such naturally, when it seizes upon a man of a grudging disposition, and unwilling to make himself known, but desirous to conceal as much as possible his wisdom, it seems to be difficult beyond measure to understand what each of those poets mean. For you cannot surely think that Homer, a poet most divine and clever, was ignorant how impossible it is for a person to know a thing badly. For he it is who says that Margites knew many things, but knew all badly. But he speaks enigmatically, I suppose, by introducing the word badly instead of the word bad, and he knew instead of to know. There is then a sentence composed, unshackled by the metre, and it expresses what he meant, that he knew many trades, but that to know all was to him an evil. It is evident, then, that if to know many things was to him an evil, he himself was some worthless fellow, at least if we must give any credit to the reasonings previously produced. Alcibiades. And so it seems, Socrates, to me; for I should hardly give credit to other reasonings, if not to these. Soc. And correctly does it seem so. Alcibiades. Again it seems to me. Soc. But come, by Zeus, for you surely see how great and of what kind is the difficulty and doubt in which you too appear to me to have a share, as you never rest at all in changing your place up and down. But what may have seemed especially to you, this to have gone secretly away again, and so seems no longer in a similar manner. Should the God, then, to whom you happen to be going, appear to you even now, and ask you, before you had prayed for anything whatever, whether it would be sufficient for you, if any of those things mentioned at the beginning were to take place, or should he leave it to yourself to make a request, how, think you, could you avail yourself of the opportunity? Either by accepting any of the things offered, or by praying yourself for something to happen. Alcibiades. Now, by the gods, Socrates, I should not know what to say in such a case; but it seems to me to be a violent thing, and in good truth one of caution, in order that a person may not unconsciously pray for things evil, while fancying them to be good, and then, after waiting, as you said, a little time, recant, and pray the reverse to what he did at first. Soc. Did not then the poet, whom I mentioned at the beginning of the argument, know somewhat more than we do, when he begged of Zeus to avert terrible things from us when praying? Alcibiades. So it seems to me. Soc. The Lacedaemonians, therefore, Alcibiades, having admired this very poet, or having so considered themselves the matter, put up on every occasion, in private and in public, a similar prayer, by requesting the gods to grant them ever things honorable in addition to what are good, and no one has ever heard them pray for anything more. Accordingly, up to the passing time, they have been fortunate less than none. And even if it has happened to them to be not fortunate in everything, it was not on account of this prayer of theirs, but it is for the gods, I presume, to grant what a person happens to pray for, and the reverse. And I am desirous of telling you something else, which I once heard from certain elderly persons, how that when differences arose between the Athenians and the Lacedaemonians, it so happened to our city, that whenever there was a battle, by land or sea, it was unsuccessful, and never able to gain a victory. Thereupon the Athenians, brooking ill their doings, and at a loss for some contrivance to find an escape from their present evils, held a council, and it seemed to them that it would be best to send to Ammon and inquire of him, and, in addition, this too likewise: on what account do the gods always give the victory to the Lacedaemonians rather than to us, who, of all the Greeks, bring them sacrifices the most numerous and the most beautiful, and have decorated their temples with offerings such as none else have done, and are wont to make to the gods processions the most costly and the most solemn each year, and to expend money such as all the rest of the Greeks never did together; whereas the Lacedaemonians have never paid the least regard to any of these things, but conduct themselves in so slighting a manner towards the gods as to sacrifice on each occasion animals, maimed even, and in all other matters fall far short of us not a little in honoring the gods, although possessing property not less than our state. When the messenger had thus spoken, and had inquired of the oracle what they ought to do to find a deliverance from their present evils, the prophet made no other answer, for it is evident that God did not permit him, but, calling the messengers, said: To the Athenians, thus saith Ammon. He saith that he prefers the good omened address of the Lacedaemonians before all the sacrifices of the rest of the Greeks. These words he said, and nothing more. Now it seems to me that by a good omened address the god means only that prayer of theirs, for it is in reality much superior to the prayers of others. For the rest of the Greeks are wont, some of them, after placing by the altar oxen with gilded horns, and others presenting the gods with offerings to be hung up in temples, to pray for whatever they happen to desire, whether it be good or evil. The gods, therefore, on hearing their impious addresses, accept not their costly processions and sacrifices, so that there is need of much caution and consideration as to what is to be spoken and not. And you will find in Homer likewise other expressions similar to these. For he says that the Trojans, on taken up their night quarters, the perfect hecatombs to the immortal gods gave, and that the winds carried the savour of the fat to heaven. Sweet smelling, but the blessed gods refused to taste it, for by them was hated much the holy Ilion, and Priam too, and of the careful Priam subjects all. So that it was of no use for them to sacrifice, or to expend presents in vain, when they were thus hated by the gods. For the divine nature, I conceive, is not such as to be seduced by presents, like a knavish judge; but we are giving a silly reason, if we think to get the better of the Lacedaemonians in this way. For it would be a dreadful thing indeed, if the gods looked to gifts and sacrifices, and not the soul, should a person happen to be holy and just. Nay, they look much more, I think, to this, than to expensive processions and sacrifices, for which there is nothing to prevent those from having the power to pay each year, either individuals or states, who have sinned greatly against the gods, and greatly too against men. But they, as not receiving bribes, disdain all such things as these, as says the God, and the prophet of the gods. It seems then that justice and prudence are near to being honored above all things by the gods, and by men too, that have any sense. Now the sensible and the just are none other than such as know what it is meet to do and say, both towards gods and men. But I should be glad to hear from you what are your thoughts upon this subject. Alcibiades. To myself, Socrates, the matter seems to be in no other way than it does to you and the God; for it would not be reasonable for me to vote contrary to the God. Socrates. Do you not remember then saying that you were much at a loss, lest you should unconsciously be praying for evil things, fancying them to be good? Alcibiades. I do. Socrates. You see then that it is not safe for you to go to the God with the view of praying, in order that, should it so happen, he may not hear you speaking impiously, and receive no part of your sacrifice, and you perchance meet with something different. It seems to me, therefore, that it is best to keep quiet, for through your high spirit, for that is the fairest of names for folly, I think you would not be willing to make use of the Lacedaemonian prayer. It is necessary, therefore, for a man to wait until he has learnt how he ought to conduct himself towards gods and men. Alcibiades. But when, Socrates, will that time be? And who is he that will instruct me? For I should be very glad, I think, to see who the man is. Socrates. It is he of whose care you are the object. But it seems to me, as Homer says of Minerva, that she removed the mist from before the eyes of Diomed, that he might clearly see both gods and men. So must he, in the first place, remove from your soul the mist that now happens to be present there, and then apply those things through which you will be about to know both good and evil, for now you seem to be unable to do so. Alcibiades. Let him then remove the mist, or anything else that he pleases, as I am prepared not to fly from anything ordered by him, whoever he may be, if I am about to become a better man. Socrates. And yet he has a very wonderful eagerness in your behalf. Alcibiades. Till that time, then, it seems to me to be best to put off my sacrifice. Socrates. And rightly it seems so to you, for it is safer than to run so great a risk. Alcibiades. But how, Socrates? However, since you seem to me to have given good advice, I will put this garland round your brows, and to the gods we will then present crowns, and all the other customary offerings, when I behold that day arrive, and it will in no long time arrive, if they are willing. Socrates. Well, I accept both this, and I would see myself readily accepting anything else given by you. And as Creon, when he sees Tiresias wearing garlands, and hears that he had obtained them as the first fruits of spoils taken from the enemy, is made by Euripides to say, This crown as a happy omen have I worn, for well you know how tempest-tossed we lie. So do I place on myself this opinion on your part as an omen of good, for I seem to myself to be in no less a storm than Creon, and I would gladly be a victor over your admirers. End of Second Alcibiades. Theages, by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Persons of the Dialogue: Demodocus, Socrates, Theages. Demodocus. I want, Socrates, to speak with you in private about some matters, if you are at leisure. And if your want of leisure be not very great, for my sake, however, make leisure. Socrates. Nay, I am at leisure in other respects, and on your account very much so. If then you wish to say anything, it is in your power to do so. Demodocus. Are you willing then for us to retire out of the way to the portico of Zeus Eleutherius, hard by? Socrates. If it seems good to you. Demodocus. Let us go then, Socrates. All natural productions growing out of the earth, and other animals as well as man, appear to subsist in nearly the same manner. For to such of us as cultivate the ground, it is a thing the most easy in the case of plants, to prepare everything prior to planting, and even the planting itself. But when what has been planted is in a living state, the care of it becomes great and painful and difficult. The same thing appears to take place with respect to human beings likewise. I form this conjecture as regards other things from my own affairs. For of this my son, whether one must call it the planting or the procreating, it is the easiest of all things, but his education is difficult, and I am continually in fear about him. On other points much might be said, but the desire which now possesses him alarms me very much. It is not indeed an ignoble one, but it is dangerous, for he desires Socrates, as he says, to become a wise man. I suspect that certain youths of his own age, and of the same ward, have been going down to the city, and repeating certain discourses, and disturbed his mind very much. Of these he is emulous, and for a long time is giving me great trouble, thinking it fit that I should pay attention to him, and pay money to some of the sophists, who might make him a wise man. For the money, indeed, I care less than nothing, but think that in going whither he is hastening, he is running into no small danger. Hitherto I have by soothing restrained him, but as I am no longer able to do so, I think it best to yield to him, lest by frequently associating with others without me, he should be corrupted. Hence I am come for this very purpose, that I may place him with some one of those who are considered to be sophists. Opportunely then for us have you appeared, with whom, as I am about to engage in affairs of this kind, I wished very much to consult. If then you have any advice to give respecting what you have heard from me, it is both lawful and needful to do so. Socrates. Counsel, Demodocus, is said to be a sacred thing. If then any other consultation is sacred, this is so, about which you are now considering. For there is not a thing about which a person may consult more divine than about the instruction of himself and of those related to him. In the first place, then, let you and I agree together as to what we think that thing is about which we are consulting, lest I may not perchance take it to be one thing, and you another, and we afterwards perceive, when the conference has proceeded far, that we are an object of ridicule, both I who give, and you who request advice, in not thinking the same upon anything. Demodocus. You appear to me, Socrates, to speak correctly, and it is meet so to do. Socrates. And speak I do correctly, but not entirely so, since I make a trifling alteration. For I am thinking that perhaps this youth may not desire that which we think he desires, but something else, and in that case we shall be still more absurd in consulting about something different. It appears therefore to me to be the most correct to begin by inquiring of him what the thing is which he desires. Demodocus. It appears very nearly to be the best to do as you say. Socrates. Tell me then, what is the name of this handsome youth? What must we call him? Demodocus. His name, Socrates, is Theages. Socrates. You have given your son, Demodocus, a beautiful and sacred-like name. Tell us, Theages, do you say that you desire to become a wise man? And do you think it fit for this your father to find out the acquaintance of such a person as may make you wise? Theages. Yes. Socrates. Do you call those men wise who are skilled in that respecting which they have a knowledge, or those who have not? Theages. Those who have a knowledge. Socrates. What then, has not your father caused you to be instructed, or taught you himself, what others are taught, who are the sons of fathers good and honorable, for instance, letters, to play on the harp, to wrestle, and other exercises? Theages. Yes, myself. Socrates. Do you think then there is still a want of some knowledge to which it is proper for your father to pay attention for your sake? Theages. I do. Socrates. What is it? Tell us it, that we may gratify you. Theages. My father knows it, Socrates, for I have often mentioned it to him, but he designedly says this to you, as if truly he did not know what I desire. For in this and other matters likewise he opposes me, and is unwilling to place me with any one. Socrates. But all that you have hitherto said to him has been said, as it were, without witnesses. Now, therefore, make me a witness, and state before me what is the wisdom you desire. For come now, if you should desire that wisdom by which men steer ships, and I should happen to ask you, what is the wisdom, Theages, of which being in want you blame your father, because he is unwilling to place you with a man through whom you might become wise, what answer would you give me? What would you say this wisdom is? Is it not the pilot's art? Theages. Yes. Socrates. And if you desired to be wise in that wisdom by which persons direct chariots, and afterwards blamed your father, on my asking you what this wisdom is, what answer would you give me? Would you not say it is the charioteer's art? Theages. Yes. Socrates. But is the wisdom of which you have now a desire nameless, or has it a name? Theages. I think it has a name. Socrates. Whether then do you know it, but not its name? Or its name likewise? Theages. Its name likewise. Socrates. Say then what it is. Theages. What other name, Socrates, can one say it has than that of wisdom? Socrates. Is not then the charioteer's art wisdom likewise? Or does it appear to you to be ignorance? Theages. It does not. Socrates. But wisdom? Theages. Yes. Socrates. For what do we use it? Is it not for that by which we know how to manage horses when yoked? Theages. Yes. Socrates. Is not then the pilot's art wisdom likewise? Theages. To me at least it appears so. Socrates. Is it not that by which we know how to manage ships? Theages. It is. Socrates. But what is the wisdom of which you are desirous? What by it do we know how to govern? Theages. By it we know, it seems to me, how to govern men. Socrates. What, sick men? Theages. No. Socrates. For that wisdom is the physician's art, is it not? Theages. Yes. Socrates. Is it that then by which we know how to regulate singers in choirs? Theages. It is not. Socrates. For this is the musician's art. Theages. Certainly. Socrates. But is it that by which we know how to regulate those who are engaged in gymnastic exercises? Theages. No. Socrates. For this is the gymnast's art? Theages. It is. Socrates. Is it that of those who do what? Be ready to state it to myself, as I have the preceding to you. Theages. It is that by which persons do something in the city. Socrates. Are there not then in a city persons who are sick? Theages. Yes, but I am not speaking of these only, but also of the others in the city. Socrates. Do I then understand the art of which you are speaking? For you appear to me to say it is not that by which we know how to govern mowers, and grape gatherers, and planters, and sowers, and threshers. For it is the husbandman's art by which we govern these, is it not? Theages. Yes. Socrates. Nor are you speaking of that by which we govern sawyers, and planers, and turners, for does not this belong to the carpenter's art? Theages. Yes. Socrates. But perhaps you are speaking of that wisdom by which we govern all these, and husbandmen, and carpenters, and all artificers skilled and unskilled, and men and women. Theages. Of this wisdom, Socrates, I have for a long while ago been wishing to speak. Socrates. Can you say that Aegisthus, who slew Agamemnon at Argos, had dominion over what you have mentioned, artificers skilled and unskilled, and men and women, all taken together, or over some other things? Theages. No, but over these. Socrates. What then? Did not Peleus, the son of Aeacus, have dominion over those very kind of persons in Phthia? Theages. Yes. Socrates. And you have heard that Periander, the son of Cypselus, was a ruler in Corinth? Theages. Yes. Socrates. And did he not rule over the very kind of persons in his city? Theages. Yes. Socrates. What then? Do you not think that Archelaus, the son of Perdiccas, who was lately the ruler in Macedonia, had dominion over the same kind of persons? Theages. I do. Socrates. And over whom do you think that Hippias, the son of Pisistratus, ruled in this city? Was it not over these kind of persons? Theages. How not? Socrates. Can you tell me then what appellation Bacchis and the Sibyl, and our countryman Amphilytus bore? Theages. What else, Socrates, than oracle chaunters? Socrates. You speak correctly, but endeavor to give me an answer as to what appellation Hippias and Periander bore through the same kind of dominion. Theages. Tyrants, I think, for what else could it be? Socrates. Whoever then desires to have dominion over all the men together in the city, desires this very same dominion, the tyrannic, and to be a tyrant. Theages. So it appears. Socrates. Do you then say that you desire this dominion? Theages. It seems so from what I have said. Socrates. O you wicked youth! Do you desire to tyrannize over us? And have you for a long time blamed your father because he did not send you to the school of some tyrant teacher? And are not you, Demodocus, ashamed of yourself, who, having known a long time ago what this youth desired, and having likewise the power of sending him where you might have made him that skilful artist in wisdom of which he is desirous, have, notwithstanding, begrudged him this, and are unwilling to send him? But now, you see, since he has spoken against you before me, let us consult in common, you and I, to whose school we may send him, and through associating with whom he may become a wise tyrant. Demodocus. Let us, by Zeus then, Socrates, consult; for it appears to me that there is need of no despicable counsel in this affair. Socrates. Permit us first, thou good man, to interrogate him sufficiently. Demodocus. Interrogate him. Socrates. What then, Theages, if we should make use of Euripides? For he somewhere says, tyrants are wise, by converse with the wise. If then some one should ask Euripides, in what say you, Euripides, do tyrants become wise by the conversation of the wise? Just as if he had said, farmers are wise, by converse with the wise. And we had asked him, in what are they wise? What would he have answered? Would he reply that they are wise in anything else than in things pertaining to agriculture? Theages. In nothing else but those. Socrates. But what if he had said, cooks become wise, by converse with the wise? And we had asked him, in what are they wise? What would he have answered? Would it not have been, in things pertaining to cooking? Theages. Yes. Socrates. Again, if he had said, wrestlers are wise, by converse with the wise. And we had asked him, in what are they wise? Would he not have said, in things pertaining to wrestling? Theages. Yes. Socrates. But since he says, tyrants are wise, by converse with the wise, upon our asking him, in what say you, Euripides, are they wise? What would be his answer? Theages. By Zeus, I do not know. Socrates. Are you willing then for me to tell you? Theages. If you are willing. Socrates. It is that which Anacreon says Callicrate knew. Or do you not know the song? Theages. I do. Socrates. What then? Do you also desire the conversation of a man who happens to be a fellow artist with Callicrate, the daughter of Cuene, and who knows the art of a tyrant, as the poet says she did, in order that you may become a tyrant over us and the city? Theages. You have for some time, Socrates, been laughing at and playing with me. Socrates. What then? Do you say that you do not desire this wisdom by which you may rule over all the citizens? And, doing this, would you be anything else but a tyrant? Theages. I would pray indeed, I fancy, to be a tyrant over all men, or if not of all, of the greatest part; and I think that you and all other men would do the same, and perhaps still more, to be a god. But I did not say that I desired this. Socrates. But what then, after all, is this which you desire? Do you not say that you desire to rule over the citizens? Theages. Not by violence, nor as tyrants do, but I desire to rule over the willing in the same manner as other men of note in the city. Socrates. Do you mean as Themistocles, and Pericles, and Cimon, and such as were skilled in state affairs? Theages. By Zeus, I mean those. Socrates. What then, if you happen to be desirous of becoming wise in horsemanship, by going to whom do you think you would become a skilful horseman? Would it be by going to others than those skilled in horses? Theages. By Zeus, not I. Socrates. But you would go to those very men who are skilled in these matters, and who possess horses, and who continually use both their own and many that are the property of others. Theages. It is evident I should. Socrates. What then, if you wish to become wise in the throwing of darts? Think you not that you would become skilled by going to those engaged in the art of dart throwing, and who possess darts, and continually use many darts, both their own and those belonging to others? Theages. It appears so to me. Socrates. Tell me then, since you wish to become wise in state affairs, think you that you will become wise by going to any others than those statesmen who are skilled in state affairs themselves, and who continually make use of their own state and many others, and have an intercourse both with the Greek and barbarian states? Or do you think that by associating with certain other persons, but not with these, you will become wise in those things in which they are wise? Theages. I have heard the discourses, Socrates, which persons say you have spoken, how that the sons of those very statesmen were in no respect better than the sons of shoemakers; and you appear to me to have spoken most truly, from what I am able to perceive. I should be senseless then, if I thought that any one of these could impart to me his wisdom, when he could not in any respect benefit his own son, if indeed he were able on these points to benefit any person whatever. Socrates. What then, O best of men, would you do, if you had a son who should give you trouble of this kind, and say that he desired to become a good painter, and blame you, his father, because you were not willing to expend money for the sake of these things, while he was despising painters, the artists, in this very matter, and unwilling to learn from them? Or if, being desirous to become a piper or harper, he should act in this manner towards pipers or harpers? In what way would you treat him, and whither would you send him, when thus unwilling to learn from those persons? Theages. By Zeus, I do not know. Socrates. Now then, as you are doing these very things to your father, do you wonder at and blame him if he is in doubt how he shall treat you, and whither send you? For we will place you with whomever of the Athenians you wish, the most skilled in state affairs, and who will be with you gratuitously, and at the same time you will not lose your money, and likewise be in greater repute with the many than by associating with any one else. Theages. What then, Socrates? Are not you one of the excellent men? For if you are willing to associate with me, it is sufficient, and I seek no other. Socrates. Why say you this, Theages? Demodocus. He does not, Socrates, speak badly, and at the same time by doing this you will gratify me, since there is nothing I should consider a greater piece of good luck than for my son to be pleased with your society, and for you to be willing to associate with him. And indeed I am ashamed to say how very much I wish it. I entreat both of you, therefore, you, Socrates, to be willing to associate with him, and you, my son, not to seek to associate with any other than Socrates, and you will thus release me from many and dreadful cares. For I now very much fear for him, lest he should meet with some other person able to corrupt him. Theages. Do not, father, feel any longer any fear for me, if you can but persuade Socrates to permit me to associate with him. Demodocus. You speak very well, and after this the conversation, Socrates, will be directed to you. For I am ready, so to say, in few words, to give up to you both me and mine, and the nearest related, whatever, in short, you may require, if you will take this youth to your bosom, and benefit him as far as you can. Socrates. O Demodocus, I do not wonder that you are so importunate, if you think that your son can be especially benefited by me. For I do not know anything about which he who is endued with intellect ought to be more anxious than how his son may become the best of men. But from whence it has appeared to you that I am more able to benefit your son towards his becoming a good citizen than you are yourself, and from whence he has thought that I can benefit him more than you, I very much wonder. For in the first place you are older than I am, and in the next place you have held many offices, and those the greatest among the Athenians, and you are honored by the people of the Anagyrusian ward by much the most, and no less so by the rest of the city. But neither of you can see any one of these things in me. And next, if Theages here despises the society of statesmen, and seeks after certain others who profess themselves able to instruct young men, there is Prodicus of Chaos, and Gorgias the Leontine, and Paulus the Agrigentine, and many others who are so wise that they go to cities and persuade the noblest and wealthiest of the young men, who are permitted to associate gratuitously with any one of the citizens they please. They persuade, I say, these to give up those of their own city, and to associate with them, and to put down moreover a considerable sum of money, and, as a remuneration, to give them thanks besides. Of these, then, it is reasonable for your son and yourself to select some one. But to select me it is not reasonable, for I know none of that blessed and beautiful learning, although I wish I did; but I am always somehow asserting that I happen to know, I may say, nothing but a mere trifle relating to matters of love. But in that kind of learning I lay claim to being more skilled than any one man of the past or present time. Theages. See you, father, how Socrates does not appear to me to be very willing to pass the time with me. For, as to myself, I am ready, if he is willing. But he says this, playing with us; for I know some of the same age with myself, and others a little older, who, before they associated with him, were worth nothing; but, when they had been with him, in a very little time they appeared to be better than all, to whom they were previously inferior. Socrates. Do you know then, son of Demodocus, how this is? Theages. Yes, by Zeus, I do; and that if you are willing, I too shall be able to become such as they are. Socrates. Not so, thou excellent youth; but you are not conscious how this occurs, and I will tell you. There is by a divine allotment a certain daemon that has followed me, beginning from childhood. This is a voice which, when it exists, always signifies to me the abandonment of what I am about to do, but it never at any time incites me; and if any one of my friends communicates anything to me, and there is the voice, it dissuades me from that very thing, and it does not suffer me to do it. Of this I will produce you witnesses. You know the beautiful Charmides, the son of Glauco. He once happened to communicate to me that he was about to contend for the stadium at Nemea, and immediately on his beginning to say that he meant to contend, there was the voice, and I forbade him, and said, while you were speaking to me, there was the voice of the daimon; do not therefore contend. Perhaps, said he, the voice signified to you that I should not conquer; but though I should not be victorious, yet by exercising myself at this time I shall be benefited. Having thus spoken, he engaged in the contest. It is worth while, therefore, to inquire of him what happened to him after this very act of contending; and if you are willing to inquire of Clitomachus, the son of Timarchus, what Timarchus said to him, when, being about to die, he went right against the daimon, both he and Euathlus, the runner in the stadium, who received Timarchus when he was in exile, will tell you what he then said. Theages. What did he say? Socrates. O Clitomachus, said he, I indeed am now going to die, because I was unwilling to be persuaded by Socrates. But why Timarchus said this, I will tell you. When Timarchus rose from the banquet, together with Philemon, the son of Philemonides, with the view of murdering Nicias, the son of Heros' commander, they two alone were cognizant of the plot; and Timarchus, as he rose, said to me, What do you say, Socrates? Do you continue drinking, but I must rise up and go somewhere. I will, however, return shortly, if I am successful. And there was the voice, and I said to him, By no means, said I, rise up, for there has been to me the usual diamond signal. Upon this he stayed; and after a slight interval he was again going away, and said, Socrates, I am going; and there was again the voice. Again, therefore, I compelled him to stay. The third time, wishing to escape me unnoticed, he rose up without saying anything to me, and escaped unnoticed, having watched me while I had my attention otherwise engaged; and thus departing, he perpetrated the acts through which he went away about to die. Hence he told his brother what I have now told you, that he was going to die, through his not believing in me. Further still, you will hear from many respecting the events in Sicily what I said concerning the destruction of the army; and the things that are past you may hear from those that know them. But you may now make trial of the diamond signal, if it says anything to the purpose. For on the departure of Sannio the Beautiful for the army there came to me the signal, and he is now gone with Thrasyllus to carry on the campaign right through Ephesus and Ionia. And I think that he will either die, or that he will meet with an end something near to it. And I very much fear for the rest of the enterprise. All these things I have said to you, because this power of this daimon is able to effect everything with respect to the intercourse of those who pass their time with me. For it is opposed to many, and it is not possible for those to be benefited by passing their time with me, so that it is not possible for me to live with them. With many, however, it does not prevent me from conversing, and yet they are not at all benefited by being with me. But they whom the power of the daimon assists to the intercourse are those whom you have noticed, for in a short time they make a proficiency. And of those who make a proficiency, some have the benefit firm and lasting, but many, as long as they are with me, advance in a wonderful manner. But when they separate themselves from me, they again differ in no respect from any person whatever. This did Aristides, the son of Lysimachus and grandson of Aristides, suffer. For, while passing his time with me, he made a very great proficiency in a short period. But afterwards an expedition took place, and he went away sailing with it. On his return he found Thucydides, the son of Melesias and grandson of Thucydides, passing his time with me. Now this Thucydides, the day before, had felt some ill against me during a conversation. Aristides, therefore, after he had seen and saluted me, and other matters had been talked of, observed, I hear, Socrates, that Thucydides thinks highly of himself on some points, and is angry with you, as if you were really something. It is so, said I. What then, said he, does he not know what a slave he was before he associated with you? By the gods, said I, it does not seem that he does. But I too, said he, am in a ridiculous situation, Socrates. What is it? Said I. It is, said he, that before I sailed away, I was able to converse with any man whatever, and not to appear inferior to any one in argument, so that I sought the society of men the most elegant. But now, on the contrary, I shun any one whom I perceive to be instructed, so ashamed am I of my own littleness. But, said I, whether did this power leave you, suddenly or by degrees? By degrees, he replied. When was it present with you? Said I. Was it present while you were learning something from me, or was it in some other way? I will tell you, said he, Socrates, a thing incredible indeed, by the gods, but true. I never at any time learnt anything from you, as you know. I made, however, a proficiency when I associated with you, even if I was only in the same house, though not in the same room, but more so when I was in the same room with you. And I seemed to myself to improve much more when, being in the same room, I looked at you when you were speaking, than when I looked another way. But I made by far the greatest proficiency when I sat near you and touched you. Now, however, said he, all that habit has entirely used away. Of such kind, then, is, Theages, the intercourse with myself. For if it is pleasing to the god, you will make a very great and rapid proficiency, but if not, not. See then whether it is not safer for you to be instructed by some one of those who have a power over the benefit with which they benefit men, than by me, who have the power to do only whatever may happen. Theages. It appears to me, Socrates, that we should act in this manner, namely, to make a trial of this daimon by associating together, and if he is favorable to us, this will be the best, but if not, then let us immediately consult what we shall do, whether we shall associate with some other person, or endeavor to appease the divine power that is present with you by prayers and sacrifices, or any other method that the diviners may explain. Demodocus, do not, Socrates, oppose the lad any longer on these points, for Theages speaks well. Socrates, if it appears proper so to act, let us act so. End of Theages. The Rivals, by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Persons of the dialogue: Socrates and two anonymous rivals. Socrates: I entered the school of Dionysius, the teacher of grammar, and I saw there those of the young men who were deemed to be the most remarkable for their personal appearance and the good repute of their fathers, and their admirers likewise. Two of the youths happened to be disputing, but about what I did not very well hear. They appeared, however, to be disputing about Anaxagoras or Oenopides, as they were describing circles, and imitating by their hands certain inclinations with great earnestness. And I, for I was sitting near an admirer of one of the young persons, nudged him with my elbow, and asked, on what were the two youths so earnestly engaged? And I said, surely it is a subject important and beautiful, on which they have bestowed so serious an attention. What call you important and beautiful? Said he. They are prating about things above in the sky, and trifling away their time in philosophizing. And I, in wonder at such an answer, said, do you think it, young man, to be a disgraceful thing to philosophize? Or why do you speak so harshly? But another person, who was a rival admirer of the youths, and happened to be sitting near, on hearing me asking the question and the answer, said, it is not for you, Socrates, to ask this man whether he thinks it disgraceful to philosophize. Know you not that he has spent all his time in being throstled, and cramming himself, and sleeping? So that what other answer think you he would give, but that it is disgraceful to philosophize? Now, this person had employed his whole time in mental cultivation, but the other, whom he abused, in bodily exercises. It seemed then to me that I ought to dismiss the one who had been interrogated, for he did not pretend even to be skilled in words, but in deeds, and to interrogate thoroughly the other, who pretended to be rather clever, in order that I might, if I could, be benefited by him in knowledge. I said therefore to him, that I had proposed my question in common for all, but if you think you will give a better answer, I put the same question to you as I did to him, whether you think it honorable to philosophize or not. Just as we were conversing thus, the two youths, overhearing us, became silent, and ceasing from the dispute, became listeners. Now, what their admirers suffered, I know not, but I was struck with astonishment, for I am always struck so in the case of the young and handsome. One of them, however, seemed to me in no less an agony than myself, and he answered with the air of a person eager for honor. Should I ever, Socrates, said he, consider it disgraceful to philosophize, I should no longer deem myself a human being, nor indeed any one else so disposed, pointing to his rival, and speaking with a loud voice, so that the objects of their admiration might hear. To you then, said I, it seems honorable to philosophize? Most highly, replied he. What then, said I, does it seem to you possible for a man to know anything whatever, whether it is disgraceful or honorable, who does not know at all what that thing is? No, said he. Know you then, said I, what it is to philosophize? Perfectly, said he. What is it then, said I? What else, said he, than according to the sentiment of Solon? For Solon says somewhere, even as I grow old, still much I learn. And it appears to me that the man who would philosophize ought to be always learning some one thing at least, when he is either young or old, in order that he may during life learn the greatest number of things. At first it seemed to me that he had said something to the purpose, but afterwards, on thinking thrice, I asked him whether he considered philosophy to be much learning. Completely so, said he. And do you consider, said I, that philosophy is only honorable, or good likewise? It is likewise very good, said he. Do you perceive this to be something peculiar to philosophy, or does it seem to you to be the case in other things likewise? For instance, do you consider a love of gymnastic exercises to be not only honorable, but good likewise, or not? To this he said, very ironically, two things. To this man let it be said that it is neither, but to you, Socrates, I acknowledge it to be both honorable and good. I then asked him, do you think that in these exercises the undergoing much toil is a love of exercise? By all means, said he, just as in philosophizing I consider that much learning is philosophy. Do you think then, said I, that the lovers of those exercises desire anything else than that which will cause the body to be in a good state? That very thing, he replied. Do then, said I, many labors cause the body to be in a good state? Certainly, said he, for how should a person have from little labor his body in a good state? Here I thought it best to call upon the lover of gymnastics, in order that he might assist me through his knowledge of the gymnastic art, and I asked him, why are you silent, O best of men, while this person is talking thus? Or to you likewise do persons seem to have their bodies in a good state from much labor or little? For my part, Socrates, said he, I thought he had known the saying, that moderate labor is best for the body. How so? Said I. I speak not of a man sleepless and foodless, and having his neck not worn down and attenuated by care. On his saying this, the youths were delighted, and burst into a laugh, but the other party blushed. I then said, what then? Do you now concede that neither much nor little labor causes human beings to have their bodies in a good state, but only what is moderate? Or will you contest with us too? Against him, said he, I would enter the lists with much pleasure, and I know well that I should be competent to support the proposition I have laid down, if I had laid down one weaker than this, for he is nothing. But against you I beg not to contend in favor of a paradox, and I admit that not many but moderate exercises procure for men a good habit of body. And what in the case of food? Said I. Is it the moderate or much? He admitted it in the case of food, and thus I compelled him to confess that in the case of all the other things relating to the body, the moderate is the most beneficial, and not the much or little, and he confessed the moderate, and all this he granted me. What then, said I, as regards the soul? Of the things applied to it, do the moderate or the immoderate benefit it? The moderate, said he. Is not learning one of the things applied to the soul? He admitted it. Of learning, then, the moderate quantity benefits, but not the great? He assented. Of whom, then, making an inquiry, should we justly inquire what kind of exercise and of food are moderate for the body? We all three agreed that it is a physician or a master of exercise. And of whom shall we inquire about the sowing of seeds? About this we confessed the husbandman. But inquiring of whom should we justly inquire respecting the planting and sowing of learning in the soul, how many and of what kinds of it are moderate, we were here all full of difficulty, upon which I said, by way of a joke, since we are all at a loss, are you willing for us to ask these youths here? Or perhaps we are ashamed, as Homer says the suitors were, who deemed that no one else was fit to stretch the bow. Since then they now seemed to be dispirited on the question, I endeavored to view it in another light, and I said, what kinds of learning do we best conjecture those are which a philosopher ought to learn, since they are not all or many? Whereupon the wiser person, taking up the discourse, observed that the most beautiful kinds of learning, and the most becoming, are those by which a person would obtain the highest reputation for philosophy, and that he would obtain the highest if he seemed to be skilled in all arts, and if not all, at least in as many as possible, and especially those of the greatest account, after having learnt such of them as are fitting for free men to learn, and are connected with intellect, and not with a handicraft merely. Do you mean in the same way, said I, as in carpentry? For there you may purchase a tip-top carpenter for 5 or 6 minae, but you could not buy an architect even for 10,000 drachmas, so few of these are to be found amongst all the Greeks. Are you speaking of some such thing? And he, on hearing, admitted that he was speaking of such a thing. I then asked him, if it was not impossible for one person to learn thus only two arts, much less many and great. Do not understand me, Socrates, said he, as if I were saying that a philosopher ought to know each of the arts accurately, as he does who makes it his profession, but to be able, as becomes a person of a liberal education, to follow better than the persons present what is said by the handicraftsman, and to give his opinion so as to appear, in what is said and done relating to the arts, to have a finer taste, and more knowledge than those who happen to be present. Then I, for I was still doubtful what he meant by his speech, said to him, do I conceive rightly what kind of person you call a philosopher? For you seem to me to speak of a person such as are the competitors in five kinds of contest, compared with the runner or the wrestlers. For the former fall short of the latter as regards the contests of the latter, and are second to them; but of all the other competitors they are the first, and are the victors. Some such thing you mean perhaps that the study of philosophy effects in those who pursue it, in that they fall short of the first prize, in the intellect relating to the arts, but in attaining the second they are superior to all the rest, so that he who has studied philosophy becomes in everything a person under the tip-top man. Some such person you seem to me to point out. You appear to me, Socrates, said he, to understand correctly what relates to a philosopher, in likening him to a competitor in five contests. For he is really such a man as not to be a slave to anything, nor has he labored upon any one thing with such accuracy as, through his attention to that one thing, to be deficient in all the rest, as are handicraftsmen, but he has touched moderately upon all. After this reply, I was anxious to know clearly what he meant, and I inquired of him whether he considered good persons to be useful or useless. Useful, surely, Socrates, said he. If then the good are useful, are not the bad useless? He agreed. Well then, said I, do you deem philosophers to be useful or not? He acknowledged they were useful, and moreover he said that he deemed them the most useful of all persons. Come now, said I, let us see whether you say what is true. How can these second-rate men be of any use to us? For it is plain that the philosopher is inferior to each of those who possess their respective arts. He acknowledged it. Come then, said I, if either yourself were unwell, or any of your friends, for whom you have a great regard, would you, being desirous to recover health, introduce that second-rate person, the philosopher, to your family, or take a physician? Both of them, said he. Do not say both, I replied, but which in preference, and the first? No man, said he, would hesitate about this, that I would take the physician in preference and first. What then, in a vessel tossed in a storm? To whom would you rather entrust yourself and your property? To a pilot, or to a philosopher? To a pilot, for my part, said he. And so too in all other affairs, so long as there is a person of skill in a profession, the philosopher is of no use. It appears so, said he. The philosopher, therefore, said I, is some useless person, for there are surely persons of skill in all professions, but we have agreed that the good are useful, and the wicked useless. He was forced to own it. What then, said I, shall I ask you about what comes after this? Or is it not rather rude to put a question? Ask what you please, said he. I desire nothing else, said I, than to repeat the concessions already made. Now the matter stands thus. We have conceded that philosophy is an honorable thing, and that we are ourselves philosophers, and that philosophers are good, and that the good are useful, and the wicked useless. Again, on the other hand, we have conceded that philosophers are useless as long as there are persons of skill in any particular profession, and that such persons are existing at all times. For was not all this conceded? Certainly, said he. We concede therefore, agreeably to your own reasoning, that if it be philosophy to be skilled in arts in the manner you state, such persons are wicked and useless as long as there are artists. But see, my friend, if the case be so, and that to philosophize is not to attend to arts, nor to busy oneself about many things, nor to be living like a workman, bending over his work, nor to be learning many things, but something else, since I thought it was a reproach for persons much occupied in arts to be called operatives. But we shall know more clearly by this means whether I am speaking truly, if you will answer me this: who knows how to punish horses correctly, whether they who make them better, or others? They who make them better. Well then, do not they who know how to make dogs better know how to chastise dogs properly? Yes. The same art then makes better and chastises properly? I agree, said he. Well then, is the art which makes better and chastises properly the same as that which knows the good and the vicious, or is it a different one? It is, said he, the same. Are you then willing, said I, to concede this in the case of human beings likewise, that the art which makes men better is that which chastises properly and knows the good and the bad? By all means, said he. Does not then the art which applies to one apply to many too, and that which applies to many apply to one likewise? And so too as regards horses and all other things? I confess it, said he. What then is the science which chastises properly the licentious and the lawless in civil states? Is it not the judicial science? Yes. Do you mean by justice any other science than this? No other. Do not then men know the good and the bad by that science by which they chastise properly? By that. And he who knows one will know many? Yes. And whoever does not know many will not know one? I confess it. If then a horse, as being but a horse, knows not good and bad horses, he would not know of which kind he is himself? I admit it. And if an ox, being but an ox, knows not good and bad oxen, he would not know of which kind he is himself? True, said he. And so too in the case of a dog? He admitted it. What then, if a man knows not the good men and the bad? Would he not be ignorant whether he is good or bad, inasmuch as he too is a man? He agreed. Now, to be ignorant of oneself, is it to be of sound mind, or not sound? Not sound. To know then oneself is to be of sound mind? I admit it, said he. To this then, as it seems, the Delphic inscription exhorts, namely, to exercise a sound mind and justice. It seems so. And by the very same science we know too how to chastise properly? I admit it, said he. Is not then justice that by which we know how to chastise properly, but soundness of mind that by which we have the skill to know ourselves and others? It seems so, said he. Justice then, said I, and soundness of mind are the same thing? It appears so. In this way, said I, states are well governed, when they who do wrong suffer punishment? You speak the truth. The same science too, said I, is that of the statesman. He assented. What then, when a single man administers correctly the affairs of a state, he is not a tyrant and a king? I admit it. Does he not administer affairs by the art of the king, or the tyrant? Just so. These arts then are the same with those? They appear so. Well then, when one man administers the affairs of a household correctly, what is his name? Is it not steward or master? Yes. Whether by justice would he administer the affairs of a household correctly, or by any other art? By justice. The same kind of person then, it seems, is a king, a tyrant, a statesman, a steward, a master, a man of sound mind, and a just man, and one is the art of the king, of the tyrant, of the statesman, of the master, of the steward, of the just man, and the man of sound mind. So it appears, said he. Is it not then disgraceful for a philosopher, when the physician is speaking about persons who are ill, not to be able to follow what is said, nor to give an opinion on what is said or done, and similarly when any one skilled operative is speaking? And when a judge, or a king, or any one else of those whom we have just now enumerated is speaking of things belonging to his office, is it not disgraceful for a philosopher not to follow what they say or do, nor to be able to give an opinion respecting them? How, Socrates, said he, is it not disgraceful for him to be able to give no opinion on subjects so important? Shall we assert then, said I, that on these points the philosopher must be a competitor in 5 contests, and be second-rate, having the second prize after all, and be useless so long as there exists any of the first-rate? Or must he, in the first place, not commit his household to another person, nor have the second place in that business, but ought himself to chastise after being the judge, if his household is about to be administered correctly? In this he agreed with me. And then, said I, should his friends submit an award to him, or the state order him to decide upon anything, or to act the judge, would it not, my friend, be disgraceful for him to appear in such cases to be second or third, and not to take the lead? So it seems to me. To philosophize, therefore, thou best of men, wants much of being great in learning, or the busying oneself about arts. On my saying this, the wise man, ashamed of what he had before asserted, was silent, but the illiterate person said, it was in that way, and the rest approved of what had been stated. End of The Rivals. Hipparchus by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Persons of the dialogue: Socrates and a friend. Socrates: what is the love of gain, and who are its lovers? Friend: they seem to me to be those who think it worth while to make a gain from what is nothing worth. Socrates: whether then do they seem to you to do so, while knowing that the things are of no worth, or not knowing? For if they do so not knowing, you call the lovers of gain senseless. Friend: nay, I do not call them senseless, but thorough knaves and villains, the slaves of gain, and who know indeed that the things are worthless from which they dare to make a gain, but yet through their shamelessness they dare to have a love of gain. Socrates: do you then call a person of this kind a lover of gain? For instance, should a husbandman, while planting, and knowing the plant to be worthless, nevertheless think to make a gain from it when grown up, do you call such a person a lover of gain? Friend: the lover of gain, Socrates, thinks he ought to make a gain from everything. Socrates: do not thus answer me at random, like a person injured by some one, but, giving your mind, answer me as if I were questioning you again from the beginning. Do you not agree with me that a lover of gain knows the value of that from which he thinks it worth while to make a gain? Friend: I do. Socrates: who then is he that knows the value of plants, and in what time and place it is worth while to plant them, that we also may introduce something from the words of the wise, which the clever in lawsuits employ for the sake of elegance? Friend: a husbandman, I think. Socrates: do you then mean by the expression, it is worth while to make a gain, anything else than to think that one ought to make a gain? Friend: I mean this. Socrates: now, do not you, who are so young, endeavor to deceive me, your elder, by answering, as you do at present, what you do not think, but tell me truly, do you think that a husbandman exists who knows it is not worth while to plant a certain plant, and yet fancies he will make a gain by such a plant? Friend: by Zeus, not I. Socrates: what then? Think you that a horse‐stealer, who knows that the food which he gives a horse is of no worth, does not know that it destroys the horse? Friend: I do not. Socrates: he does not think, then, that from such worthless food he will make a gain? Friend: he does not. Socrates: what then? Do you think that a pilot, who has furnished his ship with sails and a rudder of no worth, does not know that he will sustain a damage, and be in danger of perishing himself, and of losing the ship and all it carries? Friend. I do not. Socrates. He will not think, then, that he will make a gain by worthless articles? Friend. He will not. Socrates. But does the general, who knows that his army carries worthless arms, think he will make a gain, or that he is worthy to make a gain by them? Friend. By no means. Socrates. But if a hautboy player possesses a worthless hautboy, or a lyre player a lyre, or a bowman a bow, or in short any other artist or skilled person possesses instruments, or any other apparatus of no value, does he think he will make a gain by these? Friend. It appears he will not. Socrates. Whom then do you call lovers of gain? For surely they are not those whom we have already mentioned, who, knowing what are things of no value, think they must make a gain by them. And thus, O wonderful man, according to what you say, no one is a lover of gain. Friend. But, Socrates, I mean to say that those are lovers of gain who, through insatiable avidity, are perpetually and beyond all measure greedy after things that are small and worth little or nothing, and thus have a love of gain. Socrates. But surely, thou best of men, they do not know this, that they are worthless, for we have proved against ourselves that this is impossible. Friend. So it seems to me. Socrates. If, then, they do so, not knowing it, it is evident that, not knowing it, they fancy things of no worth to be of great value. Friend. It appears so. Socrates. Do not the lovers of gain love gain? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But do you say that gain is contrary to loss? Friend. I do. Socrates. Is it therefore a good to any one to suffer a loss? Friend. To no one. Socrates. But it is an evil? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Are men then injured by a damage? Friend. They are injured. Socrates. Is then damage an evil? Friend. It is. Socrates. But gain is contrary to damage? Friend. Contrary. Socrates. Gain is therefore a good? Friend. It is. Socrates. Do you then call those who love a good lovers of gain? Friend. It seems so. Socrates. You do not then, my friend, call the lovers of gain madmen. But do you yourself love what is a good, or not love it? Friend. I do. Socrates. Is there a good which you do not love, but an evil which you do? Friend. By Zeus, there is not. Socrates. But you love all good things equally? Friend. I do. Socrates. Ask me if I also do not, for I also shall acknowledge to you that I love good things. But besides, I and you, do not all the rest of men appear to you to love good things, and to hate evil? Friend. To me it appears so. Socrates. But have we not acknowledged that gain is a good? Friend. Yes. Socrates. In this way then all appear to be lovers of gain, but that in which we before mentioned no one was a lover of gain. By employing then which assertion would a person not err? Friend. Should, Socrates, one rightly apprehend what a lover of gain is, I think it is right to consider him a lover of gain who earnestly applies himself to, and thinks it worth while to make a gain from those things from which the good do not dare to make a gain. Socrates. But do you not see, O sweetest of men, that we just now acknowledged that to make a gain is to be benefited? Friend. What then? Socrates. Because this also we previously admitted, that all men always wished for good things. Friend. We did. Socrates. Do not then good men wish to possess everything gainful, since such things are good? Friend. But not the things, Socrates, by which they are about to be hurt. Socrates. By to be hurt, do you mean to be damaged? Or something else? Friend. No, but I mean to be damaged. Socrates. Are persons damaged by gain, or by damage? Friend. Through both, for they are damaged by damage, and through iniquitous gain. Socrates. Does it then appear to you that anything useful and good is iniquitous? Friend. To me it does not. Socrates. Did we not then a little before acknowledge that gain is contrary to damage, which is an evil? Friend. We did. Socrates. And that being contrary to evil, it is a good? Friend. We granted this. Socrates. You endeavor then, you see, to deceive me by designedly asserting the contrary to what we just now granted. Friend. By Zeus, I do not, Socrates; but you, on the contrary, are deceiving me, and I know not how, in your reasonings, you turn things topsy‐turvy. Socrates. Speak fair words, for I should not act correctly if I were not persuaded by a man good and wise. Friend. Who is he, and why particularly say you this? Socrates. My fellow citizen, and likewise yours, Hipparchus, the son of Pisistratus, one of the Philae, and the eldest and wisest of the sons of Pisistratus, who exhibited many other illustrious acts of wisdom, and was the first who introduced into this land the poems of Homer, and compelled the rhapsodists during the Panathenaea to go through them successively and in order, just as you know they do at present; and having sent for Anacreon the Teian, a ship of 50 oars, brought him to this city, and always had about him Simonides of Chaos, having induced him to stay by great rewards and gifts. And this he did, wishing to instruct the citizens in order that he might rule over them, being the best of men, not thinking that he ought to begrudge wisdom to any man, as being himself a highly educated person. And when such of the citizens as were living around the town had been educated well, and admired him for his wisdom, he likewise laid down a plan to instruct those in the country, and he set up for them statues of Hermes along the roads, in the middle of the city, and of each of the wards, and afterwards, selecting from his wisdom, on points he had partly learned, and partly discovered himself, what he deemed to be the cleverest idea, he put them into elegiac verses, and engraved them on the Hermae, as his poems and specimens of wisdom, in order that in the first place the citizens might not wonder at those wise inscriptions on the temple at Delphi, "Know thyself," and "Nothing too much," and the rest of that kind; but that they might deem the words of Hipparchus still wiser; and in the next place, that passing by them up and down, they might read them, and have a taste of his wisdom, and come from the fields, and be instructed in the remaining branches of learning. And there are 2 epigrams. In some, upon the left‐hand sides of each of the Hermae there is sculptured a Hermes, saying that he was standing midway between the city and the ward; and in others, upon the right‐hand sides, he says, "This is the memorial of Hipparchus. Go on having just thoughts." There are also many other beautiful poetical descriptions on other Hermae, and there is this in the Steiriac road, in which he says, "This is the memorial of Hipparchus. Do not deceive your friend." I would not then have dared to deceive you, being my friend, and disobey so great a man, after whose death the Athenians were tyrannized over by his brother Hippias; and you have heard from all the old men that only during those years did there exist a tyranny at Athens, and that during all the other period the Athenians lived nearly as when Saturn reigned. But it is said by rather clever persons that he did not die in the way which the multitude have thought, through the dishonor done to the sister of Harmodius respecting the carrying the sacred basket; for that is a silly reason; but that Harmodius was the bosom friend and pupil of Aristogeiton, who valued himself highly upon instructing a man, and fancied that Hipparchus would be his rival. But at that time it happened that Harmodius was the lover of one of the handsome and nobly born youths, whose name persons have mentioned, but I do not remember; and that this young person did for a time admire Harmodius and Aristogeiton as wise men, but afterwards, associating with Hipparchus, he despised them, and that they, being very much annoyed at the dishonor, slew Hipparchus. Friend. You run the risk, Socrates, of either not considering me a friend, or, if you do think me a friend, of not being persuaded by Hipparchus; for I cannot be persuaded that you have not deceived me, in I know not what manner during the discourse. Socrates. But indeed, just as in the game of backgammon, I am willing to put back whatever part you please of the assertions already made, in order that you may not think you have been deceived. Whether, therefore, shall I retract this assertion for you, that all men desire good? Friend. Not for me. Socrates. But that to be damaged, and damage itself, is not an evil? Friend. Not for me. Socrates. But that gain, and to make a gain, are not contrary to damage, and to be damaged? Friend. Nor this neither. Socrates. But that to make a gain, as being contrary to evil, is not a good? Friend. Retract nothing of this kind at all for me. Socrates. It appears to you then, as it seems, that of gain one part is a good, and another an evil. Friend. Yes, to me. Socrates. I retract, therefore, this for you. For let it be that one kind of gain is a good, and another kind an evil, but that gain itself is not more good than evil. Is it not so? Friend. Why do you ask me? Socrates. I will tell you. Is there food good and bad? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Is therefore one of them more food than the other, or are both of them similarly food? And does the one differ in no respect from the other, so far as each is food, but so far as one is good, and the other bad? Friend. Just so. Socrates. And is it not, as regards drink, and all other things which are parts of things existing, that some at least are so circumstanced as to be bad, and others good, and that they differ not at all from each other, in that they are the same, just as one man is good, and another bad? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But one man is, I suppose, neither more nor less a man than another, neither the good than the bad, nor the bad than the good. Friend. You speak the truth. Socrates. Shall we not then think in like manner respecting gain, that both the good and the bad are similarly gain? Friend. It is necessary. Socrates. He therefore who has a good gain does not in any respect make a gain more than he who has a bad gain, for neither of these, as we have granted, appears to be more a gain than the other. Friend. True. Socrates. For to neither of them is the more or the less present. Friend. It is not. Socrates. But in a thing of this kind, to which neither of these accidents is present, how can any one do or suffer more or less? Friend. It is impossible. Socrates. Since then both are similarly gain and gainful, it is requisite that we should still further consider this. Why do you call both of them gain? And what do you see to be in both the same? Just as if you had asked me about the recent question, why I called both good and bad food similarly food, I would have said, because each is a dry aliment of the body. On this account I called them so. For that this is food, you would surely acknowledge, would you not? Friend. I would. Socrates. And there will be the same manner of answering respecting drink, that for the moist aliment of the body, whether it is good or bad, the name is drink, and for the rest of things in like manner. Do you therefore endeavor to imitate me by answering thus. When you speak of good gain and bad gain as being both of them gain, what same thing do you perceive in them, that this too is gain? But if you are not able to answer me in this way, reflect, while I am speaking. Do you call a gain every acquisition that a person obtains, when he either spends nothing, or when after spending less he receives more? Friend. I seem to myself to call the latter gain. Socrates. Are you therefore speaking of such things as these? If a person, after having been feasted and spending nothing, and indulging in good living, should become diseased? Friend. Not I, by Zeus. Socrates. But if he should obtain health after feasting, would he obtain a gain or damage? Friend. Gain. Socrates. This then is not a gain, to obtain any acquisition whatever. Friend. It is not. Socrates. Whether will he, who obtains what is an evil, or at least what is not a good, not obtain a gain? Friend. It appears so, at least, if it be a good. Socrates. But if he obtains an evil, will he not obtain a damage? Friend. To me it appears so. Socrates. See then how you are again running round to the same point. For gain appears to be a good, but damage an evil. Friend. I really am at a loss what to say. Socrates. Nor unjustly are you at a loss. But answer me still further this: if any one, after having spent less, obtains more, do you say this is a gain? Friend. I do not say it is an evil, but if, after having spent less of gold or silver money, he receives more. Socrates. I too am about to ask you this. For come, tell me, should a person spending half a pound of gold receive double this weight of silver, would he obtain a gain or a damage? Friend. A damage, surely, Socrates, for instead of a value 12 times as much, the silver is only twice as much. Socrates. But yet he has received more, or is not double more than half? Friend. But silver is not of the same value as gold. Socrates. It is requisite then, as it seems, that this, namely value, be added to gain. For in this case, do you not say that the silver, although being more than the gold, is not of equal value? The gold, although being less, you say, is of equal value. Friend. Very much so, for such is the fact. Socrates. Value therefore is gainful, whether it is small or great. But that which is valueless is gainless? Friend. Yes. Socrates. By value, do you mean anything else than what it is worthy to acquire? Friend. I do not. Socrates. But by the expression, it is worthy to acquire, do you mean the useless or the useful? Friend. The useful, certainly. Socrates. The useful therefore is a good? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Hence, thou most manly of all men, has not the lucrative come to us again a third or a fourth time as being an acknowledged good? Friend. So it seems. Socrates. Do you remember then from whence this discourse of ours originated? Friend. I think I do. Socrates. If you do not, I will remind you. You contended that good men are not willing to make every kind of gain, but of gains the good alone, but not the iniquitous. Friend. It did originate from this. Socrates. But has not reason forced us to acknowledge that all kinds of gain, both small and great, are good? Friend. It has forced me, Socrates, rather than persuaded. Socrates. But perhaps after this it will also persuade you. Now, however, whether you are persuaded, or in whatever manner you may be affected, you agree at least with us that all kinds of gain are good, both small and great? Friend. I do agree. Socrates. And do you agree with me, or not, that all good men wish for all things that are good? Friend. I do. Socrates. But you said that bad men love gain of every kind, both small and great. Friend. I did say so. Socrates. According to your assertion, then, all men, both good and bad, would be lovers of gain. Friend. It appears so. Socrates. If then any person reproaches another with being a lover of gain, he does not correctly reproach him. For the very person so reproaching happens to be such a character himself. End of Hipparchus. Minos, by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Persons of the dialogue: Socrates and a friend. Socrates. What thing is law with us? Friend. Of what kind is the law are you asking about? Socrates. What? Is it that law differs from law according to this very thing in being law? For consider what I happen to be asking you. For I am asking as if I should inquire what is gold; and if you should in a similar manner ask me, about what kind of gold am I speaking, I should think you would not rightly ask. For neither does gold differ in anything from gold so far as it is gold, nor a stone from a stone so far as it is a stone; and in like manner neither does law differ in anything from law, but all laws are as laws the same. For each of them exists similarly as law, nor is one more and another less so. I ask you, therefore, this very thing as a whole, what is law? And if you have an answer at hand, state it. Friend. What else, Socrates, can law be than the things established by law? Socrates. Does speech too appear to you to be the things which are spoken, or sight the things which are seen, or hearing the things which are heard? Or is not speech one thing, and the thing spoken another? Is not sight one thing, and the thing seen another? Is not hearing one thing, and the things heard another? And is not law one thing, and the things established by law another? Does it appear to you in this way, or how? Friend. It now appears to be another thing. Socrates. Law, therefore, is not the things established by law. Friend. It does not appear to me that it is. Socrates. What then can law be? Let us consider it thus. If some one had asked us respecting the things just now spoken of, since you say that things seen are seen by the sight being what are they seen? We should have answered, by that sense which through the eyes manifests colors to us. And if he had asked us again, since things heard are heard by the hearing being what are they heard? We should have answered, by a sense which through the ears manifests sounds to us. In like manner, if he had asked us, since things are established by the law being what are they thus established? Is it by a certain sense or manifestation in the same manner as things learnt are learnt, by some art rendering them manifest through some discovery, just as things discovered are discovered, as, for instance, things salubrious and noxious are discovered through the medical art, and what the gods have in their thoughts, as the diviners say, through the divining art, for art is with us the discovery of things, or is it not? Friend. Entirely so. Socrates. Which of these, then, may we especially understand law to be? Friend. Decrees and votes, as it seems to me, for what else can any one say law is? So that it nearly appears that law about which you were asking is, taken as a whole, the decree of a state. Socrates. You call, as it seems, law a state opinion? Friend. I do. Socrates. And perhaps you speak well, but perhaps we shall know better in the following manner. You call some persons wise? Friend. I do. Socrates. Are not then the wise wise by wisdom? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But what, are the just just by justice? Friend. Entirely so. Socrates. Are not then the lawful lawful by law? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And the lawless lawless by an absence of law? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And the lawful are just? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But the lawless unjust? Friend. Unjust. Socrates. Are not justice and law therefore things most beautiful? Friend. They are. Socrates. And are not injustice and lawlessness the least beautiful? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And does not the former preserve cities and everything else, but the latter destroy and overturn them? Friend. Yes. Socrates. It is necessary then to consider the law as something beautiful, and to seek it as a good? Friend. How not? Socrates. Now, have we not said that law is a decree of the city? Friend. We have said so. Socrates. What then? Are not some decrees good, and some evil? Friend. They are. Socrates. Law, however, is not evil? Friend, it is not. Socrates. It is not correct then to answer thus simply, that law is a decree of the city. Friend, it appears to me it is not. Socrates. Nor is it suited to reason for an evil decree to be law. Friend. Certainly not. Socrates. Law, however, appears to me too to be a certain opinion, and since an opinion is not evil, is not this evident, that it is a good one, if law is opinion? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But what is a good opinion? Is it not a true one? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Is then a true opinion the discovery of that which is? Friend. It is. Socrates. Law, therefore, would be the discovery of that which is? Friend. How then, Socrates, if law is the discovery of that which is, do we not always use the same laws about the same things, since things that are have been discovered by us? Socrates. The law, nevertheless, would be the discovery of that which is. But if men do not always, as we think, use the same laws, they are not always able to discover that which law wishes, namely, that which is. But come, let us see if it will hence become evident to us whether we always use the same laws, or some at one time and others at another, and if all use the same laws, or different persons different laws. Friend. But this, Socrates, it is not difficult to know, that neither do the same persons always use the same laws, nor different persons always different laws. Thus, for example, it is not a law with us to sacrifice human beings, but it is an unholy act. But the Carthaginians sacrifice them, as being a holy and a lawful act with them, so that some of them sacrifice their sons to Cronus, as perhaps you too have heard. And not only do barbarians use laws different from ours, but also those fellows in Lucaia, and the progeny of Athamas, what sacrifices do they perform, although they are Greeks? In like manner, you surely know by hearsay yourself what laws we formerly used concerning the dead, by cutting the throats of the victims before the dead body was carried out, and sending for the women who collect the bones of the dead in jars, and those who still antecedent to them buried the dead at home. But we do none of these things. 10,000 instances of this kind one might mention, for wide is the field of demonstration, that neither do we always have customs in the same manner amongst ourselves, nor do men amongst each other. Socrates. It is by no means wonderful, O best of men, if you are speaking correctly. This has lain hid from me. But as long as you by yourself declare what appears to you in a long discourse, and I again do the same, we shall never, as I think, come to an agreement. But if the inquiry be laid down in common, we shall perhaps think alike. If then you are willing, ask me some question, and consider with me in common; or, if you wish it, give an answer. Friend. Nay, I am willing, Socrates, to answer whatever you choose to ask. Socrates. Come then, do you think that what is just is unjust, and what is unjust is just? Or that what is just, and what is unjust is unjust? Friend. I indeed think that what is just, and what is unjust is unjust. Socrates. Is it not so held by all persons as it is here? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Among the Persians also? Friend. And among the Persians too. Socrates. But is it really always so? Friend. Always. Socrates. Whether are things that draw the greater weight thought by us here to be the heavier, but those that draw the less lighter? Or the contrary? Friend. No, but those that draw the greater weight are the heavier, and those that draw the less are lighter. Socrates. Is this the case, therefore, in Carthage and in Lycia? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Things beautiful, as it seems, are everywhere held to be beautiful, and things ugly to be ugly. But things ugly are not thought to be beautiful, nor things beautiful to be ugly? Friend. It is so. Socrates. In the case of all things, so to say, the things that exist are held to be, not the things that do not exist, both with us and with all others? Friend. It appears so to me. Socrates. He therefore who errs in that which is, errs in that which is lawful? Friend. Thus, Socrates, as you say, the same things always appear lawful both to us and to others. But when I consider that we never cease altering the laws up and down, I cannot be persuaded. Socrates. For perhaps you do not bear in mind that these things being put into a changed place are the same. But look at them thus with me. Have you ever met with any book relating to the health of the sick? Friend. I have. Socrates. Do you know then to what art that book belongs? Friend. I know it belongs to the medical art. Socrates. Do you then not call those skilled in these matters physicians? Friend. I do. Socrates. Do then the skilled think the same about the same, or do some think one thing and others another? Friend. They seem to me to think the same. Socrates. Do then Greeks alone think the same with Greeks about things of which they know, or do barbarians likewise do so with each other, and with Greeks? Friend. There is a great necessity for both Greeks and barbarians who know to think the same with themselves and each other. Socrates. You have answered correctly. Do they not then always do so? Friend. Yes, always. Socrates. Do not physicians also write about health what they think to be true? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Things relating to medicine and medical laws are the writings of physicians? Friend. Things relating to medicine, certainly. Socrates. Are not then the writings relating to agriculture agricultural laws? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Of whom then are the writings and institutes relating to gardening? Friend. Of gardeners. Socrates. These then are the laws about gardening? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Of those who know how to manage gardens? Friend. How not? Socrates. But gardeners possess this knowledge? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And of whom are the writings and institutes relating to the dressing of savory food? Friend. Of cooks. Socrates. These therefore are the laws of cookery? Friend. Of cookery. Socrates. Of those, as it seems, who know how to manage the dressing of savory food? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But cooks, as they say, know? Friend. They do know. Socrates. Be it so. And of whom are the writings and institutes concerning the administration of a state? Are they not of those who know how to govern states? Friend. It appears so to me. Socrates. But do any others than statesmen and kings know? Friend. They alone. Socrates. Those writings then relating to a state, which men call laws, are the writings of kings and good men? Friend. You speak the truth. Socrates. Will then they, who know, write one thing at one time, and another at another, about the same things? Friend. Certainly not. Socrates. If then we see certain persons doing this at any place whatever, shall we say that those who do so are skilled or unskilled? Friend. Unskilled. Socrates. Shall we then say that what is right is in each case lawful, whether it relate to medicine, or cooking, or gardening? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But that which is not right we shall no longer assert to be lawful. Friend. No longer. Socrates. It therefore becomes lawless? Friend. Necessarily so. Socrates. Hence, in writings concerning things just and unjust, and in short concerning the orderly arrangement of a city, and the manner in which one ought to administer it, that which is right is a royal law, but that which is not right is not a royal law, because science is wanting, for it is? Friend. Yes. Socrates. We have rightly therefore acknowledged that the law is the invention of that which is? Friend. So it appears. Socrates. Let us still further consider it in this way likewise. Who is skilled in distributing the seeds to the earth? Friend. The husbandman. Socrates. Does he then distribute seeds proper for each soil? Friend. Yes. Socrates. The husbandman therefore is a good distributor of these things, and his laws and distributions in these particulars are right? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And who is a good distributor of pulsations for tunes, and distributes such as are proper, and whose laws are right? Friend. Those of the piper and the harper. Socrates. He then who acts most according to law in these things is, in the greatest degree, a piper? Friend. Yes. Socrates. But who is the best to distribute nutriment to the bodies of men? Is it not he who distributes the proper? Friend. Yes. Socrates. The distributions, therefore, and the laws of this man are the best, and he who acts the most according to law in these things is the best distributor? Friend. Entirely so. Socrates. Who is he? Friend. The training master. Socrates. Does he know how to feed the flock of the human body in the best manner? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And who is the best to tend a flock of sheep? What is his name? Friend. Shepherd. Socrates. The laws, therefore, of the shepherd are the best for the sheep? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And those of the herdsman for oxen? Friend. Yes. Socrates. And whose laws are the best for the minds of men? Are they not those of a king? Tell me. Friend. I say so. Socrates. You speak well. Can you therefore tell me who among the ancients was a good maker of the laws relating to pipes? Perhaps you have him not in your thoughts. Are you then willing that I should remind you? Friend. By all means. Socrates. Was not Marsyas said to be so, and his loved Olympus the Phrygian? Friend. True. Socrates. The pipe playing of these men is most divine, and alone excites and shows forth those who are in need of the gods, and it alone remains to the present time as being divine? Friend. Such is the case. Socrates. And who amongst the ancient kings is said to have been a good lawmaker, and whose institutions remain even now as being divine? Friend. I do not recollect. Socrates. Do you not know which of the Greeks are making use of laws the most ancient? Friend. Are you speaking of the Lacedaemonians, and of Lycurgus the lawgiver? Socrates. These institutions, however, are perhaps not 300 years old, or a little more. But do you know from whence came the best of their laws? Friend. They say from Crete. Socrates. Do not they, of all the Greeks, make use of laws the most ancient? Friend. Yes. Socrates. Do you know then who among these were good kings? Were they not Minos and Rhadamanthus, the sons of Zeus and Europa, by whom those laws were made? Friend. They say, Socrates, that Rhadamanthus was a just man, but that Minos was rustic, morose, and unjust. Socrates. You are telling, O best of men, a tale of Attica, and of tragedy. Friend. What, are not such things told of Minos? Socrates. Not by Homer at least, and Hesiod, and they are more trustworthy than all the tragic poets, from whom you have heard what you are saying. Friend. But what do they say about Minos? Socrates. I will tell you, that you may not, like the many, be guilty of impiety. For there is not anything more impious than this, nor of what we ought to be more cautious than of sinning against the gods, either in word or in deed, and next against divine men. But you ought to take ever a very great care, when you are about to praise or blame any man, that you speak correctly; and for the sake of this it is meet to learn how to distinguish good and bad men. For the Deity feels indignant when any one blames a person similar to himself, or praises one dissimilar, for this is the good man. For think not that stones, and wood, and birds, and serpents are sacred, but that men are not so. For a good man is the most sacred, and a depraved man the most defiled of all things. Now then, since Homer and Hesiod pass an encomium on Minos, on this account I will speak, in order that you, being a man sprung from a man, may not sin in word against a hero, the son of Jupiter. For Homer, speaking of Crete, says there are many men, and 90 cities in it; amongst them Knossos, a great city, where reigned Minos, who each 9th year converse held with mighty Zeus. This, then, is Homer's praise of Minos, expressed in few words, such as he has not given to even one of his heroes. For that Zeus is a sophist, and that the art itself is all beautiful, he shows in many other places, and here likewise. For he says that Minos conversed in the 9th year with Zeus, and went to be instructed by him, as if Zeus were a sophist. That Homer, then, does not bestow the honor of being instructed by Zeus upon any other hero than Minos is praise indeed to be wondered at. In the scene of the Odyssey, too, relating to the dead, Homer has represented Minos as a judge, and holding a golden sceptre, but not Rhadamanthus as judging there, or conversing with Zeus anywhere. On this account I say that Minos is extolled by Homer beyond all other heroes. For to have been instructed merely by Zeus, when he was the son of Zeus, carries with it no excess of praise. For the verse, "He reigned, and each 9th year conversed with Zeus," means that he was the associate of Zeus. For by oaroi is meant discourses, and by oristes an associate in discourse. Hence, at each 9th year, Minos went to the cavern of Zeus to learn some things, and to show forth others, which during the preceding period of 9 years he had learned from Zeus. There are, however, some who understand by oristes the associate of Zeus, in drinking and sport, although any one may make use of this as a proof to show that they, who thus understand the word, say nothing to the purpose. For although both the Greeks and barbarians are numerous, there are none who abstain from banquets, and the sport to which wine belongs, except the Cretans, and next the Lacedaemonians, who were instructed by the Cretans. But in Crete this is one of the other laws which Minos laid down, not to drink with each other to intoxication. And it is evident that what he deemed to be beautiful institutions, these he laid down for his own citizens. For Minos did not, like a knave, think one thing and do another, contrary to what he thought; but his intercourse with Zeus was, as I assert, through discourses for the attainment of virtue. Hence he laid down those laws for his citizens, through which Crete has been for all time prosperous, and Lacedaemon likewise, from the time when it began to make use of those laws, as being divine. But Rhadamanthus was indeed a good man, for he was instructed by Minos. He did not, however, learn the whole of the royal art, but that part of it which ministers to the royal, as far as presiding over courts of justice, from whence he was said to be a good judge. For Minos employed him as a guardian of the laws in the city, but Talus for those through the rest of Crete. For Talus thrice every year went through the villages in order to preserve the laws in them, and carried with him the laws written in tables of brass, from whence he was called brazen. Hesiod, too, asserts, respecting Minos, what is closely related to this; for, having mentioned his name, he says, "Most regal was he of all mortal kings, and o'er the most of neighboring people ruled, of Zeus the sceptre holding, king like him." And he too means by the sceptre of Zeus nothing else than the instruction of Zeus, by which he regulated Crete. Friend. On what account then, Socrates, was the report spread against Minos of his being an unlearned and morose man? Socrates, on that account, through which you, O best of men, if you are prudent, and every other person to whom it is a care to be in good repute, will be cautious never to incur the anger of a poet. For poets are able to effect much as regards reputation, in whatever way they may represent acts, by praising men and blaming them. On which ground Minos erred, when he made war upon this city, where there is much of other wisdom, and poets in every other kind of poetry, and in tragedy likewise. Now tragedy here is of an old date, not beginning as persons fancy from Thespis, nor from Phrynichus; but if you are willing to turn your thoughts to it, you will find it is a very ancient invention of this city. Now of poetry in general, the most pleasing to the vulgar, and the most soul alluring is tragedy, to which we, applying our minds, have revenged ourselves upon Minos for the tribute he compelled us to pay. In this then Minos erred by incurring our anger, from whence, in reply to your question, he became in rather bad repute. For that he was a good man, a friend to law, and a good shepherd of the people, as I have before observed, this is the greatest proof, that his laws have been unchanged, in consequence of his having discovered correctly the truth of what is, with reference to the administration of a state. Friend, you appear to me, Socrates, to have stated a probable reason. Socrates. If then I am speaking the truth, do not the Cretans, the citizens of Minos and Rhadamanthus, appear to you to have made use of laws the most ancient? Friend, they appear so. Socrates. These therefore were the best lawgivers of the ancients, and distributors and shepherds of men, just as Homer likewise says that a good general is a shepherd of the people. Friend. Entirely so. Socrates. Come then, by Zeus, who presides over friendship, if any one who is a good lawgiver and a shepherd of the body should ask us, what are those things which a person by distributing to the body will make it better? We should well and briefly answer that they are nutriment and labor, by the former increasing, and by the latter exercising and knitting together the body. Friend. Right. Socrates. If then he should after this ask us, what are those things which a good lawgiver and shepherd will, by distributing to the soul, make it better? By making what answer should we be not ashamed of ourselves and of our age? Friend. This I am no longer able to say. Socrates. It is, however, disgraceful to the soul of each of us to seem not to know the things pertaining to them, and in which their good and evil consist, but to have considered those pertaining to the body, and to other things. And of Minos. Clitopho, by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Persons of the dialogue: Socrates and Clitopho. Socrates. A certain person has lately told me that Clitopho, the son of Aristonomus, has been conversing with Lucius, and blaming the passing the time with Socrates, but been praising immoderately the intercourse with Thrasymachus. Clitopho. Whoever he was, Socrates, he has not accurately related to you the conversation I had with Lucius about you. For in some things indeed I did not praise you, but in others I did. But since you are evidently blaming me, although you pretend to care nothing about the matter, I will most willingly go through the conversation myself, especially since we happen to be alone, in order that you may the less imagine that I am ill disposed towards you. For now, perhaps, you have not heard correctly, so that you appear to be more harshly disposed towards me than is fitting. But if you will grant me the liberty of speech, I shall most cheerfully accept it, and am willing to speak. Socrates. Nay, it would be disgraceful for myself, when you are willing to benefit me, not to bear with you. For it is evident that, when I know in what respect I am better and worse, I shall pursue some things and avoid others to the utmost of my power. Clitopho. You shall hear then. For, while I am with you, Socrates, I am often astonished on hearing you, and you appear to me, as compared with other men, to speak most beautifully, when, reproving men, you exclaim like a god upon a machine. Whither are ye borne along? And, are ye ignorant that ye are doing nothing that ye ought, ye who make every exertion how ye may get money, but neglect your children, to whom ye are to leave it, and the means whereby they may know how to use it justly, and do not find for them teachers of justice, if indeed it can be taught, and who, if it is to be made the subject of meditation and exercise, may sufficiently exercise them in it? Nor yet do ye previously attend to yourselves, but seeing that both ye and your children have learnt sufficiently grammar, and music, and the gymnastic arts, which ye have considered as the perfect discipline of virtue, yet afterwards that ye become no less depraved with respect to riches? Why do ye not despise the present mode of education, and seek after those who will cause you to cease from this illiberal line of life? And yet it is through this neglect of what is right, and indolence, and not through the foot being out of time with the lyre, that brother himself arrays himself against brother, and states against states, and, out of all measure and harmony, are stirring up strife and war upon each other, and do and suffer the extreme of ill. But ye say that they who are unjust, not through the want of instruction, nor through ignorance, but voluntarily; and again, ye dare to assert that injustice is disgraceful and hateful to the gods. How then can any one voluntarily choose so great an evil? He does so, ye say, through being conquered by pleasure. Is not this then an involuntary act, since to conquer is a voluntary one? So that reason perfectly convinces us that to act unjustly is involuntary, and that every man privately, and all cities publicly, ought to pay more attention than they do at present to their conduct. When, therefore, Socrates, I hear you perpetually speaking so, I am greatly delighted with you, and pay you in a wonderful manner the tribute of praise. And when you say what follows in order upon this, that they who cultivate their bodies, but neglect their soul, do something different of this kind, in neglecting that which is to govern, but busily attending to what is to be governed; and when you assert that it is better for him who does not know how to use a thing, to leave alone the use of it, for if a person does not know how to use his eyes or ears, or his whole body, it is better for him not to hear, nor see, nor to use his body for any need, than to use it in any way; and in a similar manner with respect to art. For it is evident, as you say, that he who does not know how to use his own lyre will not know how to use that of his neighbor, nor will he who knows not how to use the lyre of others know how to use his own, nor any other instrument or chattel whatever. And this your discourse ended beautifully, by inferring that for him who does not know how to use his soul, it is better to be at rest with respect to his soul, and not to live, than to live and act according to his own caprice. But if there is any necessity for such a person to live, that it is better for him to lead the life of a slave than of a free man. For that this is to deliver the rudder of the mind, like that of a ship, to another who has learnt the art of governing men, which, Socrates, you have often called the statesman's art, and said it is the same as that of the judge and justice. To these and many other and very beautiful reasonings, in which it is asserted that virtue can be taught, and that a person ought above all things to pay attention to himself, I have scarcely at any time said a word in opposition, nor do I think that I shall ever say; for I deem them to be very exhortatory and useful, and really awakening us, as if we were asleep. I have, therefore, given my mind to them, as one about to hear what is to follow. And I have asked at first, not yourself, Socrates, but your equals in age, or fellow thinkers, or friends, or in whatever name one must call the party thus disposed towards you. For among them I have first of all asked those who are thought by you to be something, by inquiring what would be the discourse after this, and, laying down a subject after your manner, I have said to them, how are we to receive for the present, O best of men, the exhortation of Socrates to virtue? As being merely a word, but that it is not in our power to follow it up in deed, and to comprehend it thoroughly? And will this be our employment through the whole of life, to exhort those who have not been exhorted as yet, and for them to exhort others? Or is it requisite for us after this to inquire of Socrates and each other, since we confess that this should be done, what is to come next? How, say we, ought we to begin the discipline relating to justice? As if some one had exhorted us to pay attention to the body, on perceiving that we, like boys, had no notion that the care of the body belongs to the gymnastic and medical arts, and afterwards reproached us by saying that it was disgraceful to pay every attention to wheat and barley, and vines, and such other things as we labor to obtain for the sake of the body, but that we search after no art or device, so that the body may be rendered in the best condition, and this too when there is such an art. If then we inquired of the person so exhorting us, "Do you say there are such arts as these?" perhaps he would say, "There are the gymnastic and medical arts." And what now, we said, is the art that relates to the virtue of the soul? Let it be mentioned. But he, who seemed to be of the greatest strength for giving an answer to these questions, said to myself that the very art which you have heard Socrates mention is no other than justice. And on my saying, "Tell me not merely the name of the art, but explain it further in this way," "There is an art called the medical. By this two things are effected: one, that physicians are always forming other physicians in addition to those already existing; the other, to effect health. Now of these, one is no longer an art, but the work of the art, which teaches and is taught, which we call health. And in the case of carpentry, there is the building and the art, one the effect, and the other the teaching. So too of justice, one part is to make persons just, as each of the arts mentioned above makes artists. But what shall we say is the other work, which a just man is able to do for us? State it. One person has, I think, said in answer to us that it is the conducible, another that it is the becoming, another that it is the useful, and another that it is the profitable. But I rejoined by saying that these very names exist in each of the arts, namely, to act rightly, profitably, usefully, and the like; but that to which all these tend, each art will state itself. Thus the art of carpentry will say that the right, the beautiful, the becoming, tend to this, that wooden furniture may be aptly made, which is not art, but the work of art. Let in like manner be mentioned the work of justice. At last one of your friends, Socrates, who appeared to speak most elegantly, answered me that this was the work peculiar to justice, which does not belong to any other science, namely, to cause a friendship amongst states. But he, on the other hand, on being interrogated, said that friendship was a good, and by no means an evil; but on being asked about the friendships of boys and of wild animals, for by that name we call their attachments, he did not admit that they are friendships, for it happened that such friendships of theirs were for the greater part hurtful rather than advantageous, and that those who call them so call them falsely; but that friendship existing really and truly was most clearly an union of sentiment. But on being asked whether he meant by an union of sentiment an agreement in opinion or science, he repudiated the agreement in opinion; for many and hurtful agreements in opinion are compelled to take place amongst men; but he conceded that friendship was entirely a good, and the work of justice, so that he said an agreement in sentiment was the same as science really existing, but not opinion. But when we were at this part of our discourse, the parties present, being in a state of doubt, were competent to find fault with him, and to say that the reasoning had run round to the point first mooted; and they affirmed that the medical art is a certain agreement in sentiment, and so are all the other arts, and that they are able to state about what they are conversant; but that the art called by you justice, or an agreement in sentiment, it had escaped them as to whither it tends, and that it is not manifest what is its work. At last I inquired of yourself, Socrates, upon these points, and you told me that it is the work of justice to injure enemies and benefit friends; but afterwards it appeared to you that the just man will never injure any one, but will act to the advantage of every one in all things. Having endured this not once, nor even twice, but for a length of time, and being urgent with you, Socrates, I was tired out, thinking indeed that you effected in the best manner of all men the exhortation to the study of virtue, but that one of two things must take place: either that you are able to effect thus much alone, but nothing further, which might happen in the case of any other art; as, for instance, that he who is not a pilot may exercise himself in praising the pilot's art, as a thing of great value to man, and similarly in the case of other arts, so a person may perhaps apply the same remark on the subject of justice to yourself, as not having a greater knowledge than others of its nature, because you praise it in a beautiful manner. Such, however, is not my opinion, but, as I say, one of two things take place: either that you do not know what justice is, or that you are unwilling to impart the knowledge of it to me. On this account, then, I think I shall go to Thrasymachus, and wherever else I can, as being in doubt, and where I hope I shall be freed from doubts; nor should I betake myself elsewhere, if you were willing to finish your exhortatory discourses to me. Now, for instance, if I had been exhorted on the subject of the gymnastic art, that I ought not to neglect the body, you would state to me what comes next after the exhortation speech: what is the nature of my body, and what attention it requires? And let this be done at present. Lay it down, then, that Clitophon acknowledges it to be ridiculous to pay attention to other things, but to neglect the soul, for the sake of which we labor in other things; and imagine that I have really spoken upon all other points, next in order to those which I have just now gone through. I beg of you not to act in any respect otherwise, that I may not hereafter, as at present, partly praise you before Lysias and the rest, and blame you likewise in part. For I will say, Socrates, that you are worth everything to the man who is not yet exhorted, but to him who has been exhorted you are nearly an impediment to his arriving at the end of virtue, and becoming happy. End of Clitophon. Epistles 1 through 6 by Plato. Translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Epistle 1. Dion to Dionysius, Prosperity. While I was passing so long a time with you, and administering the affairs of your kingdom the most faithfully of all who took in hand your interests, I had to endure calumnies really grievous. For I know that nothing of a rather cruel kind you ever thought proper to do with my consent; and of this all who have taken a part in the state with yourself are my witnesses, with many of whom I have been engaged in a contest, after I had freed them from no trifling calamities; and, when in possession of the sole power, I had often preserved for you the state. I have been sent away in a more ignominious manner than it became you to drive out a beggar, and you have ordered me to sail away, after I had resided with you for such a length of time. With regard to my future conduct, I shall consult my interest somewhat more like a human being, while you, a tyrant of that kind, shall live alone. As to the splendid gold which you gave for my departure, Bacchaeus, the bearer of this epistle, brings it back, for it was neither sufficient for my travelling expenses, nor useful for the rest of life, and it would bring the greatest disgrace upon you as the giver, and not much less upon me as the receiver. But it evidently makes no difference to you, either to give or receive as much gold as this, so that after getting it again, prove by it your attention to some other of your associates, as you did to me; for you have paid sufficiently an attention to me. And now one may mention opportunely the sentiment of Euripides, that when thy affairs shall otherwise fall out, thou'lt pray that such a man were standing by thee. But I wish to remind you that the majority of other tragic poets, when they introduce a tyrant dying at the hands of any one, make him call out, "By friends deserted, do I hapless perish." But no one represents a tyrant perishing through the want of gold. To those, too, who possess any mind, that piece of poetry is thought to be not ill said: Not glittering gold 'mongst men most rare, during a life of hapless care, nor steel, nor couch, with silver dight, by mortals valued, strike the sight; nor fertile furrows of the earth's wide plain such self-sufficient power error obtain, as of good men the mind that thinks the same. Fare thee well, and know that thou hast erred thus much as regards us, in order that you may conduct yourself better towards others. Epistle II. Plato to Dionysius. Prosperity. I have heard from Archidamus that you think that not only I ought to keep quiet myself, but my familiar friends likewise on matters relating to yourself, and neither do or say anything to your disparagement, but that you make an exception in the case of Dion. Now this assertion, that Dion is to be excepted, signifies that I have no power over my connections. For if I had a power as well over others as you and Dion, a greater good would be the result, both to all of you and the rest of the Greeks, as I assert. But now I am great through rendering myself a follower of the dictates of my reason. And this I say, because Cratistolus and Polyxenus have not given you sound information. For one of them asserted, says common report, that he had heard at Olympia of many of my associates having spoken ill of you. But perhaps he heard more acutely than I did, for such a thing I have not heard. But it is requisite, as it seems to me, for you to act thus for the future, whenever any one says anything about any one of us, by sending a letter to inquire of myself, for I shall neither be afraid or ashamed to tell the truth. But to you and me, such is the state of circumstances with regard to each other, that we are neither of us unknown to any one, so to say, of the Greeks, nor is our intercourse passed over in silence. Nor let it be concealed from you, that it will not be passed over in silence in the time to come. So many have obtained a knowledge of it, as having been neither little nor quietly carried on. But why do I say this? I will now tell you, beginning from events far back. Intellect and great power naturally tend to the same, and these two always pursue, and seek after, and unite with each other. In the next place, men are delighted to speak about these subjects themselves, and to hear about them from others in their private conversations, or in the writings of poets. Thus, for example, when persons discourse about Hiera and Pausanias the Lacedaemonian, they are delighted in bringing forward the intercourse of Simonides with these men, and what he did and said to them; and they are accustomed to celebrate together Periander of Corinth, and Thales of Miletus, and Pericles, and Anaxagoras, and Croesus, and Solon, as being men of wisdom, and Cyrus a person of power. Poets, too, in imitation of this, bring together Creon and Tiresias, Polyidus and Minos, Agamemnon and Nestor, Ulysses and Palamedes, and, as it appears to me, for the same reason, the first men brought together Prometheus and Zeus, and they sing of some of these as having a difference, and others a friendship with each other, and again of some as having at one time a difference, and at another friendship, and having similar feelings on some points, and different upon others. Now all these things I mention, as being willing to show that men will not be silent respecting us when we are dead, so that we ought to pay an attention to them. For we must, as it seems, pay some regard even to the time to come, especially since it happens that the most slave-like persons do by a kind of nature neglect it entirely. But persons of a more elegant mind do everything in order that they may be spoken well of hereafter. And this I consider an argument that the dead have a certain perception of things here. For the most excellent minds divine that this is so, but the most depraved deny it. Now the divinations of godlike men are of greater weight than of those who are not so; and I conceive that if it were permitted for those persons of a former age, to whom I am alluding, to correct aught in their intercourse, they would earnestly endeavor that better things be said of them than at present. This, however, it is still permitted us to say, God willing, that if anything has been done not correctly during our former intercourse, either in word or deed, we may correct it. For on the subject of philosophy I assert that a true opinion will be formed of us; a better one if we are persons of worth, but the contrary if we are worthless. And indeed, if we pay attention to this, we shall not do anything more pious, nor anything more impious if we neglect it. But how this ought to take place, and how it is just, I will explain. When I came to Sicily, I had the reputation of excelling very much in philosophy, and I wished, on my arrival at Syracuse, to have you a witness in my favor, in order that philosophy might be honored by the multitude. But this did not turn out prosperously. I do not, however, assign that as the reason which the many would say, but because you appeared unwilling to put implicit confidence in me, but willing to send me away, and to send for others, and to inquire what my business was, by this, as it seems, distrusting me. And they who were proclaiming loudly these matters were many, affirming that you had a contempt for myself, and were seriously applying yourself to other things. Such were the reports at that time bruited about. Now hear what after this it is just to do, in order that I may reply to your question, how you and I ought to conduct ourselves to each other. If then you have a contempt for philosophy, bid farewell to it. But if you have heard from another, or discovered yourself anything more excellent than what you have from me, honor it. But if what you have heard from me please you, then must you honor highly myself likewise. Now, therefore, as from the beginning, do you lead, and I will follow. For being honored by you, I will honor you in return; but not being honored, I shall keep quiet. Further still, if by honoring me you take the lead in this, you will seem to honor philosophy, and that very thing which you are considering, even otherwise, will bring you the reputation of being considered by the multitude a philosopher. But by honoring you, when not honoring me, I should seem to be admiring and pursuing wealth; but this we know has a name dishonorable amongst all men. And to sum up, by your honoring me there will be an ornament to both of us, but by my honoring you, a disgrace to both. And thus much on these matters. But the little sphere does not answer, and this Archidemos will show you when he arrives. Moreover, you must explain to him very distinctly respecting the matter, which is far more honorable and divine than this, and respecting which you sent as being in doubt. For you say, according to his report, that there has not been a sufficient demonstration respecting the nature of the first. I must speak to you by enigmas, in order that, should the tablet meet with any accident in its folds by land or sea, he who reads it may not understand, for such is the case. As regards the king of all things are his, and all are for his sake, and he is the cause of all that is beautiful. But about a second are the secondary things, and about a third the third. Now the soul of man is eager to learn respecting these things of what kind they are, looking to what is allied to itself, none of which it possesses sufficiently. But respecting the king himself, and those of which I have spoken, there is nothing of this kind. But of that which is after this does the soul speak. But of what kind, son of Dionysius and Doris, is your inquiry concerning what is the cause of all things evil? Or rather, is it not a kind of labor throes on this point, which are produced in the soul, and which, if a person does not take away from it, the soul will never meet with truth existing in reality? And you told me that you had thought of this in the garden under the laurel trees, and that it was your discovery; and I said that if this appeared to you to be the case, you had freed me from a long discussion. I said, however, that I had never met with any other person who had discovered it, but that it had been a great source of trouble to myself. But perhaps you have heard this from some one; but accidentally impelled in this direction by a divine allotment, you have not kept firm hold of the demonstrations on this point, and pinned them down; but you are dashing on, at one time in this way, and at another in a different way, to what is the object of fancy, but such it is not. Nor has this occurred to you alone. But be well assured that no one, when he first hears me, is otherwise affected than thus in the beginning; and one having more trouble, and another less, are with difficulty liberated from it, but nearly all of them have of it not a little. Such then having been, and is still the case, we have, in my opinion, nearly discovered that about which you sent me, namely, how we ought to be affected towards each other. For since you are testing my doctrines by associating with other persons, and placing them by the side of those promulgated by others, and considering them by themselves, they will, if the touchstone be true, still stick to you, and you will be at home with them and us. How then shall these things, and all we have spoken of, not take place? You have therefore done well in having sent Archidemos, and hereafter, when he shall have reached you, and told you my message, other doubts will perhaps lay hold of you. If then you take counsel of yourself properly, you will send Archidemos to me again, and he, like a travelling trader, will return again to you. And if you do this twice or thrice, and test sufficiently what is sent from me, I shall wonder if your former doubts be not very different from what they are now. Act then thus boldly, for neither will you send, nor Archidemos act the part of a travelling trader, in a manner more beautiful, or more acceptable to the Deity, than by a trading of this kind. Be careful, however, that these things do not fall peradventure among men devoid of instruction; for, as it appears to me, there are scarcely any doctrines which will appear more ridiculous to the multitude than these, nor, on the other hand, any more wonderful, and producing a greater enthusiasm in those who are well disposed. But when they are often mentioned, and continually heard, and this for many years, they are scarcely at length, and with great labor, purified like gold. But here, what is wonderful there? For even a good many persons have heard these things, who are able to learn and able to remember, and, after testing everything in every way, to come to a decision, being already old men, and who have heard these things for not less than 30 years, and who asserted lately that what formerly appeared to them to be the least worthy of belief now appears the most so, and perfectly clear; but what was most worthy of belief then is the very reverse now. Directing therefore your mind to this, be careful lest it repent you of what has now unworthily fallen from you. Now the greatest guard in this case is in not writing but learning; for what is written, it cannot be but that it will get abroad. On this account then I have never at any time written anything about them, nor is there any composition of Plato by name, nor will there be; but what has now been said belonged to Socrates, who was, even when young, a handsome person. Fare thee well, and be persuaded by me, and after frequently reading this epistle, burn it; and thus much on these matters. With respect to Polixenes, you have wondered that I did not send him to you; but I say now, as of old, respecting Lycophron, and the others who are with you, that both naturally, and from the method of your discourse, you very much excel them in the art of speaking; nor is any one of them confuted willingly, as some suppose, but unwillingly; and you appear indeed to have treated them with great moderation, and to have bestowed upon them honorable presents. So much on these matters, which for such matters is much. But if you make use of Philistion at all, make a great use of him; and, if you can, lend Speusippus something, and send him away. Speusippus too stands in need of you, and Philistion too promised me that he would very willingly come to Athens if you would dismiss him. You have likewise done well in dismissing him from the stone quarries. But trifling is the request both respecting his domestics, and Hegesippus, the son of Ariston; for you sent word to me, that if any one injured either him or them, and you knew of it, you would not overlook it. And of Lucicylides it is worth while to speak the truth; For he alone of those who came from Sicily to Athens has caused no change as regards our intercourse with each other, but ever continues to say something good, and what is for the best respecting what has occurred. Epistle 3. Plato to Dionysius. Having put in a letter, all hail, can I have truly found the best address? Or rather by writing, according to my custom, prosperity, as I am accustomed to address friends in my letters. For you, as they who went on a sacred embassy related, addressed the god at Delphi by this very flattering expression, and wrote, as they say, Hail, and preserve the tyrant's pleasant life. But I would exhort not even a man, much less a deity, by an invocation to do this; not a deity, because I should give a command contrary to his nature, since the deity is seated far from pleasure and pain; nor a man, because pleasure frequently begets mischief, and pain produces in the soul indocility, and forgetfulness, and silliness, and insolence. And thus much let it be said by me on the subject of the address. And do you, after having read this, receive it as you are willing to receive it. Not a few report that you stated to certain persons sent to you, that when I heard you saying that you were about to establish Grecian cities in Sicily, and to relieve the people of Syracuse by changing the government from an absolute to a limited monarchy, I prevented you from doing so, although, as you assert, you were very eager on the matter; but that now I have taught Dion to do the very same thing himself, and that, according to your notions, we are depriving you of your power. You indeed know whether you are benefited by such assertions. You are, however, injuring me by stating the contrary to what really occurred; for I have been sufficiently prejudiced by Philistades and many others in the eyes of the hired troops and the mob of Syracuse, through my remaining in the Acropolis, while they without, I think, would, had any error taken place, have turned it all against myself, by asserting tenaciously that you were persuaded in all things by me. But you knew yourself most clearly that of my own accord I meddled very little with politics, except at first, when I thought I might do something beneficial, and that I was moderately engaged in some other trifling matters, and upon the proems of the laws, with the exception of what you and some one else have written as an addition; for I hear that some persons after you have been tampering with them. Each portion will, however, be plain to those who are able to distinguish my manner. But, as I just now said, I do not stand in need of calumny before the Syracusans, and certain others, if you can persuade them by speaking in this way; but I am much more in want of an apology against the former calumny, and that which has now been produced after it, both greater and more violent. Against these two calumnies, therefore, it is necessary for me to make a twofold apology by saying, in the first place, that I properly avoided taking a share with you in the affairs of the city; and in the second place, that I know it was not my advice, as you have asserted, that exhorted you, nor was I an impediment to you, when about to establish the Grecian cities. Hear then first the commencement of those matters about which I have spoken the first. I came to Syracuse, invited by yourself and Dion, who had already passed an ordeal with me, and had been of old my guest, and who was of the middle and staid period of life; men of whom there is altogether a need to such as possess even a little intellect, when they are about to consult about affairs such as yours were then, while you were very young, and had great inexperience on those points in which it behoved you to have been skilled, and you were perfectly unknown to me. After this, some man, or God, or fortune, did in conjunction with yourself drive out Dion, and you were left alone. Think you then at that time I would have held any communion with you on affairs of state, when I had lost a sensible partner? And when I saw a senseless person was left with many and wicked men, not ruling in reality, but fancying himself to be a ruler, although he was ruled over by men of such a kind? Under these circumstances, what ought I to have done? Is it not of necessity, from what occurred afterwards, just what I did do? To bid farewell to state affairs, and to be cautious of the calumnies arising from envy, and to endeavor to make all of you, although separated and at variance, friends as much as possible to each other. And of this you are the witness, that in bringing this about I never abated a jot; and, though with some difficulty, it was nevertheless agreed that I should sail homewards, since a war detained you, but that, when peace took place, I and Dion should come to Syracuse again, and that you should invite us. Such were the circumstances that occurred, touching my first sojourn at Syracuse, and of my safe return home. On peace being made, you invited me a second time, not however according to the agreement, but you wrote to me to come alone, and said that you would send for Dion afterwards. On this account I did not come, and displeased Dion, for he thought it would be better to come and hearken to you. In a year after this a trireme arrived, and letters from yourself, and the language of the letter began by saying that if I would come, the affairs of Dion should be settled according to my mind, but the contrary if I did not come. I am ashamed to say how many letters then came, both from you, and others through you, from Italy and Sicily to myself, and to such as were my relations and acquaintances, all of them exhorting me to go, and begging me by all means to yield to your request. It seemed therefore good to all, beginning from Dion, that I should set sail, and not act the coward. And yet I put forward before them my period of life, and I strenuously urged, with respect to yourself, that you would be unable to defend me against those calumniating us, and wishing us to become foes. For I saw then, and I see now, that the great and overswollen property of private persons, and almost monarchs, that the greater they are, the more do they nourish calumniators, many and mighty, and who associate for the sake of pleasure, together with mischief of a shameful kind, an evil greater than which neither does wealth produce, nor the influence of any other power. Bidding, however, farewell to all these ideas, I came, after thoroughly reflecting that not one of my friends would have to accuse me in that through my negligence their interests had been, when they might have been safe, destroyed. On my arrival, for surely you know all that occurred thereupon, I thought it right, according to the compact made in your letters, that you should in the first place bring back Dion, and restore him to your familiar intercourse. Such familiar intercourse I mean, as that, by which, if you had been persuaded by me, something better than what has taken place would have happened to yourself, and Syracuse, and the rest of the Greeks, at least as my opinion divines. And then I thought it right that the relations of Dion should have his property, and that those whom you know did divide it should not have divided it. Moreover, I thought that what was customary should be sent to him each year, and rather more, and not less, be sent on account of my being present. But succeeding in none of these demands, I determined to depart. After this, however, you persuaded me to remain a year, by saying that you would sell all the property of Dion, and send one half to Corinth, and leave the residue to his son. I could relate many other things, not one of which, after promising, you have performed, but on account of their multitude I will cut them short. For, after you had sold all the property of Dion, without having persuaded him to that step, although you said you would not do so without first persuading him, you have put, O wonderful man, a most glorious finish to all your promises. For you discovered a plan neither honorable, nor clever, nor just, nor advantageous, to frighten me, as being ignorant of what had taken place at that time, in order that I might not require the money to be sent. For when you were intending to banish Heraclides, an act that did not seem just to the Syracusans, or to myself, and on that I did, together with Theodotos and Eurybius, request you not to do so, you laid hold of this as a sufficient pretext, and said that I had evidently been for some time past caring nothing for you, but only for Dion, and his friends and relatives, and that since Theodotos and Heraclides are now calumniated as being the relatives of Dion, I am devising in every way for them not to suffer punishment. And thus much on the subject of the intercourse between you and myself on state affairs. And if you have seen any estrangement in me towards yourself, think it only reasonable for all this to have happened in this way, and do not wonder at it. For to any one possessing any intellect I should justly appear to be a knave, if I were induced by the greatness of your power to betray an old friend and guest, when doing badly through you, and being, so to say, not inferior to yourself, and to prefer you, when committing an act of injustice, and to do whatever you ordered, for the sake, it is evident, of money. For no other reason would any one have assigned for this change in me, if changed I had been. But these events occurring in this way have through yourself produced a kind of wolf friendship, and a want of cordiality between you and me. The discourse has now come nearly to the point connected with what has just now occurred, and for which I said I must in the second place apologize. Attend therefore diligently, and consider whether I appear to you to tell a falsehood, and not the truth. For I assert that you did, when Archidemos and Aristoclitos were present in the garden, about 20 days before my departure homewards from Syracuse, find fault with me on the points you have just now mentioned, how that I was more concerned for Heraclides and all the rest than for you. And you likewise asked me in their presence whether I remembered that on my first coming to Syracuse I exhorted you to establish the Grecian cities. And I acknowledged that I did remember, and even now it appears to me that it is best to do so. I must likewise relate, Dionysius, what was said at that time after this. For I asked you whether I advised you to do this alone, or something else besides this. But you answered me in a very angry and insulting manner, as you thought, and on this account the insult of that period has become a daydream instead of a night one. For you said, laughing in not a feigned manner, if I remembered, that you had exhorted me, after I had been instructed to do all these things or not. I replied that you had very properly reminded me. You then said, was it after being instructed in geometry, or how? After this I did not say what it came into my mind to say, through the fear that on account of a trifling word the sailing away which I expected would be in a narrow instead of a wide space. This then is for the sake of all what has been said by me. Do not calumniate me by saying that I did not permit you to colonize the Grecian cities, subverted by the barbarians, and to assist the Syracusans by your changing to a limited monarchy instead of an absolute one. For you cannot state any falsehood against me, which is less suited to myself than this. If there appeared to be anywhere a sufficient power of deciding, I could give in addition to these arguments still clearer to prove that I exhorted you to act in this way, but that you were unwilling to do so. And in truth it is not difficult to show clearly, that had this been done, it would have been the best for yourself, the Syracusans, and all the Sicilians. If then you deny you have said so, after you had so said, I have a right of action against you. But if you confess you did say so, consider after this that Stesichorus was a wise man, and imitating his recantation, betake yourself from a false assertion to a true one. Epistle 4. Plato to Dion of Syracuse. Prosperity. I think that my readiness with respect to events as they occur is apparent at all times, and that I give much of a serious attention to their being brought to pass for the sake of nothing else rather than a love of honor in the case of things honorable. For I consider it just that they, who are in good truth worthy men, and who act in this manner, should obtain the renown due to them. At present matters are, to speak with God's will, doing well, but in those that relate to the future there is the greatest contest. For to excel in fortitude, swiftness, and strength would seem to be in the power of some others; but to excel all the others in truth, justice, magnificence, and the graceful bearing relating to all these, any one would agree to honor in reason those who establish their claim to qualities such as these. Now then, what I am saying is manifest; but at the same time we ought to remind ourselves that it is proper to excel the rest of men whom you know more than boys. Hence we ought to become manifest as being such as we say; especially since, so to say, with God's will, it will be easy. For to others it has happened that it was necessary for them to have wandered in many a place, if they were about to be known. But that which is now existing about you is such, so that persons from the whole of the inhabited earth, if one may speak in rather an arrogant style, are looking to one spot, and in that spot to yourself especially. Since then you are beheld by all men, prepare to exhibit yourself as that celebrated Lycurgus of the olden time, and Cyrus, and if there is any one else who has ever been thought to excel in moral and political virtues; especially since many, and indeed nearly all here say, there is a great expectation that, when Dionysius is taken off, affairs will be in a ruinous state, through the ambition of yourself, and Heraclides, and Theodotus, and others of your acquaintances. Let then the most of all such a person not exist; but if he should exist, do you appear as a healer, and ye will proceed on to what is best. It appears perhaps to you ridiculous for me to mention these things, because you are yourself not ignorant of them. But I see that in the theatres the combatants are incited by children, to say nothing of their friends, whom one might suppose would through a kind feeling cheer them on with earnestness. Now then, do you enter the contest, and send me word by a letter if you require at all my assistance. Affairs are here very nearly as when you were present. Inform me too what has been done, or what you are now doing; for, though we hear many things, we know nothing. And now letters from Theodotus and Heraclides have come to Lacedaemon and Aegina; but we, as has been stated, although we hear many things, about those here know nothing. Bear in mind that you seem to some to be less attentive than is fitting. Let it therefore not escape you, that by pleasing men it is possible to do something, but that austerity has its dwelling in a desert. May good fortune be thine. Epistle 5. Dion to Perdiccas. Prosperity. I have advised Euphraeus, as you enjoined in your letter, to occupy himself about all that is a care to you; and I am justified in giving you advice suited to a host, and what is called holy, respecting the other things of which you may speak, and how you ought for the present to make use of Euphraeus. For the man is useful in many ways, but mostly so in that where you are through your time of life deficient, and through there not being many counsellors of the young on that point. Now there is a voice from each form of polity, as it were from certain animals, one from a democracy, another from an oligarchy, and another again from a monarchy. Very many persons assert that they understand these voices, but except a few, they are very far from understanding them. Whichever then of these polities speaks with its own voice, both to gods and men, and produces actions correspondent to its voice, it flourishes ever, and is preserved; but when it imitates another voice, it is destroyed. For this point then Euphraeus will be useful to you in no small degree, although he is possessed of fortitude in other things likewise. For I hope that he will discover the reasons for a monarchy, not less than those who are in your employment. If then you make use of him for this purpose, you will be benefited yourself, and greatly benefit him. But if any one on hearing this should say, Plato, as it seems, professed indeed to know what is conducive to a democracy; but though he might have spoken amongst the people, and given them the best advice, yet he never got up and addressed them, To this it may be said that Plato was born late in his paternal land, and that he came amongst a people already grown rather old, and accustomed by those prior to him to do things contrary to his advice; for he would have consulted most willingly for its good, as for that of his own father, had he not thought he should vainly expose himself to danger. And I think he would do the same thing with respect to my advice; for if we should appear to be incurable, he will bid a long farewell to us, and will abstain from advising either me or mine. May good fortune be thine. Epistle VI. Plato to Hermias, Erastus, and Coriscus. Prosperity. It appears to me that some god has kindly and abundantly procured for you good fortune, if you will only receive it properly. For you live neighbors to each other, and have need to benefit each other in the greatest degree. To Hermias I say that neither a multitude of horses, nor of any other alliance for war, nor of gold present to him, would be of greater power for every emergency than of friends who are firm, and possess a sound moral conduct. But to Erastus and Coriscus I say, although I am an old man, that besides the beautiful wisdom relating to species, there is a need of that wisdom which possesses a guardian and defensive power against the base and unjust; for they are inexperienced through their having passed much of their life with us, who are men of moderation and without guile. On this account I have said that they stand in need of those two things, in order that they may not be compelled to neglect true wisdom, and pay more attention than is proper to human and necessary wisdom. But Hermias appears to me to have received this power from nature, which is not yet cognate, and from art through experience. What then do I say? To you, Hermias, do I, having made a greater trial of Erastus and Coriscus than you have, assert, indicate, and testify that you will not easily find habits more worthy of confidence than those of your neighbors. I advise you, therefore, to hold to yourself by every honest means men of such kind, nor to consider it an act of secondary moment. And, on the other hand, I advise Erastus and Coriscus to stick close to Hermias, and to endeavor by such grapplings with each other to arrive at one common bond of friendship. But if any one of you shall determine to dissolve this union, for human affairs are not altogether stable, send hither to me and my friends an accusing letter of blame. For I think that the reasons sent by those here, and based on justice and a feeling of respect, will, unless the rupture happens to have been very great, weld and bind you together better than any incantation into your pre-existing friendship and communion, by which, if all, both we and you, philosophize as far as we are able, and it is permitted to each what has now been oracularly delivered, will be ratified. But I will not say the same should we not act in this manner; for I define a good omen, and I say that if a god is willing, you will do all good deeds. It is requisite for you to read this letter, all three together; but if not, two in common, as often as you can, and as it is possible, and to make use of a compact and a decisive law, which is indeed a just thing, and at the same time taking an oath, with attention not devoid of taste, and amusement, the sister of attention, and swearing by the God who is the ruler of all things present and future, and by the Father and Lord of the ruler and cause, whom, if we philosophize truly, we shall all clearly know, as far as is possible for men under a good genius. End of Epistle VI. Part I. Of Epistle VII by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Epistle VII. Plato to the kindred and friends of Dion. Prosperity. Ye have written to me that I ought to think your sentiments are the same as those which Dion held, and, moreover, you exhort me to make a common cause, as far as I can, in word and deed. If ye have the same opinion and desires with him, I agree to unite with you, but if not, to take frequent counsel with myself. Now, what his sentiments and desires were, I can tell pretty nearly, not by conjecture, but by having known them clearly. For when I came originally to Syracuse, being then nearly 40 years old, Dion was of the age that Hipparchus is now, and the opinion he then held he has still continued to hold, namely, that the Syracusans ought to be free, and live according to the best laws; so that it is by no means wonderful if some god has caused the latter to agree in the same opinion with the former on the subject of a polity. But what was the method of producing this is a thing not unworthy for the young and not young to hear, and I will endeavor to relate it to you from the beginning, for the present events offer the opportunity. When I was a young man, I was affected as the many are. I thought, if I became quickly my own master, to betake myself immediately to the public affairs of the state. Now, some such circumstances as these fell out relating to state affairs. Of the polity existing at that time, when it was abused by many, a change took place, and over the change 51 men presided as governors, 11 in the city, and 10 in the Piraeus, and each of these had a jurisdiction about the agora, and whatever else it was necessary to regulate in the cities, while 30 of them were invested with supreme authority. Some of these happened to be my relatives and acquaintances, and they forthwith invited me to attend to state affairs as being a suitable pursuit. And how I was affected is, on account of my youth, not at all wonderful. For I thought that they would, by leading the city from an unjust mode of living to a just one, administer it in the way it was meet, so that I diligently gave my mind to what they did. But when I saw these men proving in a short time that the previous form of government had been, as it were, gold, and that they committed other acts unjustly, and sent my friend Socrates, advanced in years, whom I am not ashamed to say was nearly the most righteous man of those then living, together with certain others, against one of the citizens, and to bring him by force, in order that he might be executed, so that he, Socrates, might have a share in their deeds, whether he wished it or not, and that he did not comply, but ran the risk of suffering everything rather than take any part in their impious acts. All this, when I saw, and other similar acts of no trifling kind, I felt indignant, and withdrew myself from the evil men of that period. Not long after this, the power of the 30 fell by a revolution, together with the whole of the then existing form of government. Again, therefore, but somewhat more slowly, did a desire still drag me on to engage in public and political affairs. Now in these, as being in a troubled state, many things took place, at which any one might be indignant. Nor was it wonderful that in revolutions the punishment of hostile factions should have been rather severe in the case of some, although they who returned acted with considerable clemency. But by some chance some of those in power brought before a court of justice our friend Socrates, laying upon him an accusation the most unholy, and belonging the least of all to Socrates. For some brought him to trial, and others gave their vote against him, and destroyed the man who had been unwilling to share in the unholy act of a removal relating to one of his then exiled friends, when the exiles themselves were unfortunate. On reflecting then upon these matters, and on the persons who managed political affairs, and on the laws and customs, the more I considered them, and I advanced in years, by so much the more difficulty did it appear to me to administer correctly state affairs. For it is not possible to do so without friends and faithful associates, whom, existing at that time, it was not easy to find. For our city was then no longer administered according to the manners and institutions of our fathers, and it was impossible to acquire new with any facility, while the written laws and customs were corrupted, and unholiness was increasing to a degree how wonderful! So that I, who had been at first full of ardor towards engaging in affairs of state, did, upon looking at these things, and seeing them carried along in every way, and on every side, become giddy, but not so as to withdraw from considering how at any time something better might take place respecting these very matters, and likewise the whole form of government, but to be wisely waiting continually for opportunities of acting. At last I perceived that all states existing at present were badly governed; for what relates to their laws is nearly in an incurable state, without some wonderful arrangement in conjunction with fortune. I was therefore compelled to say, in praise of true philosophy, that through it we are enabled to perceive all that is just as regards the state and individuals, and hence that the human race will never cease from ills, until the race of those who philosophize correctly and truthfully shall come to political power, or persons of power in states shall, by a certain divine allotment, philosophize really. Holding these sentiments, I arrived in Italy and Sicily when I first came there. But on my arrival the life which is there called happy pleased me at no time or manner; a life full of the tables prepared by Italiots and Syracusans, and where one is filled twice a day, and never lies alone by night, and has such other pursuits as follow a life of this kind. For from these habits no man under heaven, having such pursuits from his youth, would ever become prudent, not even if he were mixed up with a wondrous nature by some God. But to become temperate it will never be his care. And the same thing may be said respecting the remaining portion of virtue. Nor will any state rest quietly according to any laws whatever, while men conceive that it is proper to waste everything on excesses, and deem that they ought to be idle in everything except good living and drinking, and the labored exertions made for sexual intercourse. But it is necessary for such states never to cease changing their tyrannies, oligarchies, and democracies, and for the powerful in them not to endure even the name of a polity, just and with equal laws. With these and the above mentioned sentiments I passed over to Syracuse, perhaps through an accident of fortune. At least it seems that by the planning of some superior being, a beginning was laid of the doings that have lately taken place relating to Dion, and of those too relating to Syracuse; and there is a fear to still more persons, if you do not yield to me when giving advice a second time. How then do I assert that my journey to Sicily was the beginning of all the then doings? For while associating with Dion, then a young man, and pointing out to him by words that what seemed good to me would be the best for mankind, and counselling him so to act, I was nearly ignorant that I was unconsciously planning in some manner the dissolution of a tyranny; for Dion, being very docile, both with respect to other things and the reasons urged by me, he heard so quickly and attentively, as not one ever did of the young men whom I had fallen in with; and he was desirous of passing the remainder of his life in a manner superior to the majority of the Italiots and Siciliots, by loving virtue rather than pleasure, and the rest of luxuries; and hence he lived rather odious to those who passed their lives according to tyrannical institutions, until the death of Dionysius occurred. Subsequently, however, he perceived that the sentiments which he held under the influence of correct reasoning did not exist in him alone, but in some others, not numerous indeed, but amongst some, one of whom he thought would be probably Dionysius the younger, if the gods assisted, and should this take place, that both his own life and that of the other Syracusans would turn out to be beyond all measure happy. He thought, moreover, that I ought by all means to come as quickly as possible to Syracuse, to take part in these doings; for he remembered how our mutual intercourse had easily worked him up to the desire of a life the most beautiful and best, which if he could but accomplish, as he was attempting to do in the case of Dionysius, he had great hopes that he could, without slaughter and death, and the evils which have now taken place, make in the whole of the country life to be happy and rational. With these correct sentiments Dion persuaded Dionysius to send for me, and he himself requested me by all means to come as quickly as possible, before certain other persons associating with Dionysius should turn him aside to a life different from the best. But it is necessary to relate what he requested, although it is a rather long story. What opportunity, said he, shall we wait for greater than that through a certain divine fortune? And giving a statement of their command over Italy and Sicily, and of his own power in it, and of the youth of Dionysius, and of the desire he felt so vehemently for philosophy and instruction, and saying how his cousins and kindred were to be easily exhorted to the reasoning and motive life ever laid down by myself, and that they were most competent to exhort Dionysius, so that now, if ever, all the hope would be fulfilled of the same persons becoming philosophers and rulers of mighty states. Such, then, and many others of a like kind, were his exhortations. But a fear still possessed my mind as to how, perchance, the conduct of the young men would turn out. For the passions of such persons are hasty, and are often borne along in a direction contrary to themselves. I knew, however, that Dion was naturally of a steady disposition, and of a moderate age. Hence, while I was considering and doubting whether I ought to go, or how, the balance inclined that I ought to go. For if perchance any one should attempt to give effect to my ideas upon laws and a form of government, I ought to attempt it now. For by persuading only one person, I should work out every good. With these ideas and confidence, and not from what some imagined, I set sail from home, feeling for myself the greatest shame, lest I should seem to myself to be altogether mere talk, and never willing to lay hold of anything to be done, and run the risk of betraying first the hospitality and friendship of Dion, exposed in reality to no small dangers, and should he suffer aught, or being driven out by Dionysius and his other enemies, fly to us, and, making an inquiry, say, I am come to you, Plato, an exile, but I am neither in want of cavalry, nor of heavy armed soldiers to ward off my enemies, but of words and persuasion, by which I know you are especially able to turn young persons to what is good and just, and to place them on each occasion on terms of friendship and fellowship with each other. Through the want of which, on your part, I have now left Syracuse, and am present here. What relates to myself indeed will bring upon you less disgrace, but the philosophy which you are always praising, and which you say is held in dishonor by the rest of mankind, how is it not now betrayed by you together with myself, as far as depends upon you? If indeed we had been inhabitants of Megara, you would surely have come to me as an assistant for what I had called you, or I should have considered you the meanest of men. But now, excusing yourself by the length of the journey, and the danger of the voyage, and the greatness of the trouble, think you that you shall avoid perchance the charge of cowardice? It will be far from this. To language like this, what would have been a becoming answer? There is none. But I came with reason and justice as much as it is possible for a man, having left my own pursuits, which were not unbecoming, under a tyranny which was neither suited to my discourses nor myself. But by my coming I liberated myself from any charge, and exhibited myself to be unreproved by Zeus, who presides over hospitality and the allotment of philosophy, which would have been exposed to reproach, had I acted an effeminate part, and through cowardice shared in disgrace and shame. On my arrival, then, for there is no need to be prolix, I found all the affairs of Dionysius full of sedition and calumnies on the part of a tyranny respecting Dion. I defended Dion, therefore, to the utmost of my power, but I was able to do but little. But nearly in the 4th month after my arrival, Dionysius accused Dion of plotting against his power, and putting him on board a small vessel, sent him out with dishonor. Whereupon all of us, who were the friends of Dion, were fearful lest he should accuse and punish some one of us as an accomplice in the plot of Dion. And a report went abroad at Syracuse that I had been put to death by Dionysius, as being forsooth the cause of all that happened at that time. But on perceiving that we were all thus disposed, and dreading lest something of greater consequence should arise from our fear, he received all of us most kindly into his favor, consoled me, and exhorted me to be of good cheer, and requested me by all means to stay, for there would be an advantage to him from my not flying away, but for my remaining, and on this account he pretended to make an urgent request. We know, however, that the requests of tyrants are mingled with necessity. By a contrivance, therefore, he prevented my sailing away. For taking me to the Acropolis, he made me reside there, from whence no shipmaster could carry me off, not through Dionysius forbidding it merely, but unless Dionysius himself sent a person with an order, commanding him to lead me out. Nor was there any foreign trader, nor even one of those having jurisdiction over the departures from the country, who would have overlooked my going away alone, but he would immediately have laid hold of me, and brought me back again to Dionysius, especially since it had been already bruited abroad, contrary to what had been done before, that Dionysius was again holding Plato to his arms in a wonderful manner. And indeed this was the case, for it is necessary to speak the truth. He did indeed hold me to his arms ever as time went on, more and more, in respect to the intercourse of my manner and habits. But he wished me to praise him more than Dion, and to hold him as a friend in a far greater degree than the other, and for such an end he made wonderful efforts. But the way by which this might have taken place in the best manner, if it took place at all, he omitted, for he shrunk to become familiar and to associate with me, by hearing and learning discourses on philosophy, through the fear lest, according to the language of calumniators, he should be shackled, and Dion administer all affairs. However, I endured everything, keeping to the original sentiments with which I arrived, if by any means he should come to the desire of a philosophic life, but he, by his pulling in a contrary direction, obtained the victory. In this way then happened to turn out the first period of my sojourning and pursuits in Sicily. After this I went away, and came back again, through Dionysius having sent for me with all earnestness. But on what account I came, and what I did as being reasonable and just, I will, having first advised you what you ought to do, after what has just now taken place, subsequently relate in detail, for the sake of those who are inquiring with what view I came a second time to Sicily, and that deeds of no moment may not happen to be mentioned as deeds of moment. I say then something what I ought to say. For the party who gives advice to a sick man, and to one who uses a diet improper for good health, it is especially necessary in the first place to change the mode of living, and to recommend to the patient willing to comply the other things that are proper. But if he is unwilling, I consider that he, who retires from advising such a person, acts like a man and a physician, but that he who stays, like a person unmanly and devoid of art. The same is the case of a state, whether its master be one or many. If, while the government is proceeding in a right road according to the constitution, it takes counsel about what is conducive to its interest, it is the part of a man with mind to give to such parties advice. But in the case of those who are proceeding entirely out of a straightforward polity, and not at all willing to walk in its steps, and who proclaim to the adviser to leave alone the form of government, and not to disturb it, since if he does disturb it he shall suffer death, and at the same time exhort him to minister to their wishes and passions, and to advise in what way these may for all time to come be gratified, I should consider the person who endures to give such advice unmanly, but him who does not endure a man. Holding then such sentiments, whenever any one consults with myself about anything of the greatest moment relating to his life, such as the acquisition of wealth, or the care of his body or soul, I readily advise with him, if he appears to me to live day by day in an orderly manner, or is willing to be persuaded by me when giving advice; nor do I desist, as if I have gone through merely a formal rite. But if either he does not consult me at all, or is evidently not about to follow my advice, I do not go self-called to such a person to counsel him, nor would I do so by compulsion, even if he were my son. But I would give advice to a slave, and force him, even unwilling, to follow it. I should, however, think it not holy to force my father or mother, unless they were, through disease, afflicted with silliness. But if persons are living an established mode of life, pleasing to themselves, but not to me, I should not, when admonishing them in vain, dislike them, nor yet by flattering minister to them, and afford them the means of gratifying their desires, which if I were to embrace, I should not wish to live. With the same sentiments respecting a state, a prudent man ought to live, and speak out if it appears to him not to have a good form of government, and if he is about not to speak in vain, nor to lose his life by speaking, but never to apply violence to his country on account of a change in the form of government, unless it cannot become the best without the banishment and slaughter of persons, but leading a quiet life, to pray for the good both of himself and of the state. In this very manner I would advise you to act, and so did I together with Dion advise Dionysius to live day by day, so that in the first place he might be about to become the master of himself, and acquire faithful friends and associates, in order that he might not suffer what his father did, who, after he had got possession of many and great cities in Sicily, which had been laid waste by the barbarians, was not able to establish and preserve in each of them forms of government faithful under his associates, or strangers coming from any part whatever, or brothers whom he himself had brought up as being younger, and had made them rulers after being merely private persons, and remarkably rich after being very poor. For among these he could not attach to himself a single one as the sharer of his dominion, although working upon them by persuasion, and teaching, and kindness, and alliances, and he was sevenfold worse off than Darius, who, placing a trust in persons not his brothers, nor brought up by him, but in those alone associated with himself in their mastery over the eunuch, divided amongst them 7 parts of his dominions, each larger than the whole of Sicily, and made use of them as faithful associates, and attacking neither himself nor each other, and gave likewise an example of what a lawgiver and a king ought to be. For he established laws by which he has preserved even now the Persian power, and besides this the Athenians, although they had not colonized themselves many Grecian cities, which had been overturned by the barbarians, but merely got hold of them when already inhabited, preserved their empire over them for 70 years, through having persons friendly to them in each of the towns. But Dionysius, having through his wisdom brought together the whole of Sicily into one state, yet through confiding in no one, was with difficulty saved. For he was poor in persons friendly and faithful, than which there is no greater sign as regards virtue and vice, than in being destitute, or not of men of that kind. I therefore and Dion advised Dionysius, since what he had received from his father had come to him unacquainted with instruction, and unacquainted too with befitting associates, in the first place to proceed in that direction, to procure for himself friends different from his relations, but both his equals in age, and in accordance with him respecting virtue. But we particularly advised him to be in accord with himself, for that he was wonderfully deficient in this we asserted, not indeed in such clear terms, for this was not safe, but in hints, and contending in our discourses, that in this way every man will preserve both himself and those over whom he is the ruler, but that by not turning himself in this direction, he will bring to pass everything the very reverse. But if, after going on, as we said, and rendering himself prudent and temperate, he peopled the cities of Sicily, that had been made desolate, and bound them together with laws and forms of government, so as to be of one family with himself, and an assistance to each other against the barbarians, he would not only double his ancestral dominion, but make it in reality much larger. For if this were done, it would be much more easy to enslave the Carthaginians than was the slavery effected by them during the reign of Gelon; but not as now, on the contrary, his father fixed the tribute he was to carry to the barbarians. This is what was said, and the advice given to Dionysius by us, who were plotting against him, as the reports were circulated on many sides, such that after prevailing with Dionysius, they caused him to drive out Dion, and threw myself into a state of terror. But that I may bring to a close not a few events which occurred in a short time, Dion, departing from Peloponnesus and Athens, admonished Dionysius indeed. Since then Dion had liberated and twice restored the town to the citizens, the Syracusans were affected in the same manner towards him as Dionysius had been, when he endeavored, by educating and bringing him up, to make him thus a worthy partner of his power through the whole of life. But he gave his ear to those that were calumniating Dion, and saying that he was doing all that he did at that time, while plotting against the absolute power of Dionysius, in order that the one, being lulled in his mind by his attention to instruction, might neglect his kingdom, and commit it to Dion, and the other make it his own by fraud, and cast out Dionysius from his dominions. These reports, being then bruited a second time among the Syracusans, prevailed by a victory very absurd, and disgraceful to those who were the causes of it. For how it happened it is proper for those to hear, who are calling upon me on the subject of the present affairs. Being an Athenian, and the associate of Dion, and one who had battled with him against the tyrant, I arrived that I might produce a peace instead of a war. But while battling against the calumniators, I was overcome. But Dionysius, attempting to bribe me by honors and riches, to become on his side a witness and a friend, touching the propriety of his casting out Dion, failed in all of these things happening to him; and Dion afterwards, on returning home from exile, brought with him two Athenian brothers, who had become his friends, not through philosophy, but through that acquaintance which runs through the generality of friends, and which they formed from paying the rites of hospitality, and from being mustae and epoptae. Moreover, these two, by having brought Dion back, had become his friends, and from such causes, and the assisting him in his return from exile, his companions. But when, on their arrival in Sicily, they understood that Dion had been exposed by those Siceliots, who had become free through him, to the calumny of plotting to become a tyrant, they not only betrayed their associate and guest, but became, as it were, the perpetrators of a murder, in that, with weapons in their hands, they stood by to assist the murderers. However, I neither pass by this base and unholy deed, nor do I detail it, for to many others it has been a care to hymn it, and it will be so at some future time. But the charge which has been alleged respecting the Athenians, how that it was they who bound this disgrace around the city, I will take away. For I say that he too was an Athenian who did not betray this very person, when it was in his power to obtain wealth and many other honors. For he did not become a friend through a shopmate friendship, but through the communion of a liberal education, to which alone he who is endued with mind ought to trust, rather than to the alliance of souls and bodies; so that those two were not fit to bring disgrace on the city through having murdered Dion, as being persons of no account at any time. All this has been said for the sake of the advice given to the friends and kindred of Dion. I give you besides the same counsel, and for the third time address you three in the same words. Do not place Sicily, or any other city, as a slave under persons with despotic power, but under laws. Such at least is my dictum; for this is not the better either for the enslaving or the enslaved, or for their children or their children's descendants, but the experiment is altogether a destructive one. For souls whose habits are little and illiberal love to seize upon gain of this kind, as knowing nothing of what is good and just for the future and present time, nor of things human and divine. Of this I endeavored to persuade Dion first, and secondly Dionysius, and now I do you the third. Be persuaded then by me, for the sake of Zeus the third Saviour. In the next place, look to the case of Dionysius and Dion, the former of whom, by not being persuaded, is now living not honorably, whereas the latter, by being persuaded, died honorably. For it is a thing altogether correct and honorable for him who aspires after things the most honorable, both for himself and his country, to suffer whatever he may suffer. For not one of us is naturally immortal; nor, if this should happen to any one, would he become happy, as it seems he would to the multitude. For in things inanimate there is nothing either good or evil worthy of mention; but good or ill will happen to each soul, either existing with the body, or separated from it. But it is ever requisite to trust really to the sacred accounts of the olden time, which inform us that the soul is immortal, and has judges of its conduct, and suffers the greatest punishments when it is liberated from the body. Hence it is requisite to think it is a lesser evil to suffer than to do the greatest sins and injuries. This indeed the man who is fond of money and poor in soul does not hear; and should he hear, he laughs it down, as he imagines, and impudently snatches from all sides whatever he thinks he can, like a wild beast, eat or drink, or can contribute aught to the miscalled pleasure of sexual intercourse, at once servile and graceless. For, being blind, he is not able to see how great an evil, ever united to each act of wrong, follows the never being satisfied with the unholy perpetration of such snatchings, which it is necessary for him who has acted unjustly to drag along with himself, both while he is moving about upon the earth, and when he takes under the earth a journey without honor, and thoroughly miserable in every way. By detailing these and other reasons of the like kind, I was enabled to persuade Dion; and I should have felt most justly against those who murdered him an anger, in a certain manner, almost as great as against Dionysius; for both had injured myself, and all the rest, so to say, in the highest degree. For the former had destroyed a man who was willing to make use of justice, while the latter was unwilling to make use of it through the whole of his dominions, although possessing the greatest power; in which dominions, had philosophy and power existed really, as it were, in the same dwelling, they would have set up amongst all men, both Greeks and barbarians, an opinion not vainly shining, and in every respect the true one, that neither a state nor a man can ever be happy, unless by leading a life with prudence in subjection to justice, whether possessing those things themselves, or by being brought up in the habits of holy persons their rulers, or instructed in justice. This injury did Dionysius inflict, but the rest would have been a trifling wrong as compared to these. But he who murdered Dion did not know that he had done the same deed as Dionysius; for I clearly know, as far as it is possible for one man to speak confidently of another, that if Dion had retained his power, he would never have changed it to any other form of government than to that by which he first caused Syracuse, his own country, after he had delivered it from slavery, to look joyous, and had put it into the garb of freedom; and after this he would by every contrivance have adorned the citizens with laws both befitting and the best, and he would have been ready to do what followed in due order after this, and have colonized the whole of Sicily, and have freed it from the barbarians, by expelling some, and subduing others, more easily than Hiero did. But if these things had taken place through a man just, and brave, and temperate, and who was a philosopher, the same opinion of virtue would have been produced amongst the multitude, as would have been amongst all men, so to say, and have saved Dionysius, had he been persuaded by me. But now some daemon surely, or some evil spirit, falling upon with iniquity and impiety, and, what is the greatest matter, with the audacity of ignorance, in which all evils are rooted, and from which they spring up, and afterwards produce fruit the most bitter to those who have begotten it, this has a second time subverted and destroyed everything. However, let us, for the sake of a good augury, keep for the third time a well-omened silence. I advise therefore you, my friends, to imitate Dion in the good will he felt for his country, and in his temperate mode of living, but for the better. But under what auspices you ought to endeavor to fulfill his wishes, and what they are, you have clearly heard from me. But upon the person who is among you unable to live according to his country's customs in a Dorian fashion, but adopts the life of the murderers of Dion, and what is followed in Sicily, do not call, nor believe that he will in anything ever act faithfully and sincerely; but call upon the rest to form a settlement of the whole of Sicily, and introduce both from Sicily itself and all Peloponnesus an equality of laws. And do not fear the Athenians, for men are there who surpass all others in virtue, and who hate the daring of guest murderers. But if these things be done at a later period, and the differences, produced each day by factions, are many and of all kinds, and hasten you on, it is requisite surely for every man to whom a divine fortune has imparted even a small degree of correct thinking, to know that there will be no cessation of evils to those engaged in revolts, until the victors in battle, and in the banishment and slaughter of persons, shall cease to have a recollection of wrongs, and to turn themselves to the punishment of their opponents; but, having a mastery over themselves, shall lay down laws common to all, and no less acceptable to themselves than to the vanquished party, and compel them to use these laws by the twofold necessity of fear and shame: of fear through their being superior by showing their strength, and of shame, on the other hand, through their seeming to be superior in the being both willing and able to be the masters over pleasures, and the slaves of the laws. For it is not possible otherwise for a state divided against itself to cease from ills; but divisions, and enmity, and hatred, and distrust are ever wont to arise in states thus arrayed themselves against themselves. It is then ever requisite for those who have gained the power, when they are desirous of preserving it, to choose from amongst themselves, in preference to the rest, such as they hear are the best; in the first place, old men who have children and wives at home, and ancestors the most in number and renown, and all possessing a competence. Now, for a city of 10,000 persons, 50 such will be sufficient. These should be sent for from their home, with prayers and the greatest honors possible, and they who have sent for them should take an oath, and beg and request them to lay down laws, and give not more to the victors than to the vanquished, but what is equal for, and common to, the whole state. And when the laws have been fixed, all things are in this. For when the victors exhibit themselves more subject to the laws than the vanquished, all things will be full of security and felicity, and there will be an escape from every ill. But if not, call not upon me or any other to take a part for him who is not persuaded by the precepts now conveyed. For these are the sisters of what I and Dion did with good intentions attempt to do for Syracuse, although they were, on the second occasion, for the first were those which were first attempted to be done in conjunction with Dionysius, a common good to all; but a certain fortune superior to man scattered them all. Do you then attempt to accomplish all at present more prosperously, with the aid of some kind of destiny, and a luck God sent. And thus much be it said about my advice and letter, and first visit to Dionysius. End of Part I. of Epistle VII. Part II. of Epistle VII by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. But in my second journey and voyage to Sicily, how reasonably and carefully they took place, he who feels any interest may hear what followed. For the first period of my sojourn in Sicily passed away, as I have stated, before I could advise the relatives and associates of Dion. But subsequently I persuaded Dionysius as far as I was able to let me go. But on peace being made, for there had been then a war in Sicily, we both came to an agreement. For Dionysius said that he would send for Dion and myself again after he had established for himself a state of affairs connected with his government more securely than before, and he thought it proper for Dion to understand that this was not a banishment at that time, but merely a change of residence; and on these conditions I agreed to come. On peace being made, Dionysius sent for me, but he requested Dion to stop another year; but he thought it proper for myself to come by all means. Dion then exhorted and entreated me to set sail. For a strong report had gone abroad from Sicily that Dionysius had become again wonderfully eager after philosophy at that moment; and on this account Dion earnestly begged of me not to decline the invitation. But I knew that many such things happen to young men in the case of philosophy. However, it seemed to me to be more safe, at least at that time, to bid a long farewell to Dionysius and Dion; and I gave offense to both by answering that I was an old man, and that nothing of what was now being done had taken place according to the agreement. But after this it seems that Archytas had betaken himself to Dionysius. Now, before my departure, having made a hospitable and friendly acquaintance with Archytas and certain other Tarentines, the guests and friends of Dionysius, I sailed away. There were likewise certain other persons at Syracuse, who had heard some of the doctrines of Dion, and among these some others filled with wrong notions about philosophy, and who seemed to me to attempt to discourse with Dionysius about things of this kind, as if Dionysius had heard all such matters as I had in my thoughts. But in other respects he was not without natural talent, or the power to learn, and had a love of honor in a wonderful degree. Perhaps then the discourse of these men was pleasing to him, and he was manifestly ashamed that he heard nothing from me when I was sojourning there. Hence he came the same time to the longing to hear me more clearly, and at the same time his love of honor urged him on. But on what account he did not hear me during my first sojourn I have detailed in the account given above. After I had returned home safe, and refused on his inviting me a second time, as I have just now mentioned, Dionysius appeared to be thoroughly on fire through his love of honor, lest I should seem to some persons to hold him in contempt, and that, as being acquainted with his nature and habits, and mode of living, I was unwilling to be annoyed by going to him. But I am justified in speaking the truth, and in enduring, if any one, on hearing what had occurred, should despise my philosophy, and think that the tyrant possessed a mind. For Dionysius sent to me the third time a trireme, for the sake of making easy the voyage. He sent also Archidemos, whom he thought I valued the most of all the associates of Archytas, who were then in Sicily, and others of his own acquaintances; and all these told to us the same story, that Dionysius had wonderfully increased in philosophy. He sent too a long letter, well knowing how I was affected towards Dion, and that Dion was desirous I should set sail and come to Syracuse. With a view to all these particulars, therefore, the letter was composed, and at the commencement it said somehow to this effect: Dionysius to Plato. After saying what usually follows, he said nothing previous to this, except that, should you, at my persuasion, come now to Sicily, in the first place the matters relating to Dion shall be put into a train in the way you may wish yourself; for I know that you wish what is moderate, and I will accede to them. Otherwise nothing that relates to the affairs of Dion, nor upon other points, nor as regards himself, will take place. This is what he said; but the rest that was said would be here prolix and foreign to the purpose. Other letters likewise came to me from Archytas, and others at Tarentum, speaking in high terms of the love of wisdom shown by Dionysius, and that unless I came now, I should bring into a state of calumny the friendship existing with Dionysius, which had been effected through me, and which was of no little moment to their political affairs. Such then being the state at that time of the sending for me, some of those from Sicily and Italy dragging me thither, and others at Athens pushing me away plainly by their entreaties, the same reason returned, that I ought not to betray Dion, nor my guests and friends at Tarentum; and it occurred to me that it was nothing wonderful that a young man who had heard incorrectly of things worthy of mention should come with a docile spirit to the love of the best life, and that I ought to prove clearly in what state the matter stood, and not by any means to betray it, nor to become myself the cause of a disgrace so truly great, if the case was in reality such as reported. Clothing myself then in this reasoning, I departed, fearing much, and prophesying, as it seems, not altogether well. Arriving then the third time, for the Saviour this at least I did in reality. For I was again luckily saved, and for this it is meet for me to give thanks to Dionysius, after the Deity, because, when many were wishing to destroy me, he prevented them, and gave up to pity some portion of my affairs. When therefore I arrived, I thought I ought first to obtain some proof whether Dionysius was in reality touched by philosophy, as by a fire, or whether this great report had come to Athens in vain. Now there is a certain method of making an experiment upon matters of this kind, by no means ignoble, but truly adapted to tyrants, and especially to such as are full of incorrect notions, which, as soon as I arrived, I perceived was very much the case with Dionysius. To such it is requisite to show what philosophy is, and of what kind, and through how great deeds, how great a labor it demands. For he who hears this, if he is truly a lover of wisdom, and related to it, and worthy of it, as being a divine person, thinks he has heard of some wonderful road, and that he ought forthwith to betake himself to it, and that life is not to be endured by him who acts otherwise. After this, he does not, putting both himself and his leader on the stretch, give up the road until he puts a finish upon all things, or obtains a power so as not to be unable to conduct himself without a person to show the road. In this way, and with these thoughts, does such a person live, acting correctly, in whatever transactions he may be engaged, but before all things perpetually keeping close to philosophy, and making use of that food for the day which may especially render him quick to learn, and of a good memory, and able to reason in himself, by abstaining from wine, and by which he becomes the hater of a practice contrary to this. But they who are not lovers of wisdom in reality, but have a coating of color in their opinions, like those whose bodies are sunburnt, when they perceive how many things are to be learnt, and how great is the labor, and what temperance in daily food is requisite for that thing, they deem it too difficult and beyond their powers, and become unable to attend to it at all. But some of them persuade themselves that they have sufficiently heard the whole, and want no further exertions. This kind of experiment is clear, and the most safe, when employed in the case of those living luxuriously, and unable to endure labor, through the person throwing the blame not upon the guide, but on himself, as being unable to attend to all that is requisite for the matter in hand. In this way was what has been now stated mentioned to Dionysius, but neither did I detail them all, nor did Dionysius require it. For many things, and of the greatest moment, he pretended to possess sufficiently himself through the incorrect notions he had heard from others. And I hear that he afterwards wrote about what he had then heard, as if he were composing what was his own art, when there was nothing of his own, as I hear. However, of this I know nothing. But I know that certain others have written about the same things, but who they are, not they themselves. Thus much, however, I can say about all, who either have written, or shall write, and state that they know about what things I am occupied, whether they have heard from myself or others, or have discovered themselves, that it is not possible for them to know anything according to my opinions upon the matter. For there is not, and never will be, any composition of mine about them. For a matter of that kind cannot be expressed by words, like other things to be learnt, but by a long intercourse with the subject, and living with it, a light is kindled on a sudden, as if from a leaping fire, and, being engendered in the soul, feeds itself upon itself. Thus much I know, however, that what has been written or said by me has been said in the best manner, and moreover, that what has been written badly does not pain me in the least. But if it had appeared to me that such matters could be written or spoken of sufficiently before the masses, what could have been done by us more beautiful in life than to impart a great benefit to mankind, and to bring nature to light before all? I think, however, that the attempt in favor of such being promulgated would not be beneficial except to a few who are able with a little showing to make discoveries for themselves; but of the rest, some it will fill not correctly with a contempt by no means in reason, and others with a lofty and vain hope, as if they had learnt something solemn. And it has now come into my mind to say something further still. For perhaps by what I am about to say a portion of what has been said will become more clear. For a certain true account is the antagonist of him who dares to write anything whatever about matters of this kind, and which, although it has been stated by me frequently before, seems it must be stated at present likewise. There are three things belonging to each of those through which it is necessary for science to be produced, but the fourth is science itself. And as to the fifth, it is requisite to establish that which is known and true. Of these, one is its name, the second its definition, the third its resemblance, the fourth its science. Now, if you are desirous of understanding what has been just now asserted respecting one example, take it and imagine thus respecting all. A circle is called something to which there is the name we have just mentioned. Its definition is the second thing, composed of nouns and verbs. For that which is everywhere equally distant from the extremes to the middle would be the definition of that to which the name is of a round, and a circumference, and a circle. But the third is the circle, painted or blotted out, and made by a turner's wheel, or destroyed. By none of which accidents is the circle itself, of which all these properties are predicated, affected as being of a different nature. But the fourth is science and intellect, and a correct opinion about them. And the whole of this again must be laid down as one thing, which exists neither in voice, nor in a corporeal figure, but is in the soul; by which circumstance it is manifest that there is something different from the nature itself of the circle and the three previously mentioned. But among the number of these, intellect, by its relation and similitude, approaches the nearest to the fifth, while the rest are more remote. The same is the case with respect to a thing straight and circular, and with figure, and with color, and of a thing good, and beautiful, and just, and of every body, both fashioned by the hand, and produced according to nature, and of fire, and water, and all things of that kind, and of every animal, and of the habit in souls, and of all actions and passions. For unless a person does, after a certain manner, understand of these things all the four, he will never perfectly participate in the science relating to the fifth. Moreover, these four no less endeavor to show forth the quality as respects each thing than the being of each through the want of power in words. On this account, no one possessing a mind will ever dare to place under the same view, and this too never to be changed, the objects which are perceived by the mind, and those that are represented by figures, which is the case with those four. And this again, what has just now been said, it is requisite to learn. Every circle described by its doings, or fashioned by a turner's wheel, is full of that which is contrary to the fifth, for it everywhere touches upon the straight line. But we assert that the circle in the abstract has neither more nor less in itself of a contrary nature. And we assert too that there is no fixed name for anything, for there is nothing to prevent things that are now called round from being called straight, and those straight round, nor will there be any less stability in them when they are changed and called by a contrary name. The same assertion is likewise true of a definition, that since it is composed of nouns and verbs, there is nothing stable in a sufficiently stable manner, and there is an infinity of reasons respecting each of the four, that it is uncertain. But what is of the greatest moment is, that since there are, as I have stated a little before, two things, being and quality, when the soul seeks to know, not the quality of a thing, but what it is, unless each of these four, previously sought for by the soul through reason and effect, and at last turns out correctly discussed by the senses, through all things that are said and shown, it fills every man, so to say, with all doubt and uncertainty. In such cases, then, as through a depraved education we are not accustomed to seek the truth, but the image of it, which is placed before us, is sufficient for us to touch upon, we do not become ridiculous to each other, the interrogated to the interrogating, but we are able to bandy about those four, and to examine them. But in such cases as we compel a person to exhibit that fifth, any one of those who are able to reply and to overthrow is the superior, and causes him who is explaining this fifth, either by speech, or writing, or answers, to appear to the multitude of his hearers entirely ignorant of the things about which he attempts either to write or speak; persons being sometimes ignorant that it is not the soul of the writer or speaker that is confuted, but the nature of each of the four spoken of when it is existing improperly. But the procession through all these, while changing its place towards each upwards and downwards, scarcely at length generates the knowledge of a thing existing naturally well in a person existing naturally well; but when it exists naturally ill, as exists naturally the habit of the soul of the multitude with respect to learning, and to what are called morals, and these are depraved, not even Lucius himself can cause such as these to see. And in one word, neither docility in learning, nor memory will cause a person to do so who is not germane to the matter; for they are not originally inherent in foreign habits, so that neither they, who are not naturally close to and allied with what is just, and the other things that are beautiful, but are docile and of a good memory, some with respect to some things, and others to others, nor they who are allied but are indocile and of a bad memory, will ever learn, as far as is possible, the truth relating to virtue and vice. For it is necessary to learn these, and at the same time the falsehood and truth of the whole of being, with all exertion and much time, as I stated at the commencement. But after each of these have been rubbed together, names and definitions, and the sense of seeing, and the other senses, and have been tried by tests in a kindly spirit, and by questions and answers without a feeling of envy, there has with difficulty shone forth an intellectual perception respecting each, and a mind putting itself on the stretch, as far as it is possible for human power to do so. On this account, let every careful man be very far from writing about things truly worthy of care, lest at some time by writing amongst men he throw himself into envy and difficulties. But, in one word, it is requisite to know from hence, when any one sees the writings of another, either of a legislator upon laws, or of any person whatever upon other subjects, that these are not those on which he has been the most careful, if he is himself a careful person, but that the objects of his pursuit are situated somewhere in a country the most beautiful. But if the subjects on which he has been the most careful are committed to writing, then not the gods, but men themselves, have their own intellect destroyed. Now he who follows this story and digression will understand correctly whether Dionysius has written anything of the highest and first kind respecting nature, or any other person inferior or superior to him, since, according to my reasoning, he has neither heard or learnt anything sound about what he has written; for he would have venerated them equally with myself, nor have dared to cast them forth into a state unfitting and unbecoming, nor has he written about them for the sake of remembering them, since there is no fear that any one will ever forget them if he has once comprehended them by the soul, for of all things they lie in the smallest compass; but perhaps he did so for the sake of base ambition, considering them as his own, or as sharing in a kind of instruction of which he was unworthy, and loving the renown arising from such a participation. If, however, this occurred to Dionysius after one meeting, the fact may be so. But let Zeus, says the Theban, know how it occurred. For I went through these matters, as I have said, only once, and never afterwards at all. In the next place, he who is interested in discovering what occurred relating to those matters, and how it occurred, ought to consider through what reason it was we did not go through them a second and a third time and oftener; whether it was that Dionysius, having heard them only once, thought he knew them, and did know them sufficiently, or that he discovered them himself, or had learnt them previously from others, or that what had been said was trifling; or, thirdly, that they were not according to his standard, but greater, and that thus he would not be able to live if he paid any regard to prudence and virtue. For if it be said that he considered the matters frivolous, he will oppose many witnesses who assert the contrary, and who are much more competent to judge about things of this kind than Dionysius. But if that he discovered or learnt them, and that they are worthily suited for the instruction of a liberal soul, how should he, not being a wondrous man himself, have so readily dishonored the leader and the lord in these matters? And how he did dishonor them I will relate. After an interval of no long time, although he had previously permitted Dion to possess and enjoy his property, he did not permit his guardians to send it to Peloponnesus, as if he had entirely forgotten his letter; for he said it was not Dion, but Dion's son, of whom, as being his own nephew, he was according to law the guardian. Such were the transactions of that time that took place up to this period. And from these occurrences I clearly saw the desire Dionysius had for philosophy, and it was lawful for me to be indignant whether I wished it or not; for it was already summer at that time, and ships were sailing out. But it seemed I ought not to be more offended with Dionysius than with myself, and with those who compelled me to come the third time to the strait about Scylla, and dread Charybdis measure still again; and to tell Dionysius that it was impossible for me to stay with him while Dion was treated so dirtily. But he soothed me, and begged me to stay, thinking it would not be well for him should I be so swift a messenger of such doings. But unable to persuade me, he said he would prepare the means of sending me away. However, I determined to go on board and sail amongst the vessels outward bound, being enraged, and thinking I ought to suffer everything if he should attempt to stop me, as I had been injured, although I had plainly done no injury. But on seeing that I had no desire at all to stay, he devised a plan of this kind for delaying my sailing away. On the day after this had taken place, he plausibly addresses me: "From myself and you," said he, "let Dion, and the affairs of Dion, be removed out of the way for the sake of our not being frequently at variance about them. For I will," said he, "thus act on your account to Dion. I think it right for him to take away his property, and to reside in Peloponnesus, not as an exile, but as one who may come hither when it shall seem good to him, to me, and to you who are his friends; and this shall be, if he forms no plot against myself; and you and your relations, and his here, shall be his sureties. And let him give you a guarantee; and let the property which he takes away be deposited in Peloponnesus and at Athens, with those you shall think fit; and let Dion enjoy the use of it, but not the power to take it away without your consent; for I have not any very great trust in him, that if he can use the property, he will be just towards myself, for it will not be trifling; but I have greater confidence in you and yours. See therefore if this is agreeable to you, and remain on these terms for this year, and then depart to your well doing, taking with you the property; and well I know that Dion will be greatly indebted to you for having managed matters in this way on his behalf." On hearing this speech, I felt indignant, but still I said I would take counsel of myself until the following day on these points, and communicate my resolves. This was our compact at that time. I hereupon, being all alone, and very confused, took counsel of myself; and this consideration first presented itself as taking the lead in my designs. What, if Dionysius intends to do nothing that he says, but on my departure, both he and many others of his friends should write in a plausible manner to Dion, what he has now said to me, that Dionysius indeed was willing, but I unwilling, for him to do what he urged me, and that I entirely neglected his (Dion's) concerns. And moreover, should Dionysius be unwilling to send me away, and himself give no orders to any master of a vessel to take me, and easily signify to all men that I was sailing away without his consent, what sailor would be willing to take me on board, while I was hastening from the dwelling of Dionysius? For in addition to other evils, I dwelt in the garden which surrounds the dwelling, from whence the porter would not be willing to let me out, unless an order were sent from Dionysius. And should I remain a year, I could indeed send an account of these doings to Dion, and in what state I was, and what I was doing. But should Dionysius do aught of what he says, my conduct would be not entirely ridiculous. For perhaps the property of Dion, if one rightly values it, is not less than 100 talents. But if what is now looming should, as is likely, take place, I shall be at a loss how to conduct myself. At the same time, it is perhaps necessary for me to labor for a year longer, and to endeavor to prove the designs of Dionysius by his deeds. Having thus determined with myself, I told Dionysius on the following day that I had made up my mind to stay. I hold it right, however, said I, for you not to consider me as the master of Dion, and that you should, together with myself, send letters to inform him of the determination, and to ask him whether he was satisfied, and if not, whether he wished for and demanded anything else, and to send word as soon as possible, but that you should do nothing new in his affairs. This was said by me, and this agreement did we make nearly in the manner just now detailed. After this the vessel sailed, and it was no longer possible for me to depart, when Dionysius, while speaking, remembered that the half of Dion's property ought to remain with his son, and that the other half should be sent to Dion, and he said he would sell it, and after it had been sold, deliver one half to myself to send to Dion, and leave the other half for his son, for that this would be the most equitable arrangement. Astonished at the statement, I thought it would be very ridiculous to say anything further. I told him, however, that we ought to wait for the letter from Dion, and again send him an account of these matters. But Dionysius immediately after this did, in a very bold manner, sell the whole of Dion's property, at what time, and in what manner, and to whomsoever he pleased, nor did he say anything whatever about it to myself, and in like manner I said nothing to him about the affairs of Dion, for I thought I should be able to do nothing more in the matter. Thus far was assistance given by myself to philosophy and my friends. But after this, I and Dionysius were so living, that I, like a bird, was always looking out, and longing to fly away, while he was devising in what manner he might frighten me off, and give up none of the property of Dion. We gave out, however, through the whole of Sicily, that we were friends forsooth. Dionysius had attempted to reduce the pay of the veteran mercenaries now to a lower rate than according to the custom of his father, and the soldiers, being enraged, collected together in a body, and declared they would not permit it. Dionysius therefore endeavored to force them by closing the gates of the Acropolis, but the soldiers immediately rushed to the walls, raising a kind of barbarous cry and warlike paean, at which Dionysius, being terrified, conceded all demands, and even more to those of the light shield bearers, who had been collected together. But a report was quickly spread that Heraclides was the cause of this disturbance, on hearing which, Heraclides took himself out of the way and disappeared, while Dionysius endeavored to lay hold of him, but being in a difficulty, he sent for Theodotus to come to the garden in which I happened to be then walking. Now of the rest of their discourse I neither knew nor heard, but what Theodotus said in my presence to Dionysius I both know and remember. For, said he, Plato, I am persuading Dionysius here, that if I am able to bring Heraclides hither to a conference respecting the charges now laid against him, and if it does not seem good to Dionysius for him to dwell in Sicily, I think it is proper for him to take his wife and son, and sail to Peloponnesus, and reside there, doing no injury at all to Dionysius, and enjoying his own property. I have, therefore, sent to him already, and I will now send to him again. But whether he hearkens to my first or second application, I deem it right to request of Dionysius, that if any one falls in with Heraclides, either in the country or here, no ill shall happen to him, but that he shall be removed from the country, until Dionysius shall decide upon something else. To this, said he, do you accede? Addressing Dionysius. He answered, I do accede. Nor shall he suffer any ill, contrary to what has now been stated, should he make his appearance at your house. However, on the evening of the following day, Eurybius and Theodotus came to me in great haste, and wonderfully alarmed. And Theodotus said to me, Plato, you were present yesterday at the compact which Dionysius made with me, and you respecting Heraclides? To which I replied, how not? But now, says he, the soldiers with light shields are running all round, seeking to lay hold of Heraclides, and it appears almost that he is somewhere here. Follow us then by all means to Dionysius. We went therefore, and came to him, and they indeed stood silent and in tears. But I said, these persons, Dionysius, are afraid lest you should do something of a novel kind to Heraclides, contrary to the compact made yesterday. For it seems to me that he has returned, and is clearly somewhere here. And he, on hearing this, burnt with rage, and assumed all kinds of colours, such as a person in anger does. But Theodotus, falling at his feet, and laying hold of his hand, burst into tears, and implored him not to do any such thing. Then I, taking up the discourse, consoled him, and said, cheer up, Theodotus, for Dionysius will not dare to act contrary to the compact made yesterday. But he, looking at me, and in a very tyrannic manner, with you, says he, I made no compact, either great or small. By the gods, said I, you did agree not to do what this man now requests you not to do. After saying this, I turned from him, and went out. After this, Dionysius endeavored to hunt down Heraclides. Theodotus, however, sent messengers to him, and exhorted him to fly. But Dionysius sent Tisias and the soldiers with light shields, and ordered them to pursue him. Heraclides, however, as it is said, anticipated them, and escaped in the small part of a day into the dominions of the Carthaginians. Hereupon the old plot for his not giving up the property of Dion seemed to Dionysius to offer a plausible pretext of enmity against myself. And in the first place he sent me from the Acropolis, framing an excuse that it was requisite for the women to perform some 10-day sacrifice in the gardens where I resided. He therefore ordered me to remain out during that period with Archidemos. While I was there, Theodotus sent for me, and felt very indignant respecting the transactions of that time, and found fault with Dionysius, who, hearing that I had been with Theodotus, made this another pretext, and the sister to the former, for enmity against me, and sent a person to ask me whether I had really been with Theodotus on his sending for me, and I readily replied I had. The party therefore said, Dionysius has ordered me to tell you that you are acting by no means correctly in always making much of Dion, and the friends of Dion. This is what was said, and after this Dionysius never again sent for me to his residence, as it was now clear that I was the friend of Theodotus and Heraclides, and his enemy, and he no longer considered me well affected towards him, because the property of Dion had been consumed entirely. After this I dwelt out of the Acropolis among the mercenary soldiers, but others, Athenians, and some likewise my fellow citizens, who were in the service of Dionysius, came and told me that I had been calumniated by the light shield soldiers, and that certain persons had threatened to kill me, if they could lay hold of me. I devised therefore the following plan for my preservation. I sent to Archytas and other friends at Tarentum, telling them in what state I happened to be; and they, making some pretext of an embassy to the city, sent a ship of 30 oars, and Lamachus, one of my friends, who, on his arrival, made a request to Dionysius on my behalf, saying that I wished to depart, and begged of him not to act otherwise. And he consented, and sent me away, after providing me with means for the voyage. However, I neither asked for the property of Dion, nor did any one give it me. On reaching Peloponnesus at the Olympic games, I met with Dion, who was a spectator there, and I told him what had happened. And he, calling Jupiter to witness, immediately declared to me, and my relations and friends, that he would prepare to revenge himself upon Dionysius, both for his having deceived me his guest, for thus he spoke and thought, and for his own unjust expulsion and banishment. On hearing this, I advised him to call upon his friends, if they were willing; but as for myself, I said, you, together with others, had by force caused me in some manner to share in the food, and the hearth, and the sacred rites of Dionysius, who perhaps has thought, in consequence of many calumniating me, that I was plotting in conjunction with you against him and his tyranny, and yet he did not put me to death, but treated me with respect. Besides, I am of an age to take a part with scarcely any one in war, but I would be a common friend to you all, if at any time, in want of a friendly feeling towards each other, you should wish to do any good. But if you are desirous of doing evil, call upon others. This did I say through a feeling of disgust to my wandering about Sicily, and adverse fortune in it. By not obeying, and being not persuaded by the reasonings urged by myself, they have been themselves the cause of all the evils that have at present happened to them, of which nothing, humanly speaking, would have occurred had Dionysius given Dion his own property, or had been perfectly reconciled to him. For I could easily have restrained Dion from both by my will and power. But now they have rushed against each other, and filled all things with evils. And yet Dion had the same wish, which I would say both myself and any other moderate person ought to have, who should consider touching his own power, and that of his friends, and of his own city, how, by doing a benefit when in power, things of the greatest moment would be in the greatest honor. But this will be, not if a person enrich himself and his friends and city by laying plots, and bringing together conspirators, when he is poor and has no command over himself, through his yielding to cowardice, as regards pleasures, and subsequently by destroying those who possess property, and calling them enemies, scatters the wealth of such persons, and exhorts his fellow doers and friends so to act, that no one shall, by saying that he is poor, bring a charge against him. After the same manner, he who benefits his city will be honored by it in consequence of distributing by voting the property of a few among the many, or when any one being the president of a great city, and one ruling over many lesser cities, unjustly distributes to his own city the property of the lesser. For in this way neither Dion nor any other person will ever voluntarily proceed to power, pernicious to himself and family for all time, but to a form of government and the establishment of laws, the most just and best, and effected through the fewest deaths and banishments. This conduct did Dion lately adopt, by choosing to suffer rather than to do unholy deeds, yet taking care lest he should suffer. Still, however, did he stumble, after he had arrived at the very point of being superior to his foes. Nor did he suffer anything to be wondered at; for a man holy, temperate, and prudent will never be deceived entirely respecting unholy things, respecting the soul of such. But it would perhaps be not wonderful should he suffer the suffering of a good pilot, from whom a storm about to be has not entirely lain hid, but from whom the violence unusually great and unexpected of tempests may have lain hid, and, having lain hid, have by their force overwhelmed him. The same thing, upon a small scale, caused Dion to stumble, For they who tripped him up did not lie hid from him as being wicked men, but what a depth of ignorance, and of the rest of depravity, and of greediness insatiable they possessed, this did lie hid, and stumbling on this point he lies dead, and Sicily wraps in sorrow infinite. What therefore I advise you to do after the facts just now detailed has been nearly told, and let them be told. But it appeared to me necessary to show why I undertook the second journey to Sicily, and as it were of somewhat a compulsory kind, on account of the absurdity and irrationality attached to the transactions. If then what has been now said has appeared to any one to be more reasonable, and it seems to any one that the excuses for what have occurred are sufficient, what has been now said will have been said moderately and sufficiently well. End of Epistle 7. Epistles 8 through 13 by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Epistle 8. Plato to the relations and friends of Dion. Prosperity. By considering what matters correctly you will do well in reality, I will endeavor, according to my power, to go through in detail, and I hope I shall advise what is conducive, not to you alone, especially at least, however, to you, and secondly, to all those at Syracuse, and thirdly, to your foes at home, and enemies abroad, unless some one of them shall have been guilty of an unholy act. For these things are incurable, nor can any one ever wash them out. But bear in mind what I now say. The tyranny having been dissolved through the whole of Sicily, there is now with you an universal strife about these very things, some wishing to resume the former government, but others to put the finish to the escape from tyranny. Now the counsel relating to such matters appears on each occasion to the multitude to be right, that it is requisite to advise what will effect the greatest evils to foes, and the greatest good to friends. It is, however, by no means easy for him who inflicts many evils on others, not to suffer many himself. Nor is it necessary to go far to see this clearly, but what has taken place here and there relating to Sicily would suffice. While some are attempting to do, and others to ward off the doers, and by relating them as a tale to others, ye would become on each occasion competent instructors. In these matters, then, there is scarcely any difficulty. But what would be conducive to all, both foes and friends, or the least of an evil to both, this it is neither easy to see, nor for a person seeing to accomplish. The consultation of such a kind, and the attempt to speak, look like a prayer. Let it then be in every respect a prayer, for it is meet to begin from the gods in everything, both in speaking and thinking, and may it eventually indicate to us some such discourse as this. From the time that the war began, nearly one family has been ruling over both you and your enemies, whom your fathers established firmly when they came into all kinds of difficulty at the period when there was to that part of Sicily under Greeks a danger extreme of their becoming barbarians, through their being entirely overthrown by the Carthaginians. At that time they chose Dionysius as being a person young and warlike, for the affairs of war suited him, but Hipparchus, his superior in age, as an adviser, and both for the safety of Sicily, with absolute power, calling them, as they say, tyrants. Now, whether any one is willing to think that a divine fortune and a god, or the talents of the rulers, or both, together with the citizens of that time, were the cause of the safety of Sicily, let this be as he conceives. Safety, however, did take place to the men of that time. As then they were in such a state, it was surely just to return thanks to their preservers. But if the tyranny did, in after times, use somewhat improperly the gift of the city, for this it has partly had accusations against it, and let it partly suffer the punishment. But what accusations would have been necessarily correct after what had occurred to them? For if you had been able to escape from them easily, and without great danger and trouble, or they to recover easily again their power, it would not have been possible to give the advice about to be spoken. But now it is requisite for both of you to bear and call to mind how often each of you have been in the hope of fancying yourselves to want only a mere trifle towards the accomplishment of everything according to your mind. Now, this very trifle happens on each occasion to be the cause of great and numberless mischiefs, nor has yet any end been reached, but the old end seems to be ever combining with a new beginning, and by this circle of events the whole of the tyrannic and popular kind of government will be near to be destroyed, and the whole of Sicily, should some event probable, but to be deprecated, take place, will come to nearly a desert as regards the language of Greece, by being transferred to some Phoenician or Oppic dynasty in power. Against this it is requisite for all the Greeks, with all readiness, to prepare a remedy. Now, if any one has anything more correct and better than what will be said by myself, let him bring it forward, and be justly called a lover of Greece. But what now presents itself to me, I will, with all freedom of speech, and making use of a mediatory and just discourse, endeavor to point out. I declare then, speaking in the manner of an arbitrator to two persons, one ruling over, and the other ruled by, a tyrant, my old advice, as if given to each singly. And now my language of advice would be for every tyrant to fly from the name and the thing itself, and to change his power as a tyrant, if possible, into that of a king. And possible it is, as the wise and good Lycurgus showed by his acts, who, on seeing that the family of his relations in Argos and Messene had proceeded from kings to tyrants, and had been destroying both themselves and each his own city, felt a fear both for his country and race, and applied as a remedy the government of elderly men, and the bond of the Ephyri as a preservative of kingly rule, so that it has been preserved for so many generations with glory, since law became the lord and authorized king of men, and not men the tyrants over the laws. To this my discourse now exhorts all men, aiming at tyranny, that they turn away themselves, and fly with celerity from the felicity of men insatiably hungry and without mind, and that they endeavor to come round to a form of kingly government, and to become subservient to laws made by a king, and thus to obtain the greatest honors with the consent both of men and laws. But those who are in the pursuit of free institutions, and are flying from a servile yoke as an evil, I would advise to be cautious lest, through an insatiable desire for unreasonable liberty, they fall at some time into the disease of their ancestors, which the persons of that period suffered through an excessive anarchy from making a bad use of their measureless love of freedom. For the Siceliots, who possessed the power before Dionysius and Hipparchus, lived, as they thought, happily, because they lived luxuriously, and ruled over even rulers themselves. For they pelted and stoned to death the 10 military chiefs prior to Dionysius, having judged them according to no law, in order that they might not be the slaves of any one, either with justice or law as the despot, but be in every way entirely free. From hence arose the tyrannies over them, for slavery and freedom, when excessive, are each an evil, but when moderate, altogether a good. For moderate is the slavery to a god, but that to a man immoderate; and to temperate men God is a law, but to the intemperate pleasure. Since then such is naturally the case, what I am advising I exhort the friends of Dion to proclaim to all the Syracusans as the common advice of Dion and myself. But I will interpret what, had he been living and able, he would have said to you. What then was the reasoning, some one may say, which the advice of Dion shows forth to us touching the present state of affairs? It was this: "Receive, O Syracusans, before all things, such laws as appear to you not about to turn your thoughts or desires to money making and wealth; but as there are three things, soul, body, and moreover wealth, put the worth of the soul in the place of highest honor, that of the body in the second, but under the soul, but in the third and last, that of wealth, as being the slave both of the body and soul. Now, the institution that effects this will be a law rightly laid down by you, and render those who make use of it truly happy. But the language which calls the rich happy is itself unhappy, as being the senseless language of women and children, and it makes those who are persuaded of it of the same kind. Now, that I am exhorting you to what is true, you will know in fact, if you shall try what has now been said by me on the subject of laws, by having received such laws, which appears to be the truest test in all cases. For since danger is keeping down Sicily, and you are neither sufficiently the conquerors, nor manifestly the conquered, it will perhaps be just and conducive to all of you to take a middle path, both those who are flying from the severity of power, and those who desire to have it again, the ancestors of whom did in their time what is a thing of the greatest moment, preserve the Greeks from the barbarians, so that it is now lawful to hold discourse about a form of government. For had they perished then, there would have been left nowhere, nor anyhow, either a discourse or hope. Now then, let there be to some a liberty combined with kingly government, but to others a kingly government under control, by the laws having a despotic power, not only over the other citizens, but over the kings themselves, should they act contrary to the law. And in addition to all this, do ye, together with the gods, in a spirit guileless and sincere, appoint a king, first my own son on account of twofold favors from myself and father. For he at that period freed the city from the barbarians, but I have now done so twice from tyrants, as yourselves are the witnesses. And make him the second king, who has the same name as his own father, I mean the son of Dionysius, for the sake of the assistance which he now affords, and of his pious conduct, who, born from a father who was a tyrant, has voluntarily made the city free, and obtained for himself and his race ever-living honor, instead of a tyranny lasting for a day, and at the same time unjust. To become the third king of Syracuse, it is proper to invite Dionysius, the son of Dionysius, if willing, over a willing city, who is now the general of the enemy's army, if he will consent of his own accord to change himself into the form of a king, while fearing his fortunes, and commiserating his country, and the want of attention shown to sacred rites and sepulchres, and lest, through a love of contention, he shall destroy everything in every way, and become an object for barbarians to rejoice over. These three kings do ye, whether giving or depriving them of the power they possess at Lacedaemon, by common consent establish after some such manner as this, which has indeed been mentioned to you before, but still do ye hear it now again. If the family of Dionysius and Hipparchus are willing for the safety of Sicily to cease from their present ills, and to obtain honor for themselves and family, both for the future and the present time, on this condition call them, as I have said before, to power, appointing as ambassadors, with full powers for the reconciliation, whomsoever they wish, whether they are from their own country, or strangers, or both, and as many as they shall agree to. And let it be for them, on their arrival, first to lay down laws, and a form of government, such that in it the kings are to be with full power over things sacred, and whatever else it is fitting for those who are the benefactors of their country, and to make guardians, 35 in number, of the laws, and for these, together with the people and senate, to have the rule on questions of war and peace, and to establish different courts of justice, some for one purpose, and others for others, but for the 35 guardians of the laws to be the judges of death and banishment, and that in addition to these, for jurymen to be chosen from those who during the last year have been in office, one from each office, who may have been voted the best and most upright, and that these, during the following year, are to decide on such points as relate to the death and imprisonment and removal of the citizens, but for the king to be not permitted to be a juryman in such matters, as being a priest, and undefiled by murder, bonds, and banishment. These things I, when living, intended to take place for your benefit, and so I intend now. And then indeed, after having with you overcome my enemies, I should, had not foreign furies prevented me, established matters in the way I intended, and subsequently, if deeds had followed upon thoughts, I would have colonized the rest of Sicily, after depriving the barbarians of the land which they now occupy, with the exception of such as had fought for a common liberty against tyranny, and I would have reinstated the former inhabitants of Grecian places in their ancient and paternal abodes. The very same things do I even now advise you to think upon and to execute, and to invite all to these doings, but to consider the person who is unwilling to do aught as a common enemy. Nor is this impossible, for he who judges those things to be impossible which happen to be in the souls of two persons, and which it is easy to discover from reasoning are the best, does not think correctly. Now, by the two, I mean the soul of Hipparchus, the son of Dionysius, and that of my son. For if these two agree together, to the rest of the Syracusans, and all who have any care for their country, I think the same things will appear to be correct. But paying to all the gods honors combined with prayers, and to others also, whom it is proper, together with the gods, do ye persuade and exhort both friends and those at variance, gently and altogether, nor stand apart, until what has now been stated by us, like God-sent dreams standing over those awake, you shall work out clearly, and bring to a happy end. Epistle 9. Plato to Archytas of Tarentum. Prosperity. Archippus and Philonides have come to us, bringing with them the letter which you gave them, and relating the state of your affairs. Such things, then, as appertain to the city, they have accomplished without difficulty, for they were not in every respect laborious. But as to what relates to yourself, they said that you bear it ill in not being able to be released from your close attention to public affairs. Now, that it is indeed the most pleasant thing in life for a man to attend to his own affairs, especially if he chooses to do what you are doing, is evident nearly to every one. But you ought also to consider this, that each of us is not born for himself alone, but that our country claims one part of our birth, our parents another, and our friends the remainder. Much, too, is given to the occasions that overtake us in life. Since then your country calls you to public affairs, it would perhaps be absurd not to hearken, for at the same time too it happens that you leave a place for inferior men who take the road to politics not for the best. But of these things enough. At present we are taking care of Echecrates, and shall do so for the remainder of the time, both for your sake and that of his father Phrunion, and of the young man himself. Epistle 10. Plato to Aristoteles. Prosperity. I hear that you are now amongst the chief of the friends of Dion, and have been all through exhibiting a conduct the most wise in things relating to philosophy. For I assert that firmness, fidelity, and integrity is true philosophy. But as to the rest of wisdom and skill, which tend to other things, I conceive that by calling them elegant subtleties, I am giving them a correct appellation. But now farewell, and abide in the conduct in which you are now abiding. Epistle 11. Plato to Laodamus. Prosperity. I have written to you before, that your coming to Athens makes a great difference with respect to all you say. But since you assert it is impossible, the second step after this is for myself to come, if possible, or Socrates, as you have said in your letter. Socrates, however, at present labors under the infirmity of a strangury, and it would be unseemly in me to come and not accomplish that for which you are inviting me. But that such will take place, I have not great hopes. But why I say so would require a long letter, were I to go through all the reasons. Moreover, I am on account of my age not sufficiently well in body to be wandering about, and to risk the dangers which a person meets with by land and sea. And at the present everything in travelling is full of danger. I have it, however, in my power to advise you and the colonists what Hesiod through me, as the relator says, "To fancy's easy, to think deep is hard." For if they fancy that a city can be ever well put into order by the mere laying down of any laws whatever, without some person in authority having the care of the daily manner of living in the city, in order that it may be, in the case both of slaves and of freeborn, temperate and manly, they do not think correctly. But if there are persons worthy of this very office, this should take place. But if there is a need of some one to instruct them, I think there are not amongst you either a person to teach, or those to be taught. It remains then for you to pray to the gods. For nearly in this way have cities in former times been put into order, and subsequently well administered, during the concurrence of matters of great moment, which have happened amidst war and other transactions, when a man shall have arisen on such occasions with bodily and mental qualifications, and in the possession of large powers. But previously it is meet to feel a readiness to act, and it is necessary to think deeply upon what I am saying, and not to behave sillily through thinking that you can do anything offhand. Be good fortune thine. Epistle 12. Plato to Archytas of Tarentum. Prosperity. How wonderfully delighted did we receive the memorials which came from you, and admired in the greatest possible manner everything of the writers! To us he appeared a man worthy of his celebrated ancestors, for they are said to have been 10,000 in number, and they were, as the story handed down declares, the best of all those Trojans who during the reign of Laomedon removed themselves from their native land. With respect to the memorials in my possession, about which you have sent to me, they are not yet in a sufficient state. However, such as they are, I have sent them to you. With respect to the safe cure of them, we are of one mind, so that there is no need of exhortation. Epistle 13. Plato to Dionysius, tyrant of Syracuse. Prosperity. Let the commencement of the letter, and at the same time the symbol, be that it is from me. When you were once feasting some young men of Locri, and were reclining at table at a distance from myself, you rose up and came to me, and courteously addressed to me a kind word, as it seemed to me, and to the person reclining by me. Now he was one of the handsome youths, who said at that time, "Surely, Dionysius, you are benefited much with respect to wisdom by Plato." Whereupon you observed, "And with respect to many other things, especially since the time of my sending for him, through this very thing, because I had sent for him, I have been benefited forthwith." This then I must keep in mind, in order that our mutual benefit may be to us ever on the increase. And in preparation for this event, I am sending a person of the Pythagorean and the divisions, as it seemed to me then, of whom both you and Archytas, if indeed Archytas has come to you, will be able to make use. His name is Helicon, his family is of Cusicum, and he is a disciple of Eudoxus, with all of whose doctrines he is elegantly conversant. And still further, he has associated with one of the disciples of Isocrates, and with Polixenus, one of the friends of Bruson, and what is moreover a rare thing, he is neither disagreeable to meet with, nor like an ill-mannered person, but would seem rather to be volatile, and of an easy temper. I say this, however, with some fear, as I am expressing an opinion respecting a man who is no mean an animal, and one easily changed, except in the case of some few persons, and on a few points. And with respect to him, I am thinking with fear, and without confidence, as I have met with him myself, and made inquiry of his fellow citizens, and not one of them has said a bad word against the man. Do you therefore reflect yourself and exercise caution, but above all things take lessons from him, and study philosophy upon any other points, if you have any leisure; but if not, set him to teach some one, so that you may, when at leisure, by learning become better, and in good repute, in order that, in your being benefited by myself, there may be, in your case, no remission. With regard to the articles you bade me send you, I have caused to be made the Apollo, which Leptines is bringing, by a young and clever workman. His name is Locrus. There was another work by him, very elegant, as it appeared to me. I therefore purchased it, wishing to present it to your wife, because she had attended me both in health and sickness in a manner worthy of me and you. Present it then to her, unless it seems otherwise good to you. I send you likewise 12 jars of sweet wine for your children, and 2 of honey, but I came too late for putting up the dried figs, and all the myrtles that had been put up for you have rotted. I will, however, take better care at another time. Leptines will tell you about the plants. The money in silver for these things, and for the contributions of some persons to the state, I have received from Leptines, and told him what appears to me to be the most becoming and true to state, that what I had expended on the Leucadian vessel, amounting to nearly 11 minae, was mine. This therefore I have taken, and after taking, I have made use of it myself, and I have sent away these to you. As to what follows with regard to the money, hear how the case stands. I shall make use of your money as I told you then, in the same way as I do that of my other acquaintances, but I use it in as small quantities as possible, for such things as seem to be necessary, or just, or becoming to myself, or to the person from whom I may receive it. Now, something of this kind has happened to me. Of my nieces, who died at the period when I was not crowned, although you had ordered it, there are 4 daughters living. One is of a marriageable age, another 18 years old, another a little more than 3 years old, and another not yet 1 year old. All these it will be for myself and friends to give out in marriage, should I survive them. But let those whom I do not survive fare as they may, while for those whose fathers may become richer than myself, I shall not have to provide. At present, however, my means are greater than theirs. For the marriage of their mothers likewise I have provided with the aid of others, and of Dion. One of them is married to Speusippus, of whose sister she is the daughter. For this one there is need of not more than 30 minae, since the marriage portions given by myself are moderate. Moreover, should my mother die, there would be need of not more than 10 minae for erecting her tomb. Such are the sums requisite at present for what are almost necessaries. But should any other expense occur of a private or public nature through my coming to you, it will be requisite, as I stated then, for me to labor and to make a vigorous effort for the expenditure to be the least possible, but where I am unable to do aught, for the expense to be yours. What I mean after this, touching the expenditure on the other hand of your money at Athens, is in the first place this, that should it be needful for me to expend anything on a chorege, or any office of that kind, there is no friend of yours here who will advance it for you, as I imagine, since, even if it made a great difference to you that a sum would, if expended, be a benefit to you, but an injury if it were not expended and delayed, until some one should arrive from yourself, such a circumstance would turn out disgraceful in addition to its being detrimental. For of this I have a proof by having sent Erastus to Andromedes of Aegina, from whom, as being your friend, you ordered me to get what I wanted, as you wished him to send even more than you had stated by letter. But he said, what was reasonable, and as any person would do, that he had previously laid out money for your father, and had with difficulty got it back again, and that he would now advance a small sum, but nothing more. Thus I received a something from Leptines, and for this it is proper to praise Leptines, not only for having advanced the money, but for doing so readily, and he was in other respects, by speaking of you, and performing what he could, evidently a friend to your interests. For it is meet, respecting such matters and the contrary, for me to tell you in what light each person has appeared to me as regards yourself. On the subject of money at least, I shall speak with freedom, for it is just, and at the same time I shall be speaking about persons near you, of whom I have some experience, who, after previously stating on each occasion what they think they shall expend for you, do not subsequently mention the subject, as if, forsooth, they should be disagreeable to you. Do you then accustom them, and even compel them to speak upon these points and others too. For you ought to know the whole as far as you can, and to be a judge, and not to fly from knowing, for this will be the best for your government. For as regards other things, and the possession itself of money, you too have said, and will say, that it is good to know that the expenditure is made correctly, and correctly accounted for. Let not then those who profess to care for you bring a reproach upon yourself in the eyes of mankind, for this appears to be neither good nor fair to your reputation in the case of your agreements. In what follows I shall speak of Dion. Upon other points I am not able to speak before the letters which you have mentioned arrive from yourself. But upon those which you did not permit me to mention to him, I have mentioned nothing, nor conversed at all. I have merely tried whether he bears ill or easily what is reported, and it seems to me that he will not brook it quietly, if it should turn out a fact. But in other respects Dion appears to me to use moderation both in word and deed. Let us present to Cratinus, the brother of Timotheus, and my friend, a breastplate of the handsome kind worn by the heavy-armed foot soldiers, and to the daughters of Cebes 3 outer dresses, 7 cubits long, not however of the expensive kind from Amorgus, but of Sicilian linen. With the name of Cebes you are duly acquainted, for he is mentioned in the Socratic dialogues as holding, together with Simmias, a conversation with Socrates in the dialogue respecting the soul, and as a man of the same clique with, and well disposed to, all of us. Of the symbol relating to my letters, I think you have a recollection, touching such as I write with care, and such as I do not. Nevertheless, reflect upon it, and bear it in mind. For many persons insist upon my writing, whom it is not easy to put off. The more important letter a god commences, but the less gods. The ambassadors, likewise, have requested me to write, as was natural, for they very heartily praise both you and me everywhere, and not the least Philagrus, who at that time had something the matter with his hand, and Phillidas, who has come from the great king, has spoken about you. And if I had not had matter for a long letter, I would have written down what he said, but at present inquire of Leptines. Should you send the breastplate, or anything else about which I have written, entrust them to any you wish, or otherwise to Terillus. He is one of those who is continually sailing to and fro, and is attached to myself, and upon other subjects, and those too relating to philosophy, is a person of elegant mind, and is a relation of Tison, who was, at the time when I sailed away, the prefect of the city. May you increase in health and philosophy, and convert others, who are younger, to it, and embrace for me all our fellow Sphirists, and enjoin the others, and Aristocritus, should any message or letter arrive relating to you, that they take care you know of it as quickly as possible, and that they put you in mind of it, in order that you may attend to the matter mentioned in the letters. And for the present, do not neglect the repayment of the money to Leptines, but repay it as quickly as possible, so that others, looking to him, may be the more ready to minister to myself. Eatrocles, who at that time was, together with Muranides, dismissed as a freedman by myself, sails now with the things sent by me. Keep him in your pay as being well disposed towards you, and make use of him in any way you please. And know yourself either the letter itself, or if a memorandum of it is preserved. End of Epistle 13, and end of Epistles. Epinomis, by Plato, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Epinomis, or the Philosopher. Persons of the dialogue: an Athenian guest, Cleinias, a Cretan, and Megalus, a Lacedaemonian. Cleinias: according to our agreement, we have all of us, guessed, come correctly, being three, I and you and Megalus here, to consider the question of intellect, in what manner it is meet to go through in a discourse that which we say belongs to the constitution of man, and which, when it has been thought upon, causes it to be in the best state with regard to itself, as far as it is possible for man to possess it. For, as we assert, we have gone through all the other matters that existed relating to the laying down of laws; but that which is of the greatest moment to discover and to speak of, namely, by learning what will a mortal man become wise, this we have neither spoken of nor discovered. Now then, let us endeavor not to leave this behind, for we should nearly do that imperfectly, for the sake of which we have all rushed onwards, with the view of making clear everything, from the beginning to the end. Athenian guest: you speak well, friend Cleinias, but I think you will now hear a strange discourse, and, on the other hand, in a certain respect, not strange. For many who meet us in life tell the same story, that the human race will be neither blessed nor happy. Follow me, then, and see whether to you I likewise appear, together with them, to speak correctly on a point like this. I assert, then, that it is not possible for men, except a few, to be blessed and happy. I limit this to as long as we live, but there is a fair hope that a person will after death obtain everything, for the sake of which he would desire, when alive, to live in the best manner he could, and dying to meet with such an end. And I assert nothing very wise, but what all of us, both Greeks and barbarians, after a certain manner know, that to be produced is at the beginning difficult for every animal. In the first place, it is difficult to partake of the state of conception; next, to be born; and further still, to be brought up and educated. For all these things take place, as we all say, through 10,000 troubles. The time, too, would be short, not only with respect to the calculation of annoyances, but what every one would imagine to be moderate, and this seems to make almost a kind of breathing time in the middle of the life of man. Old age, however, quickly overtaking a person, would make him not at all willing to live his life over again, after he has considered the life he has lived, unless he happens to be full of the thoughts of a child. Now, of this, what is to me the proof? It is because what is sought for in our discourse exists naturally in this way. Now, we are seeking by what manner we shall become wise, as if there were to each of us some such power as this. But it flies quickly away then, when any one proceeds to an investigation of the so‐called arts or notions, or any other things of that kind, which we imagine to be sciences, whereas not one of them is worthy to be called by the name of that wisdom which is conversant with the affairs of man; while, on the other hand, the soul is very confident, and divines, as if this wisdom were existing in her by some gift of nature; but what it is, and when, and how it exists, it is wholly unable to discover. Does not then in this manner our difficulty about and search after wisdom seem somehow greatly to be full of the hope which exists to each of those amongst us who are able to examine both themselves prudently and others harmoniously, through reasonings of all kinds, and spoken in every manner? Shall we agree that these things are not thus, or thus? Cleinias: we will agree in this, O guest, in the hope perhaps, which will arise in the course of time, of having hereafter with you opinions the most true on these points. Athenian guest: we must then first go through the other sciences, as they are called, but which do not render him wise who receives and possesses them, in order that, by putting them out of the way, we may endeavor to place by our side those of which we are in want, and, after placing them by our side, learn them. Let us, then, first look into the sciences, of which the race of man is first in want, since these are nearly the most necessary, and truly the first. Now he who becomes skilled in these, even though he seemed at first to be wise, yet now he is not considered to be wise, but obtains rather a disgrace by a science of this kind. We will therefore mention what they are, and show that nearly every one to whom is proposed the contest of seeming to become the best man avoids them through the possession of intellect and study. Let the first art, then, be that which, withdrawing us from eating human flesh, that, as the story goes, took place formerly amongst mankind after the manner of savage animals, has recalled us to a more lawful food. And may those before be propitious to us, and they are. For whosoever we are, who have spoken, let them be bidden the first farewell. The manufacture of wheaten flour and barley meal, and moreover the food, is indeed beautiful and good, but it will never be able to work out the man completely wise. For this very thing, under the appellation of a manufacture, would produce a difficult handling of the things manufactured. Nor would the cultivation of nearly the whole country do so. For we all appear to take in hand the earth, not by art, but by nature, according to a God. Nor yet would the weaving together of dwellings, nor the whole of house building, and the manufacture of all kinds of utensils and copperwork, and the preparing of instruments for carpenters and moulders, and weavers, and trades in general, although possessing what is useful for the common people, be suited for virtue. Nor yet does the whole of hunting, although various and full of art, contribute what is greatly becoming together with what is wise. Nor yet does the diviner's and interpreter's art at all, for such merely knows what is said, but has not learnt whether it is true. Since then we see that the possession of necessaries is worked out indeed by art, but that not one of these arts makes any person wise, there would be left after this a certain sport, imitative for the most part, but by no means a serious pursuit. For persons do with many instruments, and with many imitations, affected by their own bodies, not altogether graceful, make an imitation of things expressed in prose and verse, and of those of which painting is the mother, while colours many and various are worked out, by many substances, moist and dry, by operating upon none of which, with the greatest care, does the imitative art render a person wise. And when all has been done, there would be something remaining in the assistance without number given to persons without number, the greatest of which, and for the most numerous occasions, is the art of war, called by the name of generalship, of the highest repute in the case of need, but requiring the greatest good fortune, and that which is assigned naturally rather to bravery than wisdom. And what persons call the medical art is surely itself an assistance nearly of such ills as the seasons cause by cold and unseasonable heat, and make by all such matters the nature of animals their spoil. But not one of these arts is in good repute for the truest wisdom, for, being made the subject of conjecture, they are carried along without measure by opinions, and assistants we will call pilots and sailors likewise. But not one of these let any person, by cheating us with words, proclaim a wise man on every ground. For not one of them would know the rage of the winds, or their kindness, which is the most acceptable thing in the whole of the pilot's art. Nor yet such as say they are assistants in lawsuits, by their power in speaking, and by their memory and practice, give their minds to unusual opinions, but stumble outside the truth in cases of real justice. There still remains a certain strange power with respect to the opinion of wisdom, which the many would then call by the name of nature rather than wisdom, when any one perceives that he is easily learning what even a child could learn, and is remembering many things, and firmly so, and can call to mind what is suited to each thing, and quickly do it, when it would be becoming, if it took place. Now, all this some will place under nature, others under wisdom, and others under a cleverness of nature, but no prudent person would ever be willing to call any one of these a truly wise man. It is, however, necessary for a certain science to become apparent, by which he who possesses it would be wise in reality, and not be so in opinion merely. Let us then consider, for we are endeavoring by a reasoning, difficult in every way, to find some other science beyond those already mentioned, which may be truly and with propriety called wisdom, while he who receives it will be a person neither vulgar nor silly, but wise and good through it, and, whether he governs or is governed by the state, in justice become an elegant person. Let us therefore consider that science first, which singly proceeds from human nature, and which, amongst all that are present, would, by not being present, render the race of man of all animals the most senseless and thoughtless. Now, this it is not very difficult for any one to consider, for that which has given number to the whole race of man would, so to say, being compared one against one, effect this. I conceive, however, that a certain God himself, rather than a certain accident, gave it to us to preserve us. But whom I conceive to have been the God, it is necessary to state, strange although it be, and, on the other hand, somehow not strange. For how must we not conceive that he who is the cause to us of every good thing should not have been the cause likewise of intellect, the greatest good by far? Now, what God am I speaking of, Megalus and Cleinias, and making an object of worship? It is almost heaven, whom it is most just we should honor, as all the other daemons and gods do, and pray preeminently to it. For all of us would confess that it is the cause of all good things to us, and we assert to boot that it has given us number, and will give it us still, if any one is willing to follow us. For if a person will proceed to a right view of it, whether it be the pleasure of any one to call it the world, or Olympus, or heaven, let him so call it, but let him follow wherever it assumes a varied form, when it causes the stars in it to revolve along all their courses, and when it imparts the seasons and food for all, and the remaining gift of intellect, as we should say, together with all number, and every other good. Now, this is the greatest thing, when any one, receiving from it the gift of number, proceeds through every period. Returning back still a little in our discourse, let us call to mind that we have conceived very correctly, that if we take away number from human nature, we should be intellectual not at all. For the soul of the animal, from whom reason is absent, would scarcely any longer be able to receive every virtue. Now the animal, which does not know two and three, even and odd, and is entirely ignorant of number, would never be able to give a reason respecting those things, of which it alone possesses sensation and memory, but nothing hinders it from possessing the other virtues, fortitude and temperance. But he who is deprived of true reason will never become wise, and he, to whom wisdom is not present, which is the greatest part of the whole of virtue, would never be perfectly good, nor happy. In this way, there is every necessity for number to be laid down as a principle. But why it is necessary, there would be a discourse longer than all that has been spoken. And correctly will the present one have been stated likewise, that of the things mentioned as belonging to the other arts, which we have gone through, and permitted them all to be arts, not even one would remain, but all perish entirely, when any one takes away the science of numbers. But to some of those who have looked to the arts, the race of man would appear sufficiently for the sake of some small matters to have no need of number, and yet it is a thing of moment. And if any one looks to what is divine and mortal in generation, in which piety towards the gods and true number are known, he could not mention the person who knows the whole of number, and of what power it is, when present, the cause, since it is evident that what relates to all music requires numbered motion and sound, and what is the greatest, that it, number, is the cause of all good things, but of nothing evil. This must be known well, which would perhaps take place by another road. For the movement, which is without reason and order, and shape and rhythm and harmony, and all such things as partake of any evil, is deficient in nearly all number. And this it is meet for him to conceive in this way, who is about to end his days happily; and no one except him who knows the just, the good, the beautiful, and all such things, and has laid hold of a true opinion respecting them, will through number know how with regard to anything to persuade himself and others at all. Let us then proceed to consider this very thing, how we learned to number. Say, from whence did it arise that we have understood one and two? Do persons possess from the Creator a nature of this kind towards their being able to understand them? Nature, indeed, has not been present to many other animals for this very purpose, so that they are able to learn from their fathers to number. But the Deity has established within us this very thing first, so as to be competent to understand what is shown to us; and afterwards he showed it, and is still showing, of which things what can a person see one, as compared with one, more beautiful than the birth of day. And then, when he comes to the portion of night, he will have a sight from whence everything will appear to him quite different. And when he ceases not revolving upon these very matters for many days and many nights, he will see how heaven ceases not in teaching men one and two, until even the most hard to learn shall learn sufficiently how to number. For thus each of us, on perceiving these, would understand three, and four, and many. And amongst these the Deity has formed one thing, the moon, which at one time, appearing greater, and at another less, proceeds through her path, showing continually another day up to 15 days and nights. And this is a period, if any one is willing to establish the whole circle as one, so that the most imbecile animal, so to say, would learn to number, if it were one to whom the Deity had imparted the nature of being able to learn. And up to these points, and in these matters, the whole mass of animals have the power to become skilled in numbers, by considering one thing itself by itself. But always to reckon up all numbers, when compared with each other, I think is a greater work. And for the sake of this, the Deity having formed, as we have said, the moon, increasing and decreasing, has put together months into the year, and caused us to compare every number with number, with a prosperous fortune. Hence there are fruits for us, and the earth has become pregnant, so that there is food for all animals, while winds and showers take place, neither out of season nor measure. But if anything occurs contrary to this on the side of evil, it is meet to accuse not the divine, but human nature, as unjustly distributing its own life. Now to us, while we were investigating the laws, it appeared that the other things, which are nearly the best for man, are easy for us to know, and that every one would be competent to understand what was said, and to do it, if he knew what is that which is likely to be a benefit, and what is not. But it has appeared, and now appears still, that all the other pursuits are not very difficult; but in what manner it is meet for men to become good is very difficult. And again, to acquire all the rest of good things, as the saying is, it is both possible and not difficult. But with respect to substance, how much is requisite and not requisite, and with respect to the body, how much is requisite and not requisite, and with respect to the soul, that it ought to be good, every one agrees with every one. But in what manner it ought to be good, every one, when asked, answers by being just, and temperate, and brave, and this; but in what manner to be wise, or what wisdom is, not one, as we just now observed, agrees at all with one of the many. Now, therefore, besides all the previous kinds of wisdom, we have discovered one, by no means vile, for this very purpose, that he who has learnt what we have discussed will seem to be wise; but whether he who is skilled on these points is wise and good, On this it is requisite to hold a discussion. Cleinias. How reasonably, guest, did you say that you are endeavoring to speak greatly about great things? Athenian guest. For they are not trifling things, Cleinias, and, what is still more difficult, they are in every respect and entirely true. Cleinias. Very much so, guest; but do not, however, be faint-hearted in stating what you mean. Athenian guest. Truly so, nor do you in hearing. Cleinias. This shall be, for I will speak to you for both of us. Athenian guest. It is well; but it is necessary, as it seems, to speak first of all from the beginning, especially if we are able to comprehend in one name what is that which we consider to be wisdom; but if we are quite unable to consider in the second place what and how many are the arts through which he who receives them will, according to our story, be a wise man. Cleinias. Say on. Athenian guest. What follows after this will be without blame to the legislator, who, making a conjecture about the gods, speaks more beautifully and better than those who have spoken before, and who passes his life in making use, as it were, of a beautiful discipline, and honoring the gods, and exalting them with hymns and felicity, and thus passes through life. Cleinias. Well and beautifully are you speaking, guest; and may the end of your laws be this, that after falling down before the gods, and passing a life the most pure, you may meet with its close the best and the most beautiful. Athenian guest. How then shall we speak, Cleinias? Does it not seem to you that we honor the gods greatly by hymning them, and by praying that it may come into your minds to say things the most beautiful and the best respecting them? Say you, in this way, or how? Cleinias. In this way, wonderfully. But do thou, O godlike man, confiding in the gods, offer up a prayer, and speak the one amongst your beautiful speeches that comes into your mind relating to the gods and goddesses. Athenian guest. This shall be, if the Deity himself be our leader. Do you only pray with me. Cleinias. Say then, what is to follow this? Athenian guest. It is necessary then, as it seems, for me, since those who have gone before have represented improperly the generation of gods and of animals, to give in the first place, according to our former reasoning, a better representation by resuming the discourse which I took in hand against impious assertions, and to assert that there are gods who have a care for all things, both small and great, and that they are not to be softened down by those who are engaged in unjust acts, if you remember, Cleinias, for you took down a memorandum of it, for what was then said was very true. But this was the greatest, that every soul is older than every body. Do you not remember this? Or this at least perfectly, that what is better and older and more divine is credibly prior to that which is worse and younger and less honorable, and in every way that what governs is prior to what is governed, and that what leads to what is led. Let us then receive this at least, that soul is older than body. Now, if this be the case, it is more credible that what is first in the generation of the first would be almost the beginning, and let us lay down that the beginning exists in a more becoming manner than a beginning, and that we have most correctly come upon the greatest parts of wisdom relating to the generation of the gods. Cleinias. Let these things be stated to the best of our power. Athenian guest. Come then, let us assert that an animal is said most truly to exist according to nature then, when one combination of soul and body coming together produces one form. Cleinias. Correctly so. Athenian guest. A thing of this kind, then, is most justly called an animal. Cleinias. It is. Athenian guest. Now it is requisite, according to a probable account, for 5 solid bodies to be mentioned, from which a person might model the most beautiful and best of things; but the whole of the other genus possesses one form. For there is nothing else which can be generated without a body, and possessing in no respect and at no time color, except the really most divine genus of soul. Now, this is nearly that alone to which it pertains to mold and fabricate, but it belongs to body, as we call it, to be molded and produced, and to be visible. But to the other, soul, for, let us say it again, since it is to be said not merely once, it pertains to be invisible, and to know, and to be intelligible, and to have a share of memory, and of the reasoning power in the changes of even and odd. As there are therefore 5 bodies, it is requisite to say that fire is the first, and water the second, and air the third, and earth the fourth, and ether the fifth. And in the dominions of each of these there is produced many an animal, and of every kind. Now it is meet to learn this singly, thus. Let us in the first place lay down the whole of the things of earth as one, namely, all human beings, and all such animals as are with many feet, or none, and such as can move on, and such as are stationary, as being held down by roots. And it is requisite to consider the one thing belonging to it as this, that all these are formed of all those genera, but that the greater part is of the earth, and the nature of solidity. It is, however, requisite to lay down another kind of animal, which is generated, and at the same time able to be seen, for it consists for the most part of fire, but contains likewise a small portion of earth and air, and of all the other things. Hence it is requisite to assert that animals of every kind and visible are generated from them. It is necessary likewise to think that all in the heavens are these genera of animals, which it is necessary to say is the whole divine race of the stars, consisting of a most beautiful body, and of a soul the most happy and the best. It is requisite, moreover, to impart to them, at least in opinion, one of 2 fates. For each of them is either indestructible and immortal, and altogether from every necessity divine, or possesses some long-aged life of life, sufficient for each, than which there would be never any need of more. Let us then consider first that there are, as we have said, these 2 kinds of animals, and let us say again that both of them are visible, the one being, as it would seem, wholly of fire, and the other of earth, and that the earthy is moved in a disorderly manner, but the fiery in all order. Now it is meet to consider that what is moved without order is senseless, as the animal which is around us acts for the most part, but that what has its going in order and in the heavens, it is meet to make for ourselves as a great proof of its being intellectual. For it goes on ever according to the same, and in a similar manner, and by doing and suffering it would afford a sufficient proof of its living intellectually. Now the necessity of a soul possessing intellect would be by far the greatest of all necessities, for it lays down laws as governing and not governed. But when soul, which is a thing the best, deliberates according to the best intellect, that which is not to be changed by turning comes out perfect in reality according to intellect, and even adamant would not be superior to such a soul, and less to be changed by turning. But in reality the 3 fates hold and guard so as to be perfect that which has been deliberated upon by each of the gods with the best counsel. It was necessary, therefore, that there should be to man a proof that the stars are endued with intellect through the whole of their progression, because they always do the same things, through its having been planned of old that they are to do for some wondrous length of time, and through a change not taking place in the plan, by their doing some things at one time and others at another, and by wandering up and down and altering their orbit. Now the very reverse of this has appeared to the majority of us, that by their doing the same things, and in a similar manner, they have not a soul. The masses, too, have followed persons so senseless as to conceive that the human race is intellectual and vital, as being moved, but the divine race unintellectual, as remaining in the same movements. But it is allowable for the man who places himself on the side of what is more beautiful and better, and more agreeable to the gods, to conceive that he ought, on this very account, to consider as intellectual that which does always the same things, according to the same, and in a similar manner, and that this is the nature of the stars, most beautiful to behold, and which, by a progression and dance, the most beautiful and magnificent of all choirs, completes for all animals what is needful. Now, to show that we are justly saying they possess a soul, let us consider first their size. For they are not in reality so small as they appear to be, but each of them is of immense bulk, as is worthy to be believed, for this is admitted by competent demonstrations. For it is possible to conceive correctly that the whole sun is larger than the whole earth, and that all the stars which are borne along possess a wonderful size. Let us then take into our thoughts what would be the method of any nature in causing so great a bulk to revolve for ever for the same time that it revolves at present. Now I assert that a God would be the cause, and that it could not be possible otherwise, for it would not otherwise become animated than through a God, as we have shown. But since a God is able in this respect, to him there has been every facility for every animal, in the first place, to be produced, and every body, and every bulk, and next to cause them to move in that way which he conceived to be the best. And now, upon all these points, we will make one true assertion. It is impossible for the earth and heavens, and all the stars, and all the bulky bodies made from them to subsist, unless a soul were present to each, or in each, so that they proceed with such accuracy according to years, and months, and days, and for every good which is produced to be produced for us all. But it is requisite that by how much the more vile is man, the less ought he to be seen to trifle, but to assert something clear concerning them. Should then any one assert that certain violent motions of bodies, or natures, or anything of this kind are the causes, he will say nothing that is clear. It is, however, requisite to reconsider seriously what we have said, whether our discourse has a reason for it, or altogether comes after it. In the first place, then, we said, there are two things, the one soul, and the other body, and that many things pertain to each, but that all are different from one another, and each from each, and that there is no other third thing common to any one, and that soul differs from body, and that the former is intellectual, but the latter unintellectual, and that the one rules, but the other is ruled, and that the one is the cause of all that happens, but the other is not the cause of any accident; so that to assert that the things in heaven were generated by something else, and that the productions of soul and body do not exist in this way, is a great folly and a want of reason. If then it is requisite for the reasons relating to all such matters to be victorious, and for all things of this kind to seem confidently to be divine, we must lay down one or the other of these two points. We must either hymn those things most correctly as being gods themselves, or we must consider them, like images, to be resemblances of the gods themselves having manufactured them. For they are the works of artificers, neither senseless nor of little worth. But, as we have said, we must lay down one or the other of these points. And what is laid down we must honor preeminently before all statues. For never will there be seen statues more beautiful and more common of all men, or put up in preeminent places, and excelling for their purity and solemnity and the whole of life, than are these, how they have been generated altogether in this way. Let us then endeavor to prove so much at least relating to the gods, by perceiving that these are the two visible animals of which we have spoken, one immortal, but the whole of the other has been created of the earth, mortal. And let us attempt to speak of the three which are in the midst of the five between them, and exist according to reasonable opinion most clearly. For after fire, let us place ether, and let us lay down that from it the soul moulds animals which possess a power, like some other genera, the greater portions from their own nature, but the smaller portions, for the sake of a link, from other genera; and, after the ether, that soul molds from air another genus of animals, and a third from water. And it is probable that soul, after it had fabricated all these, filled the whole of heaven with living matter, by making use, to the best of its power, of all genera, since all of them exist, partakers of life; but that the second, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, beginning their generation from the Gods who are manifest, and in us, who are men. The Gods, then, Zeus and Juno, and all the rest, let any one place where he pleases, according to the same law, and let him consider this reasoning as fixed. We must call therefore the nature of the stars, and such things as we perceive existing together with the stars, the visible Gods, the greatest and the most worthy of honor, and who, as seeing on every side the most acutely, are the first in rank. And after them, and under them in due order, it is very meet to honor with prayers the Daimons, for the sake of their silent going to and fro, an aerial genus that occupies a third and middle seat, and is the cause of interpreting. But of these two kinds of living beings, one formed of ether, and the other in due order of air, neither of them is entirely visible, and, though present and near at hand, they do not become manifest to us. But let us say that participating in a wonderful intelligence, as being docile and of a good memory, they know all our thoughts, and that in a wonderful manner they love the honorable and good man amongst us, and hate excessively the wicked, as being himself a sharer in pain; for the Deity, who possesses the completion of a divine allotment, is placed beyond these two, pleasure and pain, but has had a share in thinking upon and knowing according to all things. And as the heaven is full of living beings, they interpret to each other and the highest Gods all things, and in all ways, through the living beings in the middle being carried to earth, and through the whole of heaven with a light and rapid motion. But he who assimilates the fifth genus of living beings, which is from water, to a demigod, will assimilate rightly, and this genus is sometimes visible, and sometimes concealed from view; but when visible, it exhibits a wonder through an obscure vision. Since then there are these five kinds of living beings really existing, in whatever manner any of us meets with them, falling in with them in a dream, in an interpretation of a dream, or spoken by oracles and prophecies to some in hearing, healthy or sick, or being met with at the close of life, and opinions being present privately and publicly, from whence many sacred rites of many have taken place, and some will take place; of all these the legislator, who possesses even the smallest particle of mind, will never dare, by making innovations towards a God worship which does not possess something clear, to overturn his own state; nor will he, knowing nothing at all himself, forbid any portion of what the law of his country has spoken on the subject of the Gods. For it is not possible for human nature to know anything on points of this kind; and does not the same reason hold good, that those are the worst of men who do not dare to speak to us of the Gods really existing in a manifest form, and to make them manifest by permitting the other Gods to be without sacred rites, and not to receive the honors that are due to them? But now there happens a thing of this kind to take place, as if some one of us had seen the sun and moon existing, and looking upon all of us, and although able to speak, had not said that they remained still, sharing in no honors; nor was he anxious for his part to bring them into a place of honor, nor to cause festivals and sacrifices to take place for them, nor through the computed time to distribute to each of them the seasons of frequently longer and shorter years. Would not such a one, if he were said to be bad, both to himself and to any other who knew him, be justly said to be so? Cleinias. How not, O guest, as being the worst of men? Athenian guest. Know then, friend Cleinias, that this very thing has now happened respecting myself. Cleinias. How say you? Athenian guest. Know that amongst those relating to the whole heaven there are 8 powers, sisters to each other, on which I have looked, and yet I have done nothing of consequence, for this is easy even to another person. Of these there are 3, one of the sun, one of the moon, and one of the not wandering stars, which I mentioned a little before, and there are 5 others. With respect to all these, and the gods in them, whether they move of themselves, or are carried along in cars, let not one of us all think even that some are gods, and others not, nor yet that some of them are genuine, but others such as it is not lawful for any of us to mention. But let us all say that they are all of them brothers, and live in fraternal allotments, and let us honor them, not one for a year, and another for a month, nor let us ordain for others any allotment or time, in which each proceeds through its revolution, and completes the arrangement, which reason, the most divine of all, has ordained to be visible, and which he, who is under a good daimon, has first wondered at, and then felt a desire to learn, as much as it is possible for a mortal nature, from thinking that he shall thus pass through life in the best and most fortunate manner, and after death arrive at places adapted to virtue, and being thus truly initiated, and in reality participating in prudence, one in one, will pass the rest of his time as a holy spectator of things the most beautiful, as far as sight is concerned. It now remains for us to state after this how many and what they are, for we shall not be seen to be false. Thus far at least I firmly insist upon. For I say again that of these there are 8, and that of the 8, 3 have been already spoken of, and there are 5 still remaining. Now the 4th and 5th onward movement and oblique path are nearly equal in velocity with the sun, and are neither slower nor swifter. And let us say that he who possesses intellect is altogether competent to lead these 3, and that these movements belong to the sun and Lucifer. But the 3rd it is not possible to speak of by name, through its not being known, and the reason of this, that the person who first saw it was a barbarian. For an ancient place was the nurse of those who first thought of these matters, in consequence of the beauty of the summer season, which Egypt and Syria possess sufficiently, enabling persons to look upon all the stars, visible, so to say, perpetually, inasmuch as they dwelt in a part of the world at a distance from clouds and rain. Hence to everywhere else, and hitherto has reached what has been tested by the time of thousands of years, and even infinite. And on this account it is meet with confidence to lay down these matters as laws. For to think that divine natures are not to be held in honor, or that these are not divine, is clearly the province of persons not endued with intellect. It is necessary, however, for this to be assigned as the reason why they have no names with the masses, for they have appellations with some divine persons. For Lucifer and Hesperus, being the same, have the appellation almost of Venus, and are very well suited to a Syrian name-giver. But the star, which revolves with an equal velocity with the sun, and this Lucifer, has the name almost of Mercury. And further, let us speak of 3 onward movements of those stars that take their course to the right hand, together with the sun and moon. But it is requisite to call the 8th orb one, which a person may most correctly call the upper world, which proceeds contrary to all those, and draws the others along with it, as it would appear to persons who know little on these matters. But what we know sufficiently it is necessary to speak of, and we do speak; for wisdom really existing is somehow in this way apparent to him who has a share, although a small one, of consciousness correct and divine. 3 stars then remain, one of which differs from the rest by the slowness of its motion. Some call it by the name of Phaenon, Saturn, but that which is after this in slowness it is meet to call Phaethon, Jupiter. And after this follows Purais, Mars, which has the reddest color of all. Of these things, when a person is speaking, it is not difficult to have a notion; but, after learning, it is requisite to think of them, as we have said. This, however, it is necessary for every Greek to have in his thoughts, that we inhabit a spot belonging to the Greeks, nearly the best as regards virtue. But it is proper to say that it deserves praise for being situated in the middle of the natural qualities of summer and winter. But, though its nature, as regards summer, falls short of that which belongs to the region there, as I have stated, it gave subsequently to them the mental perception relating to these gods of the world. Let us then admit that whatever the Greeks have received from the barbarians, they work it out to a more beautiful end; and the very same notion we ought to have with respect to what has been said now, that it is difficult to discover all matters of this kind without feeling a doubt. There is, however, a hope, both much and glorious, that the Greeks will respect all these divinities in a manner more beautiful and more just than the tradition, which has come from the barbarians, by employing both discipline and the Delphic oracles, and every attention according to the laws. Nor let any Greek be afraid of this, that mortals ought not to busy themselves about divine matters, but to think quite the contrary of this, that the Deity is not senseless, nor ignorant of human nature, but knows that where he teaches, man will follow, and learn what has been taught, and that he surely knows that he does teach us this very thing, and that we learn both number and to number. For being ignorant of this, he would be the most stupid of all beings. For, according to the saying, he would in reality be ignorant of himself, if he were annoyed at a person able to learn, and did not rejoice, without a feeling of envy, at a person becoming good through a God. Now there is a reason great and good for supposing that when men had their first notions about the gods, how they existed, and of what kind they were, and what actions they took in hand, ideas were then broached, not to the mind of the moderate, nor agreeable to them, nor even of those who were next after them, amongst whom what relates to fire and water and the other bodies was said to be the most ancient; but posterior to them the wonderful soul, and that the movement which the body has obtained by lot is better and of more value for carrying on both itself and soul by the aid of heat and cold, and all things of that kind; but that the soul could not do so to body and itself. But now, when we say that soul exists, if it exists in body, it would be not at all wonderful for it to move and carry about both the body and itself; nor would, according to any reason, soul be believed to be unable to carry about a weight. Since then soul is the cause of the universe, and of all good things being such, and on the other hand of evil things being such, it is not at all wonderful that soul should be the cause of every bearing on and movement, but that the bearing on and movement towards the good belongs to the best soul, but the bearing on and movement towards the contrary to a contrary soul, and that it is necessary for the good to have vanquished, and to vanquish still, what are not of this kind. Hence, let these be the assertions of us, now thinking in this way, all of which has been stated with reference to justice, the punisher of the impious. With respect, however, to that which has been brought to a test, it is not possible for us to disbelieve that we ought not to consider the good to be wise. Let us then see whether to this wisdom, of which we were of old in search, we can direct our mind either by education or art, and being wanting in the knowledge of which we should be ignorant of things just. Being such we seem to me, and we must speak; for after seeking up and down, I will endeavor to make it at the end plain to you in the way it has become very plain to myself. The greatest part of virtue, when it is not practiced correctly, becomes the cause of ignorance, as, from what has been said, the thing itself seems to me to signify forcibly. But let no one persuade us that there is any part of virtue belonging to the race of mortals greater than piety. Now that this does not exist in the best natures through ignorance, we must declare, since the best are those which are produced with the greatest difficulty, and which, when produced, are of the greatest benefit. For the soul that receives moderately and mildly what belongs to a nature slow and the reverse, would be of an easy disposition, and admiring fortitude, and being obedient towards temperance, and, what is the greatest in these natures, able to learn, and with a good memory, it would be able to rejoice much in things of this kind, so as to be a lover of learning. For these things are not easy to be produced, and when they are produced, and meet with the nurture and education of which there is a need, they would be able to keep down most correctly the most part of their inferiors, by instructing them to do and say respecting the Gods each of the matters that are requisite, and, when they are requisite, relating to sacrifices and purifications, connected with Gods and men, and not to make use of artifice in outward shows, but to honor virtue in truth, which is of all things of the greatest moment to every state. This part, therefore, we say is naturally the most important, and if there be a person to teach, it is able to be learnt in the most beautiful and best manner possible. But no one can be a teacher unless a God leads the way. If, however, a person teaches anything correctly, but does not perform anything of this kind in a fitting manner, it is better not to learn. However, from what has been said, it is necessary to learn these things, and for me to say that a nature of this kind is the best. Let us then endeavor to go through by a discourse what these are, and of what kind, and how it is requisite to learn them, both according to my ability, who am the speaker, and the ability of those who are able to hear, in what manner a person may learn some things about God worship. It is a thing almost absurd for the hearer, but we mention its name, which is what a person, through his ignorance of the subject, would not imagine: astronomy. Are you then ignorant that the person who is truly an astronomer is necessarily the most wise? Not indeed he who is an astronomer according to Hesiod, and all such, and looks to risings and settings, but he who looks to the circle of the 8 orbits, and the 7 under the first, while each is going through its own orbit in such a way that no nature would be competent to contemplate them easily, unless it partook of a wonderful nature, as we have just now said, and say to those to whom we are stating what it is meet to learn, and how. Let this be mentioned first by us. The moon goes through its orbit the quickest, and first leads on the month and the full moon. The second it is meet to consider is the sun. That leads on the solstices through the whole of its orbit, and those that describe their course together with it. But that we may not frequently converse in the same way about the same things, the other orbits which we mentioned before, and which it is not easy to comprehend, we ought to contemplate, and for these objects it is requisite to prepare natures, such as can exist, by teaching them many things beforehand, and accustoming the party, while a boy or youth, to labor thoroughly at what is requisite. On this account there would be a need of mathematics, but the greatest and first need is of numbers in the abstract, and not of such as are connected with bodies, but of the whole generation and power of the even and the odd, and so much as they contribute to the nature of things that exist. Now, to him who learns this there comes in due order what we call very ridiculously by the name of geometry. But the similitude of numbers, that are naturally not similar to each other, becomes conspicuous when applied to the properties of plane surfaces; which wonderful thing, not of human but divine origin, will appear very clear to him who is able to think. And after this, those numbers that are increased by a triple ratio, and are similar to the nature of a solid; and those that are, on the other hand, dissimilar, and are by another art similar to this, which those who are conversant with it call stereometry, to be considered; which is indeed a thing divine and wonderful to those who look into it, that while the power is ever revolving about the double, and that which is from the opposite to this, according to each analogy does every nature fashion out for itself a species and genus. Now the first power of the double according to number proceeds according to proportion through 1 to 2, possessing a double by power; but that which, as regards the solid and tangible, is again a double, proceeds from 1 to 8; but that of the double quantity to the middle, and perhaps what is more than the less, and less than the greater; while the other by the same part surpasses, and is surpassed by the extremes. But in the middle of 6 to 12 there is found the sesquialter and sesquitertian proportions; and in the middle of these a power, turned to both, has distributed to men a use, where voice and measure are combined, for the sake of sports, rhythm, and harmony, after having been granted to the happy dancing of the Muses. Let all these then be held to take place in this way, and let them exist. But as regards the finish to this, let us proceed to the divine generation, and the most beautiful and divine nature of things visible, as far as a deity has granted to man to look upon them; which nature no one, after having beheld, will boast of having received with facility, without the particulars mentioned above. Besides this, in our several intercourse, we must refer every individual thing to its species, and all things to one, by asking questions, and disproving what has been not correctly asserted. For this is truly a touchstone, the most beautiful, and thoroughly the first amongst men; but in the case of such as are not touchstones, and only pretend to be, there is a labor the most vain of all. Further still, the accuracy of time must be considered by us, and how exactly it completes all that takes place in heaven; so that he who believes the assertion to be true, that soul is a thing older and more divine than body, would also conceive it has been very beautifully and sufficiently said that all things are full of Gods, and that we have never been neglected through the forgetfulness or carelessness of superior beings. But as regards all such things as these, we should bear this in mind, that if any one apprehends correctly each of these matters, there will be a great benefit to him who has apprehended them; but if not, that it will be better for him to be ever calling upon a God, according to method. And let this be the method; for it is necessary to say so much at least as this: every diagram, system of number, and composition of harmony, together with the one agreement of all the stars in their revolutions, ought to be apparent to him who learns in a proper manner; and that of which we are speaking will become apparent, if a person rightly learns, looking to one thing. For to those who think upon the matter, there will appear to be naturally one bond to all of these. But if a person will take the matter in hand in any other way, he must, as we have said, call upon fortune; for without these no nature will become lucky in states. But this is the method, and this the nurture, and through these subjects of instruction we must proceed, whether they are difficult or easy. Nor is it lawful to neglect the Gods, since the happy report relating to all of them has, according to a manner, become apparent. And I call him who thus apprehends all these points, the man the most truly wise, who, I stoutly affirm, both in jest and earnest, will, when he shall have filled up by death his allotted portion in things of this kind, if he be still almost dying, neither share any longer in many of his senses then, as at present; and he will, after being a partaker of one destiny alone, and becoming one out of many, be fortunate, and at the same time most wise and blessed, whether any one lives blessed on the continent or in islands; and that he will participate in a fortune, whichever happens to be of this kind; and that, whether any one studies these questions, living a public or a private life, he will meet with the same fate, and in a similar manner from the Gods. But what we said at the beginning, the same assertion appears even now to be really true, that it is not possible for men to be perfectly blessed and happy, except a few; and this is rightly asserted by us. For such as are divine, and at the same time prudent men, and naturally participate in the rest of virtue, and in addition have acquired all that is closely connected with a blessed instruction, and such things as we have mentioned, to these alone have the gifts of fortune fallen by lot, and are in a sufficient state. To those, then, who have labored in this way upon such points, we say privately, and lay down publicly as a law, that the greatest offices ought to be given to those who have arrived at the period of an old man, and that all the others ought to follow them, and, with good words, hymn all the gods and goddesses; and lastly, that all of us, after having known and sufficiently examined the nocturnal assembly, most correctly exhorted to this wisdom. End of Epinomis.